Hello. Did I connect this time? I don't know what's going on. We have some technical difficulties, folks. I need some people to let me know that we're here. Scotty.
All right, that worked.
It worked.
The other app, it kept asking me to turn my camera settings on, but they were on.
Yeah, dude, weird shit's going on because I just actually started the live and talked for like 5 minutes and no one can see it.
Yeah,
So
must be a problem with the app on your end, I guess.
I don't know. The app on my end shouldn't affect your camera settings, but I don't know what's going on. Weird shit, man. But hey, we're here, we're live.
All right.
What did you think of those documents Melanie was reading?
I mean, obviously, Karen Reed's attorneys want to, stay of execution on the thing because, she still has a criminal trial pending, which makes sense.
I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know why I'm surprised. Like, I knew it had to happen, but it didn't occur to me that her team would have to be the ones that asked for it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, like Melanie was saying, they had till January to file the civil suit. But the fact that the trial ended up being a hung jury and they're going back to trial tentatively in January, having the civil case going on at the same time complicates matters incredibly, so Karen Reed has to give a, deposition for the civil case. She's violating, her Fifth Amendment rights being violated because she's still on trial for murder.
Yep.
So
yep.
It's a complicated situation.
I knew it was going to get stayed. I'm just not sure in my own head that I'd thought out how it would get stayed. Like, I thought maybe the judge would do it, I think. Like, the judge would say, no, she's got a criminal trial. It's this, I'm going to stay it without anyone having to ask for it. But clearly that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, like I commented on Melanie's show, it makes perfect sense, actually, to delay the civil case, but this is Massachusetts. Who knows what they'll do?
Well, I don't know why the judge just didn't do that when they said, yeah, okay, we'll take the case. We'll let you have this case. Why didn't the judge just do it?
I don't know. The stuff that's out of my wheelhouse, I don't know how all that works, but from a common sense point of view, if I'm Karen Reed's civil attorneys, they're like, wait a minute, we can't go ahead with the civil case. She's got a pending murder trial going on right now, and this is going to violate her Fifth Amendment rights and
that might be why she did it. That might be what.
Did I lose you?
Like when it was all filed.
I lost you there for a second.
I'm thinking maybe Team Reed thought the judge would do it too.
Yeah, I mean, I literally hate the O'Keefes at this point. Paul and the mother, Peggy. I mean,
no, they're behaving badly, like really badly. Like, I get it. They've lost a loved one, but to not.
I lost you again. I don't know if that's your Starlink or what. I lost you there.
Probably. Sorry. Okay. Hi, Jenny, and that weird girl Kim, and may the force be with. May the force and that redhead. So yeah, it's all weird. What's going on there? Like, blew me away.
Is your show live right now?
Am I here? Am I back yet?
Yeah, you're here. But I keep losing you a lot.
A lot. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
like 3
Today's
times already.
Today's not a great day, and I'm not getting the usual messages at my end that tell me I'm getting lost. And I'm going again.
Probably a complaint with Elon Musk and Starlink.
Yeah, right. Well, actually, the forest pixies, it's them that's doing it. Because if the trees weren't overhead, we wouldn't have this problem. So
What did you use before Starlink?
I had a connection on the landlord's house, which is out in the open. I had a satellite sitting up. I've got a satellite sitting on the landlord's roof, but I disconnected it so I could save some money. I sort of feel like that was premature.
Well,
Yeah.
they keep launching more satellites to add to the Starlink matrix. You know,
Right.
I don't think they have every satellite up there yet that they plan on eventually having.
Right. And it's not going to help if I'm in the forest anyway. So what we need is a longer lead so that we can put the Starlink out in a space where there's no trees.
Oh, the
So,
receiver antenna, you mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
The dish has to be out from the trees, but unfortunately that's a lot longer than any cable is going to allow. Well, he doesn't provide any cabling for extra distances like that.
Oh, is it a special cable? It's not something you can just pick up somewhere.
I don't even know, to be honest. I don't even look at it. It's not my system.
Oh, I get it.
It belongs to my son, so I don't mess with it. He does all the driving to Starlink and paying that bill. So, and I just borrow it and get.
Lost you again, I think.
Yeah. I said, and I regularly get kidnapped, and then it kidnapped me.
Yeah. So
Excuse-
when you were in Melanie's chat, what was your subject line for the show? What did you want to talk about?
well, I can do it backwards. I was originally thinking, I would be on my own for the first bit. So I was going to open with showing people how to use Notebook LM, like the AI that I've been using.
Oh
But
yeah. I got questions for you about that too.
you do. Cool. Far away. Or do you want to see how it's done first?
Yeah, I'm curious. Like that last one that I really enjoyed, where Yuri Buchanan is the Russian KGB agent.
Oh yeah, that's a different type of AI. I haven't actually
Yeah.
played with that. That was Gabagoo on X. That I don't know where she got it. I think she might have actually made it herself. I'm not sure. I
Well,
actually
I guess what I'm asking is how much input do you have to put in? So say your goal is to get an AI of Yuri Buchanan as a KGB agent. Like what do you have to do? Do you have to like give it suggestions, or does it come up with it on its own?
well, it's a number of things. Like if you want a specific narrative, you kind of got to write it yourself and then give it to the AI, and then the AI will just put the lips on the photos, and it will just have the lips moving. So
Yeah.
um that's one way. Like there's so many different AIs out there, it's difficult to say which one they used for that specific application. um so but like I found one that gives me like 30 seconds of free, which I don't know if you saw that video. The start of one of my AI videos is sort of both of them talking. I can't even
Yeah.
remember what app I was using for that. So the free version only gives you 30 seconds. I mean, like
I mean,
everything,
but I mean the rubber ducky music video, I guess we'll call it.
yeah.
Did you just say rubber ducky song and it just does it, or did you have to put a lot of input into it to create it?
Well, again, you can do the import or not, but like the song's a different thing. So it's a music AI generator. So what you can do is you can I'll pop one up on the screen for you and just show you how that works. I should have some freebies today. Let's have a look. let me pop it on the screen. I'll show you how the song one works. And then we'll jump into the notebook LM. And then once you've got, your sound or your song happening, then you go to a different AI to do, the face effects. So let me have a look here. Which music app was I using yesterday? I must have been using, come on, show me what I was doing yesterday, for Pete's sake. Or it was this morning, wasn't it? I uploaded that this morning, didn't I? Or was it yesterday? Am I there? Am I here?
Oh, yeah, you're here.
Okay. All right. I'm just looking up, one of these. So I'm only using free apps because I'm not prepared to mortgage my house to buy access to the fancier stuff that it can do. It's something like, I don't know, $60 a month if you want the fancier stuff that it can do. So with the imaging, I'm using Hyper AI and Pixverse and Luma Labs. They're all very expensive apps if you want to if you want more than just the and Leonardo.ai. But I can jump into those and just sort of show you. They all work the same way. You get a prompt and you can say to the prompt what it is you would like to do. So here we go. I found the two apps. So let's have a look. Here we go. AI generator for free. All right, let's share this screen. This is the music app first. So present, share screen, AI music tab. There we go. Are we out the way? We are. Cool. You see that?
Yep.
Hello. Okay, cool. When you go quiet, I think I'm actually not here.
No, I'm listening to you, but I'm also in your chat, and I'm watching on my PC, but I'm using my phone to talk to you.
Right, it's showing my real login. God damn it. Okay, so there's two different ways you could do it. You can do it with custom mode, which is here, I want a hip hop song about, okay, chat, give me ideas. What do you want a hip hop song about? It doesn't have to be hip hop. Tell me what you want, guys. We'll have to wait for a minute for them to catch up to us.
My suggestions would be too sarcastic right now off the top of my
Well, be
head.
sarcastic. Come on, we're playing. Be sarcastic. Do you want
The
hip hop?
vindictive O'Keefe family. Mm.
About a vindictive family. It won't know who the O'Keefes are, but tell me,
Garino was a good suggestion too. I'm watching the chat and talking to you.
ducks, corrupt judges. Come on, guys, you got to give me a sentence. Let's go with a vindictive family who sides with the murderers of their loved one.
It's dark stuff.
Right, so maybe we should change the genre. Maybe we should go with gritty. Let's go with gritty hip hop. And tries to sue everybody. How's that?
Yeah.
Anyone got suggestions on something else to add in there? Garino getting hit by a car.
Well, did you hear that? He did. He got hit by a drunk driver.
Gritty, dark, heavy metal you want. All right, we'll change it to that for unlocked. All right, gritty. Let's go dark, heavy metal. Let's see. Drunk Bev at the beach. Grunge. I think gritty, dark, heavy metal is grunge, isn't it, Michelle? All right. Does that sound good? Do we want to generate it? It's going to take a minute. All right.
Why not? This artificial intelligence generation stuff is kind of weird to me. You don't know what it's going to come up with.
Who says otherwise? So we're going to generate a gritty, dark, heavy metal. I forgot to add metal. Song about a vindictive family who sides with the murderers of their loved one and tries to sue everybody who says otherwise. Come on.
Just about sums it up.
Oh, you bitch.
Yeah, it's buffs on screen.
Oh my god. It just blanked it on me. All right. Grifters versus Karen Reed. Lully's hair or the fan. Guys, it just deleted it. I mean, I can't remember what I wrote. So, Scott, I'll rate it. I'll rate to me what you want me to write because we had to start again.
Oh, let me. I'm trying to go back in the chat. I mean, go back in the live so I can read it to you.
Right. See, they don't know the people. If I say mellow or Bev or
okay, ready? So a gritty, dark, heavy metal song about a vindictive family who sides with the murderers of their loved ones and tries to sue everybody who says otherwise.
gritty, dark. Oh, typo. A gritty, dark, heavy metal song about. Go again. About a vindictive.
About a vindictive family who sides with the murderers of their loved ones and tries to sue everybody who says otherwise.
All right. Correct the typo. Now we regenerate. All right. There's another way you can do this, which I'll show you, but yes, we're ready. Generate. Are you serious? Did you see that message? Anyway, it says that my usage limit has been exceeded. Hang on.
That's how they tease you, right? And then you have to start paying for the service after you use it a little bit. Yeah.
And then you got to rewrite the freaking thing in there again. And let me see if I can get one to happen over here. Let's copy that over here.
But anyways, the subject we're talking about kind of goes back to the whole criticism of the Free Karen Reed movement and Turtle Boy, being mean to the O'Keefe family and to the outsiders, or the way the mainstream media portrays that. They make us look like villains because we're critical of the O'Keefe family.
Yeah.
And we don't have sympathy for them, and we don't care about John O'Keefe. They twist it. It's not the issue at all. It's
right.
Peggy, the mother, and Paul, the brother. The way they act is unbelievable to us. We just don't get it. We don't understand why.
They're not behaving like a family who's grieving. They're behaving like a family who have a grudge. They did it from day dot. Karen said as soon as she walked into the house, they treated her badly before they had any evidence of anything otherwise. And
I could look at it from a sympathetic point of view. Like if the wool is pulled over your eyes that severely and you truly believe that, Karen Reed, ran down your brother, ran down your son, I can understand the way they're acting. But of all the truth that's been revealed to the family, we sit here just like with our hands over our head, like what are you people seeing? Don't you get it? Your brother, your son, was unalived in another officer's house, and they've framed this poor woman and blamed it on her. How can you people not see this? That's what the frustration is.
Right. And then I don't know. They've seen at trial is counter to what they originally thought. So it's very frustrating.
And Aiden Turtleboy gets criticized for publicly going after the O'Keefes. I mean, Peggy O'Keefe's been outside of court screaming at Turtleboy and Karen Reed supporters and giving Turtleboy the finger. So she's not exactly acting properly. But,
Right.
you know, that doesn't come out in the news media. All that comes out is a clip of Turtleboy on his live, you know, going after Paul O'Keefe and his behavior, you know, staring down Karen Reed every day of the trial, being a goon.
Right.
So it's gotten nasty, this whole thing. And then when, you know, they file a civil suit against Karen Reed, and you have all this stuff going on right now. Meanwhile, Karen Reed stands to stand trial again in January.
Jesus,
It's a mess.
It's a mess. So my Starlink is so bad today. I'm gonna have to get my son to go out and move it when he gets up.
I don't know if you hear or not. Or you
Oh man, it's bad today. I don't know what the story is. I might need to increase our lag here. Can I do that while we're live? Let's see. Increase under lag. No, it's not going to let me do it while we're live. It's a bugger. And I'm gone again, am I? Nope.
Well, sometimes when you go silent, I think you're just busy typing or something, or I don't know. I don't know if it's a Starlink glitch.
It tells me on the screen, and I can tell you on my way out. I'm going. It's not happening today, but what you're looking at on the screen is all of the music that I produced to create a quacky song.
Yeah, they were funny.
I don't know if it's going to let me, but if I just mute myself, I can just press the play button and give you some of the genres that it suggested, because I didn't type in a genre either. I let it choose the genre itself. So if I'm still here, cool. Let me mute myself and I'll play it for you.
Yellow crack on me, storm the block. Protest in the streets, make the guilty flock. Ducks in formation, silent and bold. Expose the truth, story unfold. Rubber ducks float, they got the squeeze. Telling on the crooks, make them weak in the knees. Guilty sweat bullets, call for the law. Crying around the corner, showing claws. Quack, 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 the rubber duck's back. Justice in the sky, sneaky like a black cat. Demand investigations, witness on the threat. Silence never wins, gotta place your bets.
There you go. I didn't drop
That was
out.
pretty good. That's something like Joe Flipperhead would do. He probably would like that one.
Right. So I ended up going with this one instead because, you know, I've already done the duck. It's a duck track. You've heard that it's a duck track, yeah? Have you heard it?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, you have several versions of the ducky song video.
Right. Well, when I've got one version of it, but I just cut it up depending on how I want to use it. But I decided to do another one, and I just wanted to play with the AI a bit to feed it a different narrative and see what it came up with, and maybe a different genre. And Joe Flipperhead did give me the genre, by the way. But what I ended up with was accidentally the same type of track as the It's a Duck track. And so I selected that. Well, let's play that one, which, you have all heard it already.
Rubber clad army storm the block, protest in the streets, make the guilty flock. Ducks in formation, silent and bold, expose the truth, story unfold. Rubber ducks vote, they got the squeeze.
Figures Starlink is glitching right in the middle of the video.
So there you go. So in that one, I turned off custom mode and I fed it the lyrics I wanted it to sing, which it made to start with. I just changed a few of them that didn't suit the song. So that's essentially what we ended up with. But that's the same sound as the duck tune. So that's why I picked it. I was like, it's the same. It sounds like.
Yeah, these are all AI generated songs that they're not an actual artist, I don't believe. Even though Aussie Starlink pops out, I guess I'm still on here live. It's kind of weird when it goes silent on her end.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my God. It's frustrating today. Like I said, it's good to have a co-host who can actually say some things in the silence.
Well, it's kind of weird, like when you lose your Starlink link, that this live doesn't go down. You know what I mean? Like I can still talk on your live, even though we can't hear you. It's weird.
Right, because it's being run at the server end. But if Starlink takes me down for longer than probably 30 seconds or a minute, then we're screwed. It will disconnect me from, it'll disconnect all of us from the live stream. So fair warning, everyone.
This live is funny. It's like 78 people eavesdropping on a phone call between me and you.
Yep, exactly. So I'll switch over to, that's how the music one's done. Basically, you can turn off custom mode and write your lyrics if you've got them. There's actually AI lyrics generators. Again, you can just type your sentence in there. It'll generate the lyrics. You can change them around a bit, paste them into the music maker, and it will make the song for you. So there's that. And then let's share this one.
We have to do a fundraiser for Aussie to get a tower put up to get her Starlink antenna up high above the trees.
Oh man, I really do want to reconnect the original satellite dish because it works perfectly, but I just can't afford the bill right now. Like I've got so much I'm paying for otherwise. There's just not enough money left at the end of the week. So
I'm ready to cut the cord myself. I spend so much time involved in Free Karen Read and on YouTube, and I don't really watch terrestrial television. I'm ready to get rid of my cable box, just keep my internet service. I don't even watch TV.
yeah. Yeah, I don't have any TV here, so I just got cruddy old internet. But the choice was you can listen to me dropping in and out, and I don't go live. That was the choice, and everyone was like, no, go live, we can handle it. So so that was the vote at the end of the day. So in this one here, this is just generating a podcast, so this is different to the music, although it works on the same theory. You feed it information and then it will create a narrative for you. So what I'm going to do with this one, I'll send it the scribbled document. Let's go create. I'm going to send it the scribbled document by link.
Oh, another Starlink glitch.
Oh, did I glitch again?
Yes.
Sorry. So I just fed it the link for Kevin Albert's investigative report. And it's created a little summary. And now just based on the report alone, you'll get one narrative. But if you add more information to it, you can add information with you can add other websites, you can add YouTube links. The trick with the YouTube, though, is to check if the video that you're trying to share with the AI has a transcript. If it doesn't have a transcript, it's not actually listening to the audio. It reads the transcript and develops a narrative from the transcript. So YouTube videos work good so long as they've got a transcript. You can send it Google Docs, like you can, for example, right click on a web page and send it to print, but instead of sending it to a printer, you can print it as a PDF. And then you can upload PDFs to this, drop it onto the upload sources. You can put files into your own Google Docs and feed it that way through your Google Docs with links. Or you can just paste text. You might want to do like a background story maybe.
It makes you wonder how many students or college kids are using AI to write their thesis.
Right. And that's what the universities are complaining about, that people are writing their theses. Some people are even writing legal arguments, by yeah.
Adam Lally's going right for AI.
Well, you know what? Adam Lally doesn't need AI. The dude talks like a freaking robot with absolutely zero expression in his voice, and his points are flat. Like,
Well, he's taking a back seat. Brennan's taking over for the next trial, if there is one.
oh, look, I really hope that if there is an next trial, he's more riveting to watch and there's some fireworks,
I'm just curious what happens in the Supreme Judicial Court. Are they going to drop charges 1 and 3? Is the next trial just going to be charge 2, manslaughter, that she was originally charged with, if we go all the way back to the beginning?
Yeah. Well, I think Sean McDonough's sources have been pretty on the mark here. And he says that he's got sources saying that Brennan's going to drop 1 and 2.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. No, I mean, that would be wise. I mean, Brennan's no fool.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to have to look up some trials that he's done so I can hear his voice and how engaging he is, because, this is going to be a pretty big trial. And
the thing with Brennan, I think D.A. Morrissey put Brennan in the middle between him and the feds. It's his retort to U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy. I think that's the real game going on here.
yeah, probably. Like, I don't know. There's so much politics behind the scenes.
I mean, there's so many different theories. Like JFK thinks Brennan is Beetlejuice, and
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, Brennan is like some sort of out for D.A. Morrissey, and to come in and fix this and twist this, where my opinion is more like DA Morrissey is putting Brennan in the middle between Morrissey and his boogeyman, U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy, and there's like a big battle going on here. I still haven't quite figured out why Brennan is being hired by DA Morrissey. Brennan's not being hired as a independent prosecutor like Mello was. Like, no, in other words, DA Morrissey had to hire Kenneth Mello as a neutral prosecutor of Turtle Boy because if if DA Morrissey prosecuted Turtle Boy directly, that's an obvious conflict of interest. So you hire an outsider to do your bidding, do your dirty work, to insulate yourself.
Right.
But Brennan was hired to just be an addition to ADA Lally's prosecution team of Karen Reed. He's not an independent.
Right. He's not doing this separately because Lally's still on the team. So
I still haven't quite figured out Michael Morrissey's strategy of hiring Brennan, because he's not hiring him as a special prosecutor. He's not. DA Morrissey's office is not backing off their prosecution of Karen Reed. Brennan is simply an addition to the prosecutorial team.
Right.
That's why I don't quite get all this.
So I'm going to press the play button so we can just hear what narrative the notebook has come up with just based on the investigative report alone. But I'm curious whether the AI is going to pick up that it's related to the Karen Reed case or not. Because the last time I did this, it didn't pick that up, and I had to add my own note in there to say that this is the background. Kevin Albert's the brother of Brian Albert, whose lawn John O'Keefe was found on in the Karen Reed case, and then it picked up that narrative. So, but yeah, let's have a listen and see what it came up with.
Okay, so today we're diving into a case you sent in, and wow, it's a wild one. Law enforcement, internal investigations, a cold case from the 80s. We're talking about Detective Kevin Albert, Canton PD, and this report by attorney Terrence M. Delahanty. Well,
it really gives you a look at how personal behavior can have huge implications in police work, especially with something as serious as
potentially mishandling a service weapon and a badge during a cold case investigation, no less.
Right. And it doesn't stop there. We've got overtime claims, questions about those during this whole thing. Like, it starts as a blast from the past, then boom, we're in the thick of it with departmental policies, potential misconduct, you name it.
Absolutely. And this report, it's incredibly detailed. Interviews, text messages, they even got credit card transactions. It's like putting a puzzle together, Okay, so let's set the scene. July 19th, 2022. We've got Detective Albert and a state trooper, Michael Proctor. They're working this cold case.
Oh, and I should add, this cold case, it was reopened because someone contacted the police with old newspaper clippings. Like, talk about a trip down memory lane, right?
No kidding. So we've got Albert and Proctor. They're interviewing a person of interest, Sandwich, Massachusetts. Seems pretty routine so far.
You'd think so, but here's where things get interesting.
Okay, lay it on me.
After the interview, pit stop. Treehouse Brewing Company. Credit card records show another charge later at a restaurant, Flanders Field.
Wait a second. Drinking on duty. That's a big no-no for Canton PD, isn't it?
100%. Report says it's strictly prohibited, drinking while on duty. Now, Albert says he doesn't remember having a beer at the restaurant, but admits it's possible. Proctor's interview, though, suggests Albert did have a couple during dinner and the Crisprickle. We know for sure there was at least one, maybe two beers at Treehouse.
Okay, so conflicting accounts about the restaurant, but a confirmed beer or two at the brewery, not looking great.
Nope. And this is where it gets really tricky. The report, it digs into whether Albert was intoxicated while carrying his firearm. That's a serious accusation.
And it's not just the drinking, right? There's the whole thing with his badge.
Oh, right. The plot thickens.
Yeah, because what happened with that?
Turns out he left it in Proctor's cruiser.
He just left it.
Apparently. And get this, it wasn't until the next day they're texting. And Albert jokingly asks if he left his gun in the car too.
He's joking. That seems awfully casual about a service weapon, don't you think?
Right. It's what makes this so interesting. Raises questions about like responsible firearm handling, were procedures followed. I mean, even small things, forgetting a badge, it takes on a whole new meaning when we're talking about police work, you know? And then on top of all that, there's the overtime claims he made.
Okay, so we've got the alcohol, the misplaced badge, joking about a firearm, and now we're talking overtime. This is a lot.
And this is where every little detail matters.
Sure.
The report really gets into Albert's overtime claims for that day, especially because of that text, telling Proctor to soak up the overtime.
Yeah, because those stops, like the brewery, the restaurant, that could be a chunk of change in overtime pay if he's clocking in for it.
Exactly. And the report goes through it all. Travel times. How long was that interview? Even like a reasonable dinner break if they're trying to see, do these hours match up?
Wow, they were really looking at every minute.
Hmm.
So after all that, what did Delahanty conclude? Was Detective Albert in the wrong?
The report says he did violate department policy, drinking while on duty, and conduct unbecoming of an officer. But it didn't find enough to say he did anything criminally wrong. No firearms violations, nothing about the overtime being intentionally fraudulent.
So a violation, but not enough to say he was doing it on purpose. That's a tough one.
It is, and it shows you how complicated these investigations are. They have to look at intent, what was going on, even if you didn't mean to do something wrong. Actions have consequences. And here's where it gets even more interesting. The recommendation is that supervisors, not officers, should be the ones managing overtime.
Really? That's kind of surprising. Wouldn't you think officers would keep track of their own time?
You'd think, right?
Yeah.
But this makes me think they're concerned about accountability. Like if the supervisor's in charge of it, that's another way to check things over, keep it above board.
So it's less about one officer maybe taking advantage and more about the system itself, making sure there's no way to misuse it, even accidentally.
Exactly. And this is what's so great about these deep dives. We see what individuals do, but then also, how does the whole system work? You know, makes us think, do organizations have good policies? Are things clear? All of that affects how much the public can trust what's going on.
Makes
I think it glitched again, or did that end?
No, I pressed the stop button because it's pretty vanilla.
I'm listening to the AI duo, and I'm like, wow, these two are way better than Aussie and I.
Well, they need to mix it up a bit, you know, and give you choice of accents and things, I reckon. But you don't get any choices. That's what you get. You just get generate, the button to generate, and you get what you're doing. But you can change what the narrative's going to be like. You can add notes and give it some background information, or you can, oops, I pressed too many. Or you can add links, videos. So what I did the one of the experiments that I did was I fed in every single day of the trial. I think it was law and crime because theirs is all transcripted. So I gave it 35 days of trial, including the hung jury. And it was very vanilla. Like,
Really?
yeah.
Well,
it
like
was
when I saw your video with Yuri as the KGB agent, you know, Aiden had gone live Saturday night, and he was doing his whole reading of the reports, and his accent went from French Inspector Clouseau to German Nazi. He was all over the place. But I was wondering if the AI had picked up on, you know, Turtle Boy's live from Saturday, and that's where the AI came up with the whole Yuri spiel. You know, it's weird how AI works.
Someone wrote, "Here's the script. I want it with a Russian accent," but someone had pre-written that script basically, and then copied it into the AI to get the voice and the mouth happening to that script.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you can say I want it in a Russian accent, or I want it in a German or whatever accent. So I haven't found that AI, but It depends what AI you're after, because there's thousands of them for everything. There's literally thousands for everything.
Why
The only
is there no ominous Aussie accents for like KGB or Gestapo? Uh, Australia doesn't have such entities.
because KGB is Russian, like duh.
No, I'm
No,
just saying, if you're in Australia, like, who are you afraid of to come after you? You know, like, obviously,
yeah.
if you were in USSR, KGB man at your door is bad. If you're in World War II, Germany, Gestapo at your door is bad.
Yeah.
Who are the
Well, here
who are the bad guys of today? Like, who is,
ASIO,
you know?
ASIO. In Australia, it's ASIO, ASIO.
Okay.
I can't even remember what it stands for. Australian Secret ASIO. Australian Security Intelligence Organisation. Them
Alright.
and signals. Them and
Kind of like your version of the Feds or the FBI,
no, they're our version of CIA.
CIA. Okay.
Yeah, like that, that high government. We're gonna start wars with country, that level. Our version of the FBI, like just linked to the DOJ and that stuff. Our version of that is the federal police.
Okay.
So I'm sure that there's 100 different departments in between as well.
What did you think of
About the
Aiden's
federal police.
interview with the gentleman that's doing the whole series on Karen Reed?
Phelps.
Did you watch that? Yeah. Did you watch that?
I actually did a react to it. You're talking about the one on TV's channel?
Yeah.
I did a react video to that. I like screen grabbed it all and tore shreds off the guy.
Well, I was obviously modding live on Aiden's channel, and
I saw that.
he came on there, and the the chat just started attacking the guy. Obviously, we're biased to one side, and he's trying to keep his series that he's about to do neutral, and people in Aiden's chat were like, "What do you mean neutral?" And then they started slamming the guy, and Aiden's live with him, and he can see his chat is like attacking the guy, and
Right.
Aiden's trying to quell the riot that's going on.
And then he stirred it up even more by going, Phelps goes, yeah, nobody outside Canton knows this case, and Aiden was like, oh, hold my beer.
No, I mean, Aiden challenged him a little bit. You know what I mean? But Aiden's kind of in a weird position because he's trying to be nice to the guy, and Aiden has benefits of Aiden benefits from his podcast series being successful because Aiden gets monies from that, but Aiden's all over the place because he sees his audience already hates the guy right off the bat.
Right.
But Aiden's not a scaredy cat. He's gonna challenge him about it, but he doesn't want to go too far. There was a lot of tension going on in that live. I could see it going on in the chat. I could see it in Aiden's face. Even his guest could see the chat. So he's backtracking. Aiden's trying not to not challenge the guy with questions, but Aiden doesn't want to really, piss him off. It was crazy.
Right. And it's clear that Phelps doesn't know the Karen Reed audience, like the way he was talking about the audience, and he was very condescending all the way through. He was condescending towards Aiden, didn't want to call his audience an audience. Whereas if he was talking about Phelps, if Phelps was talking about his own audience, he would have said audience. But he didn't want to say that with Aiden's audience. He was like, he stuttered and stammered, and he was like, "What do you call them?" Like, he went to say followers, and then Aiden corrected him and said turtle riders.
Well, he kept getting on his high horse, and his condescension was glaring. and then Aiden is like loyal to his audience, but he's trying to also be civil to this gentleman. So Aiden was kind of like caught in the middle.
Yeah.
It was crazy. That was one of those times where you're a mod and you're like, oh my God, this is crazy. Like
Like,
what
where
do I
we go
do?
from here? What button do I press?
do I start blocking people that are critical of the guests? Or do
No.
I highlight people that are telling Aiden to go get him? It was crazy.
Right. And I didn't expect Aiden to go after him. I didn't expect Aiden to do anything but to be perfectly polite as he was. So, in my
Starling glitch again. No, I think Aiden was defending the Free Karen Reed people and everybody around the world that's been following in this case. We're well versed. We know all the
and
facts.
vanilla as he wants to be. But at
You
the
you
end
were
of the
glitched
day,
again. You were offline there for a minute.
sorry. He can be as vanilla as he wants. He's not going to convince everybody that the evidence points the way he thinks it does.
Well, I mean, he his high horse and his condescending attitude fired up turtle riders that were in Aiden's chat. Like, no, dude, we know exactly what's going on. We know this entire case inside and out. In fact, tomorrow night, Aiden Turtle Boy is hosting a trivia night where all these people that bought tickets that are going there, he's going to ask the toughest questions, a deep dive into the Karen Reed case, and everybody's going to know the answers. So this guy that's doing this podcast series,
Yeah.
he's basically saying, nobody knows the case and I'm smarter than you and
Yeah.
you can't judge and you have to look at both sides.
And I read the documents.
Yeah,
Like you said,
your little video you did is pointing out that these somebody like him who's very successful, and I'm not criticizing him about the work he does, but he's kind of like behind the ball a little bit. He doesn't get the people that are Free Karen Reed are on top of this dude. Like, we know everything. Like, you can't just say we're unknowing sheep.
Right. Exactly. I've actually got am I here or did I drop off?
No, you're here. Yeah.
Oh, good. I've actually got the Phelps 2 podcasts that he did back in June with Aiden. And I thought maybe we'd like to listen to that and maybe, play a bit and stop it and do some commentary, play a bit and stop it and do some commentary. I don't know. Do you want to do that?
Yeah. No, that's what I thought originally this was going to be when you popped into Melanie's chat.
That's what I did want to do originally. Exactly. But, we needed to hang around a bit and make sure that there was an audience. So maybe if you just like tip the audience on what it is that I'm about to play while I screw around with the audio settings so I can get it to play for you.
Well, is this a previous interview with Phelps that Aiden did or the one that he broadcast the other night?
No, previous, back in June.
Oh, see, I never saw that.
Oh, okay. Well, let me introduce it for you. Pick a topic for just a couple of seconds so I can switch all my audio around. Because it's going to cut me out when I switch the audio. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, no, from what I understand, I mean, Aiden gave a lot of interviews to this Phelps dude. Aiden's going to be highlighted in his podcast series. And so Aiden had him on as a guest to promote the upcoming podcast series. But the guy comes on as a guest on Aiden's Live and he starts being condescending to people in the chat, saying people don't know what they're talking about, and it fired up Aiden's chat. And I think the guy's very intelligent and a great writer, but he's not seeing the big picture. He doesn't realize what Free Karen Reed is, what turtle riders are, what people like you are in Australia, people in the UK. People are all over this.
Yeah.
And he's approaching it like nobody knows nothing yet, and I'm going to tell him what's going on.
Let him, I say. You can hear me now, can't you?
Yep.
Cool. All right, I'm going to test the audio for this first. So let me share this screen. Present. Share screen. Window. Podcasts. All right. You can see that? All right, let me test the audio. Oops, I've lost it. Oh my God, it's in front of me. Hang on. Sorry, guys. It popped a bloody StreamYard popped an icon in front of the tab, so I can't switch to it. Sorry about that. Now, let's see if you can hear this.
It has been said that prison changes a man for better.
Can you hear that? Is it echoey?
Yeah. I could hear it for a second until you started speaking.
Yeah, and it's echoing or it's good?
Sounded good for a second there.
All right. Here we go then.
Better or worse. After almost 16 years in an Ohio prison, Thomas Nuff is released with a new lease on life. Soon, 2 friends of his go missing, and Thomas Nuff is nowhere to be found himself. Then, after a welfare check, a cop discovers one of the most horrific crime scenes the department has ever encountered. My name is M. William Phelps. I'm an investigative.
Sorry, guys, it's ads. Just so you know, there's some ads. There's at least a minute or so of ads before he gets into it. So,
Well, I'm already taking offense to the hyperbolic comment. The most horrific thing Canton PD has ever seen. I don't think so, dude. But anyways, go ahead.
so when I've got screen share on, you can see if I'm dropping out or not, can't you? Or not?
I can only tell when you're dropping out when there's silence.
Oh my God. Am I back yet?
Aussie needs a producer.
I do, eh? God damn it. Have you got it?
I can tell when it's a Starlink glitch or when you're still here, you're just not talking.
Right.
But I know you're here.
So this is frustrating. Have you got a podcast app there? On your
on the screen? Yeah.
On your laptop. Or computer. What are you on?
I'm talking to you on my phone, but I'm watching your YouTube live on my laptop.
Oh, right.
And that's another Starlink glitch. You're back.
Yeah, I know that, and like trying to play this, you guys are gonna have to handle the the dropouts in between. You're gonna miss a couple of seconds here and there, but it's Phelps. Like, I don't think anyone cares. All right, so I'm gonna press the play button again, and we'll get past these ads.
Author of close to 50 books. I've dedicated the past 20 years of my life to helping families of the missing and murdered. Join me. We're crossing the line. And quickly here, before we get started this week, coming soon, I will be releasing my first Crossing the Line with M. William Phelps Presents
limited podcast series, 34 Fairview Road. Look for additional details and the trailer in a few weeks, wherever you get your podcasts and in the show notes. It's April 2017. 44-year-old Thomas Nuff has spent the past 15 and a half years in prison on an aggravated robbery and forgery charge, and has, according to him, reframed and rededicated his life to doing better. He's been gone since May 5th.
No, this is the wrong podcast.
Yeah.
It says Crossing the Line, the Karen Mead murder trial, Michael Proctor, and it's not playing it.
Well, that first time you were playing it, it was the right one. I don't know what happened.
What the hell is going on? Okay, back to July. The Karen Reid trial decision. The Karen Reid with part 2, part 1. Yes, that's what I would like. Thank you.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
This is an ad about vaping. If you can't get through it without craving a vape, you may...
We'll just turn the ad down, shall we?
Yeah.
Vaping's illegal.
Australian PSAs about not vaping. That's great.
Right, vaping's illegal in Australia. We're not allowed to. We can vape flavors, just not nicotine. Am I here?
Yeah, you're here.
Cool. Yeah, you can.
No,
vape.
I mean, I'm reading your chat. Everybody else is on the same ship as me. I don't trust Phelps.
Listening to a true crime podcast can be intense. How about taking it a step further? Immersing yourself in luxury and the real world. True crime. Next year, I'll be hosting a riverboat cruise down the Rhine. Departing journalist and college professor is accused of striking her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, 46, with her SUV as the first flakes of a blizzard in January 2022 started to fall, leaving the poor guy to die in the cold of hypothermia, possibly head trauma. However polarizing he has become, there is nobody who knows this case better.
Sorry?
Possibly, he said.
Possibly.
Head trauma, possibly. No, Mr. Phelps. There was severe head trauma. But anyways, continue.
My God. Have you not read the documents, Mr. Phelps?
Has followed every single twist and turn, done more original reporting than most in the media, and even gone to jail himself because of his involvement, is Dr. Turtleboy, Aidan Kearney, an investigative reporter, blogger from tbdailynews.com. Aidan has a huge following and has been inside the courtroom reporting and commenting in real time on this case, sometimes even stepping outside the courtroom to go live on X and not only report involved in the case. The guy has guts, if nothing else. I'll say that. And so to begin, let's have Aidan explain the whole Turtle Boy thing and what it is he actually does.
So Turtle Boy is a pseudonym that I created in 2014. I used to be a high school teacher, and I had a blog called aidenfromworcester.com with my real name on it. And I have fairly controversial opinions, as you might have seen, and I use colorful language. And as a teacher, that's kind of frowned upon. And I got suspended without pay for 5 days because of the things that I had written on aidenfromworcester.com. And I was on the verge of being terminated. And so I couldn't keep doing it under my real name anymore. So if I wanted to write and be a teacher at the same time, I had to come up with a pseudonym. And so that's where I came up with Turtle Boy Sports because there's a statue in downtown Worcester, or the city I'm from, and there's a funny statue right outside of City Hall of what appears to be a boy fucking a turtle. He's not actually doing though. He's releasing the turtle into the wild, but it looks like he's banging it from behind. It's a funny statue, and like when people come to Worcester, everybody wants to take a picture with the Turtle Boy statue. So what's more Worcester than a blog named Turtle Boy Sports? It was just catchy, and I really like the name. I'm glad I picked that.
Okay, so what happens that night as far as we know right now? It's January 29th, 2022, when prosecutors allege Karen Reed drops John O'Keefe off at a house party in Canton, Massachusetts. This after a night of partying and consuming loads of alcohol at a local Canton bar. When O'Keefe gets out of the vehicle, as the first flakes of a major nor'easter snowstorm begin, the prosecution contends that Karen Reed purposely struck him down with her SUV by backing up as fast as she could, taking him to the ground.
I think that's a Starling glitch.
In the snow with temperatures in the teens.
What's up?
There was just a quick glitch there.
Yep, sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Wind and blizzard conditions in the front yard of a fellow Boston police officer's house, a guy O'Keefe barely knew. The prosecution doesn't even contend that Karen Reed was perhaps drunk and unknowingly hit O'Keefe and drove away. That would be manslaughter, incidentally. They believe Karen Reed purposely murdered John O'Keefe with intent out of spite and malfeasance. Turtle Boy gave me a bit more context and detail regarding what I just described.
Okay, John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer who died on January 29th, 2022. And Karen Reed was, at the time, his girlfriend, who has subsequently been charged with murdering him and indicted. This story was originally reported in the press when it first came out, but then people kind of forgot about it. She was initially charged with manslaughter. 4 months later, those charges were upgraded to second-degree murder. And, it was kind of assumed that she did it because there were reports in the press early on that there was ring camera footage of it and that she had made confessions at the scene in which she said, I did it, I did it, I did it. So it seemed like a pretty open and closed case. And then I forgot about it, to be honest. Then in April of 2023, news came out about a Google search. Somebody that was inside the house where John's body was found on the front lawn of, named Jennifer McCabe, had Googled at 2:27 in the morning that night, how long to die in cold. Keep in mind that the people inside that house, they'd gone to the bar that night and they were supposed to come back to the house for an after party. And they'd been invited there. This woman, Jennifer McCabe, the one who Googled that, was the one who invited him there. And the house is owned by a Boston police officer named Brian Albert. Karen's story is that she dropped John off there. He went inside. She waited for him to text her back and say everything's fine. And that didn't happen, so she went home.
Still, all of that said, there is so much that happens the night before O'Keefe dies. I need to unpack all of that before Turtle Boy gets down even further.
Do you pause that?
And on both sides. Some see Turtle Boy as a crackpot, a guy looking to make a name for himself here, a conspiracy theorist. I am unconcerned with social media types and what they believe about him, this case, Karen Reed, or anything else for that matter. Their opinions mean absolutely nothing. Turtle Boy's reporting, despite who he is on a personal level, speaks for itself. No honest person can deny this. On that night, January 28th, heading toward midnight, January 29th, Karen Reed and her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, whose relationship is a bit volatile and teetering on the edge of implosion at the time, meet a group of people they know at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton, Massachusetts. Both Reed and O'Keefe are fairly lit and had consumed more than 6 drinks each. Nobody can dispute that. That after party I mentioned is at the home of Boston cop Sergeant Brian Albert, who lives in Canton. Others from the bar that night are also meeting up at the Alberts, and there are several people already at the Albert house when everyone arrives. Why would Karen drop off John O'Keefe and not go inside herself and continue partying?
Well, first of all, she's 42 years old, and she's not going to go to an after party and play beer pong. It's 12:30. She's a grown-up. And there's also 2 kids at home that John is in charge of, that John adopted, his niece and nephew, whose parents previously died. And Karen did not want to go to a party and stay out there all night. She was tired, wanted to go home, and the kids were at home, and so she agreed to do that.
What happens as Karen drops off O'Keefe? Remember, the storm, which will become a major blizzard, is just developing. There's not much snow on the ground as of yet as Karen drops off John.
So she drops him off in front of the driveway, and he jumps out and runs inside the house. She then pulls up. There's a truck behind her driven by a guy named Richie, and there's a guy in there in the truck named Ryan Nagel as well. And they're there to pick up Ryan Nagel's sister, Julie, who had asked for a ride home. And so because the truck was in back of them, she pushed up about 15 yards in front of a fire hydrant and a flagpole and just waited there for John to text her back. And the testimony of Ryan Nagel and Richie, the truck driver, was that by the time they got there, Karen was alone in the car. Her interior lights were on. They could see that no one was in the car with her and no one was outside of the car. So according to their testimony, John had to be in the house because he was not inside the vehicle. And so if he went in that house at all, Karen Reed is innocent. Everybody agrees on that point. If he ever went in the house, then Karen Reed could not possibly have run him over, and he must therefore have been killed inside the house. The contention is that the McAlberts, as we call them, the McCabe's and the Alberts, all say their story is simple. John never came in the house.
Contention.
You can stop the podcast as often as you want, Scotty. Interrupt away.
Well, I mean, Phelps, he tries to give respect to Turtle Boy, but he also slams him at the same time. If you read between the lines, it drives me nuts.
He's talking out of both sides of his face, isn't he?
I just find him one of these guys that's on his high horse, condescending. He wants Turtle Boy's story to make money for himself.
I know it must be
he can't help but throw shade on Turtle Boy, and as a loyal turtle rider, it pisses me off.
Yeah. I find him very condescending as well, although I'm finding he's a little bit more subdued in this one. I wasn't expecting that. I haven't listened to this, by the way. This is the first time I've heard it.
No, I'm hearing it for the first time too.
Yeah, cool. And no, this is not the whistleblower. The whistleblower is happening next week. So we're organising between her work and, Australia's time schedule. So the whistleblower is next week, probably Monday, if we can help it.
I mean, the turtle haters, that's what they do. Oh, he's the blogger. He's, too crude and rude, and pay no mind to him. Instead, pay attention to the mainstream media, or pay attention to me on my high horse, William Phelps. I'm way above Turtle Boy. But meanwhile, Mr. Phelps wants to make money off of Turtle Boy.
Yeah. Absolutely. Apple's paying him just as they pay me for my music on there. So, right. Shall we resume? You can rant anytime. Anytime. Start ranting and I'll press the pause button.
Well, I have to stop him like every other sentence. That won't work.
If we have to stop him every other sentence, then we do. I mean, I'm finding it a lot less frustrating than the thing the other night on Turtle Boy's channel, but it's definitely less frustrating for me. But if you feel like reading, start reading, and I'll try to hit the pause button real quick, okay? Oh, did I drop out?
No, you're here. You're here.
All right.
Turtle Boy mentioned. It is definitely a word that describes the events of that night within this crucial moment of the case, when Karen Reed drops John O'Keefe off. Everything hinges on this moment for the most part. True, if O'Keefe ends up inside the Albert house, there's no way Karen Reed could have run him down and killed him with her SUV. And according to Karen, she drops him off and drives straight home. Who is Brian Albert? A friend of John O'Keefe's? Acquaintance? Neighbor? Fellow cop? All of the above? To understand this case and all that happens, it's important to understand Brian Albert and his relationship with John O'Keefe, and in truth, Albert's relationship within the community of Canton, Mass at large.
Brian Albert is a Boston police sergeant who's been on the job for 29 years. He was on a show called Boston's Finest. He's on the fugitive unit, big tough guy. He's a boxer for the Boston boxing, whatever. The Albert name in Canton is a big name. John O'Keefe was, another Boston cop, but they didn't even know each other because the force is really big. And he puts ankle bracelets on sex offenders. So he's not like a big shot in the Boston Police Department, whereas Brian Albert is. And the Albert family name in Canton is a really big name. He's the oldest, I believe, of 7 children. And they're all, like, his brother Chris is a selectman. His other brother Kevin is a detective with the Canton Police Department. And so this is a family with influence and power. And their kids are all the best in sports. They all have like 4 kids who are always captains of the football team, just like they were. These people were born and raised in Canton themselves. They're basically the mayor of Canton. And to show you how, kind of powerful they are, like Chris Albert is a MAGA guy, right? He's a Trump supporter. And this is a town where Biden won 65% of the vote. But Chris Albert, a complete moron who went to jail for 6 months in 1994 for killing a man in a hit and run accident, that it was his fault. A person like this with this sort of personal baggage who supports Donald Trump in an ultra liberal town unseated the incumbent, who is a liberal Yale Law School graduate attorney. And that's how powerful the Albert name is in town. It transcends politics. And so they're really important people in town, and Brian Albert is a known hothead. He's a tough guy. There's going to be 2 witnesses for the defense that are going to testify, other Boston cops, that Brian Albert punched him in the face at a Christmas party. And so he's known for having a temper.
That community dynamic within this group of people is, in my opinion, a major factor. And please keep in mind, we have not yet even gotten to the injuries John O'Keefe sustained on that night or the investigation. But I want you to ponder a question as we continue. If someone kills another person with their vehicle, what kind of injuries would you expect to see at the least? Keep those thoughts in mind.
Ron definitely, I think, wanted to, hang out with the Alberts because that was cool, but Brian barely knew who he was. They had just met the week prior for the first time. There were a couple issues between O'Keefe's and the Alberts, particularly Colin Albert. Colin Albert is the son of Chris Albert, the pizza shop owner and the selector. And so he's Brian's nephew. Colin is a 17-year-old, just a punk, and captain of the football team at Canton High School. He was on Bridgewater State football at the time. There's multiple TikTok videos out there of him threatening, and they've been played at trial where he threatens to knock people out, right? And so he was John's neighbor for a while, and John reportedly had issues with him because Colin was throwing beer cans on his lawn and just getting mouthy with them and being a punk. And so although Brian, to our extent, Brian and John had no animus towards each other, there was animus between Colin, who was in the house, although they dispute that, and John O'Keefe, and another guy in the house named Brian Higgins, an ATF agent who we have found out in this trial had romantic interests in Karen Reed. and the two of them said a lot of flirtatious messages.
That might be a glitch in Starlink.
Sorry, guys. I
You're
dropped
back.
out. Yeah, how much did you miss? Brian Albert doesn't know Colin Albert. That's what he said. Hang on, I'll take it back a little.
What's so frustrating about this Phelps guy, he wants everybody to go way back. Like you haven't seen the movie yet and start talking to you as if you haven't seen the movie.
Right.
That's
Right.
what frustrates us listening to him.
It's still assuming that nobody's heard of this trial. I mean, this is back in July, so everyone was riveted to the trial at that point.
I mean, that's what we're done with the two-side fence sitter people. We're done. Like we're way past you, dude.
Right.
You're approaching this as if you met somebody in the desert that never heard about the case, and you're gonna report on it, and you're intelligent, and you're gonna explain to the plain folk what's going on here. But we're sitting here listening to him with our hands over our head, like, really, dude? What are you talking about?
Right. Fucking moron. Yeah, he's frustrating to be sure. All right.
This trial had romantic interests in Karen Reed, and the two of them said a lot of flirtatious messages. They I guess in the garage.
I took it back
and
a little.
She kind of ghosted him.
Let me just unpack what Turtle Boy explains there in a little bit more detail. Brian Albert, the Boston sergeant, doesn't know John O'Keefe well, but Colin Albert does. It appears that Colin Albert and John O'Keefe had a beef, did not like each other, and had some problems in the past. Then there is ATF agent Brian Higgins, someone whose story I think becomes an important part of understanding what could have taken place. Higgins and Karen were sweet talking one.
Another glitch, I believe.
Sorry, if you missed it, Karen ghosts Higgy.
Off.
In my opinion, reading those text messages, Karen just kind of wanted to feel good about herself, a little ego boost, because I think John was like the most desirable guy in town. Women wanted him, and it was very obvious. And she's probably a little insecure about that, in my opinion. And so she's like, well, I still got it too. Like, look at me turn this guy on and then not sleep with him. And so, because she ghosts him in the end, there's motive for Brian Higgins there as well, who's also in the house, because he has a romantic interest in Karen. So I don't know what happened. Nobody knows for sure, when John went in that house, what happened. We'll never know, because a proper investigation never happened.
In some ways, that's the entire case right there. The investigation. When we get into this investigation and break it down, I think you might agree that the things that were done and not done have sunk this case, if the prosecution had one to begin with. I have watched a lot of this trial in real time as it unfolds. There are no less than a half a dozen reasons alone within the investigation to stop this trial now, declare it a miss, and either retry Karen Reed or let her go. But the prosecution has, in a sense, locked itself into this narrative of a vindictive vixen looking to kill her boyfriend in the most incredibly incompetent way imaginable. The prosecution has found itself in so deep, have taken this too far, in other words, and so they need to see it through. I definitely do not agree with everything he has to say, nor at times his delivery and his...
We don't care, dude.
No, I mean, I got to give him credit. He kind of sort of has it right there. But what Phelps is saying is, and this is what aggravates a lot of us. Oh, it was just incompetence, a bad investigation. DA Morrissey should just drop the case and everybody walk home. No, no, this case was not incompetence. It was
No,
cover up from the get-go.
I liked Melanie's description, weaponized, was it Melanie? Weaponized incompetence. It
So
might have been Andrea that said it, actually.
if you look at it from DA Meatball Morrissey's perspective, from the McAlbert's perspective, the worst case scenario is, oh, well, you know, we couldn't convict Karen Reed. There was some mistakes made in the investigation. Everybody can go home now. Meanwhile, who unalived John O'Keefe? Wait a minute, back up.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't an incompetent investigation. It was a cover-up from the get-go.
Right. Yeah, and he doesn't seem to want to acknowledge that. Like, you can hear him battling it in his own brain. Like, it's almost loud, like you can hear it.
No,
he doesn't want to say, oh,
no, he understands it. He's an intelligent man. He gets it, but he's afraid. He's afraid to say straight up, it's a cover-up. He won't do it. Because
he'll lose his sources. And he's
because now he's told that now if he does that, all of a sudden he's right with Turtle Boy. He's part of Free Karen Reed. He's afraid.
Right. And I don't think he's just afraid of being associated with FKR. I think he relies, just like most media, they rely on their sources. If they've got departmental sources who are giving them information from the inside, then they, toe the line mostly. And the way he is towing line, you can hear it you can hear his brain ticking. He knows the go. He knows it was a cover-up, but he can't say it because he's got to protect those sources. He's got to protect what, who he is in this.
Well, the same reason that the mainstream media
exactly
it won't say it's a cover-up, because for the mainstream media to come out and even accuse that a cover-up, now we're questioning our government, we're questioning our court system, we're questioning the propaganda that comes out of the mainstream media. And somebody like Phelps is mainstream media, and he's not going to go there. He's just not.
There's a lot behind that too, because it's currently one party in power. Then their media outlets, the ones who support them primarily, are only going to give one view of it. If it's the government has screwed up and it's the opposing party that's in power, they're going to be happy to cover it. But right now it's most of the media's favorite party, so they're not going to cover it. So there's also that going on in the background as well.
It's just like the Proctor texts and all the stuff the FBI has revealed, inverted videos being brought into a trial. These people are being caught at their corruption. So that their easiest way out of it is to just laugh it off and say it's incompetence. And that's condescending and disrespectful to the people that know this case. No, It's not incompetence. This was a massive cover-up. So if you go back to DA Michael Morrissey's hostage video from August 2023.
Yeah.
Where he gets out there and says, oh, you people are all crazy. There's no way Canton police and state police are corrupt, and there's no way this is a cover-up. Listen to your regular news and stay aligned to the state. These Free Karen Reed people are nuts.
Yeah.
Bad-mouthing and name-calling of those involved in this case, and especially the victim's family. But please listen to what Turtle Boy describes about this investigation.
The people who were inside that house were never questioned. Like most of them. Like the only ones who questioned were Brian Albert, his wife Nicole, Matt McCabe, and Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe is Nicole Albert's sister, so Brian Albert's sister-in-law, the one who Googles how long to die in cold. But there was a whole bunch of other people in that house. A woman named Sarah Levinson, who's a nurse, Juliana Nagel, Ryan Nagel's sister was inside that house, Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert. There's a whole bunch of witnesses who were never questioned. They were never brought down to the police station. They were never treated as suspects, and they never had their home searched, despite the fact that a dead Boston cop was found on their lawn. And they, by the way, never came outside. They never came outside the house when a dead Boston cop was on their lawn that morning. They claimed they slept through the whole thing, even though they own a very aggressive German shepherd named Chloe, who would likely be barking her face off. And, mind you, John has on his right arm what appear to be dog bites.
I need to take a break here. When we come back, we'll talk about what Karen Reed does that next morning when she wakes.
Starlink glitch.
Sorry, you
Yeah.
missed him say, and why the suspicion turned to Karen and somebody wanted him dead. Sorry.
It just frustrates me so much. The mainstream media and even somebody as successful as Phelps, they just can't go there. They can't ever criticize the government, the system, the trial court system, the police.
And they're
They
supposed
just-
to, like,
They
the
will
media-
they will go to the ends of the earth not to go there. Instead, oh, this was just incompetence. It
Right.
drives me insane.
Me too. Like, if you go back about, and I go back to the Vietnam War, an Australian journalist, a proper investigative journalist, just like TB, he called out all of the media through the Vietnam War because they did the same thing then. They basically they got on board with the government. They were just punching the government narrative, and that was kind of where it's hard to explain now because I'm trying to summarize a 3-hour documentary for you that John Pilger did. And he covered more than just the Vietnam War, but apparently, during the Vietnam War, a lot of people were against war. The media just kept punching it and punching it and punching it because they were pro-government. They're just pro whatever. And then what happened over the years after that was it completely deteriorated to the point where they're no longer the fifth estate. And John Pilger, to his dying day, stuck to the fifth estate. That is, the media's role is to call out corruption and call out the government and question what they're doing and why they're doing it. So, these are the people that we need, that we no longer have in media, is, people like Turtle Boy.
Yeah, there's nobody left in mainstream media that's going to come directly at government corruption.
Right.
They just don't do it. They'll find any other possible storyline, but they're not going to directly, like in Boston, we've discussed this before. Your major TV news outlets, there's only one or two that are even dipping their toes into the waters of the possibility of corruption.
Right.
As far as print media,
Yeah.
Boston Globe's never going to go there. Massachusetts
No.
government is perfect. Boston Herald, you got writers like Howie Carr that'll kind of go there.
You watch when Trump gets into power. I'm saying when, because I've been watching the polls. It's not if, but anyway, they're just going to switch. They're going to go all hard in on the government. You watch, they're going to completely be the opposite.
Yeah. I don't know. I just look at somebody like this Phelps dude. He saw that Karen Reed became a big thing. And it's almost like he's a grifter, grabbing on to the caboose of the train.
Yeah.
And he's trying to,
Catch up.
start from the beginning. It's like, okay, I'm in season 6 of The Sopranos and you just started watching season 1. I'm way ahead of you. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to talk to me like I haven't even seen any of the shows yet. No, I'm in season 6, dude. I'm way ahead of you.
Right. Exactly. He's definitely the opportunist. All right, we'll continue.
Crossing the line wherever you get your podcasts. Don't forget to leave a review of the show, especially on Apple Podcasts.
Shut up with your ads.
Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that Karen Reed drops her boyfriend off at this after party and goes home. What we know is that by 4:30 that next morning, Karen is distraught because John O'Keefe had not come home and is not answering his cell phone. So Karen calls a woman named Jennifer McCabe, a truly polarizing figure within all of this. Jennifer McCabe had been drinking with family and friends at the Waterfall Bar in Canton on that January 28th, 2022 night when O'Keefe and Reed arrived and joined the group. Jennifer McCabe's sister and brother-in-law, Nicole and Brian Albert, invited her as well over to that after party at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, where O'Keefe was ultimately found dead.
At 4:53, she wakes up John's niece, Kaylee, and says, you have Jen McCabe's number? Can you call her? Because Jen invited him over there, and I dropped him off, and where the hell is he? Never came home. So she calls Jen McCabe, who is awake for some reason, never went to bed that night, according to her Apple Health data, and after a night of drinking. And she said, where's John? Oh, I thought he was with you. He never came in the house. Where could he be? And so they agree to go searching for him. Karen is seen backing out of her garage and hitting John's Chevy Traverse in a parking lot. When she drives out, there appears to be a small but not completely shattered taillight, like a small crack in the taillight.
I have seen this video, and this becomes so very important in the case. Karen definitely hit John O'Keefe's vehicle while backing out early that morning. Not hard, not going fast, but it is clear she hit that vehicle. And it is a broken light on the back of Karen's SUV that ultimately becomes one of the most controversial and shouldn't.
Starlink glitch.
Explains this broken taillight is seen as evidence that she backed into John O'Keefe, smashing into him and shattering that same taillight. The only damage, I should know, to Karen's vehicle.
Now, though, they're saying the taillight is completely destroyed, like looks like a bomb hit it. But when you look at that surveillance, she clearly hits the car, and then you see a crack in it. There's a light missing in one part. And so she goes to Jen's house. She meets up with her there, and they meet up with Carrie Roberts, another woman named Carrie Roberts, a friend of John there, who had been alerted to him being missing. And the three of them go back to John's house to search it one more time. Like, maybe you missed him, Karen. Her attorneys believe this is a delay tactic on Jen McCabe's part, because John, where was John really? John was on the front lawn of Brian Albert's house dying. He wasn't dead yet. And the longer he stays on there, how long to die in cold, which she Googled at 2:27, the better the chances he will never wake up and he will never tell what happened to him.
Let's get into this Google search Turtle Boy mentions. Jennifer McCabe's phone logs a Google search on January 29th at 2:27 a.m., a time when Karen is presumably sound asleep, and that search is for, get this shit, quote, "Hoss long to die in cold," end quote. She spelled how wrong, a typo.
Just on Scott's point there, I understand why he did it too. So I've been listening to Better O talk about, like, he appears on a lot of these programs generally as a defense attorney, and sometimes he's appearing because he's a defense attorney for whoever the show is about at the time. So listening to what Better O says about that, he thinks any publicity is good publicity, just as Scott has just said. But on the same token, anyone who watches this who watches the trial that just went by. I don't know about the next trial. We don't know what arguments they're going to make or how they're going to present it. But in the last trial, anyone watching it is going to see the same thing that all of us have seen. It's not going to be people taking sides. They're just going to look at the evidence and go, just like we did. So that's why I think TB's doing it, because, you know, he's got someone smart like Bettero on his team, and Bettero gets it. So
Yeah, I mean, Turtle Boy's trying to, you know, make a little cash here. And, you know, Phelps has a huge platform.
I don't think Turtle Boy is interested in the cash. He'd have done this for free. Simply because
No, he would have, but he gets the ancillary benefit of getting a little bit off of this. But, you know, I don't know this Phelps guy. I guess he has a big, huge audience, and I'm new to true crime and all of this. Before Karen Reed came along,
at least you're honest.
I didn't watch any of this stuff. So I guess it's a big thing, you know, true crime and trauma. And Phelps has a huge audience. Maybe a lot of those people don't know the Karen Reed case, and maybe some of this is, you know, beneficial.
Yeah.
But when I listen to Phelps, you know, he drives my blood pressure through the roof.
Me too. But I do understand why TB's doing it. Like, you know, as Bettero has said, the more eyes, the merrier. And people aren't going to sympathize with the family just for the sake of sympathizing. Most people with a level head on their shoulders is going to see this as the right person has to be punished for the crime. Most people understand that.
And I'm not even saying Phelps is doing a bad job, because I'm listening to this and reading it, and I'm like, yeah, good point. Yep, he's getting it. But just when he should go that extra step, he backs off.
Sorry.
Just when Phelps is very intelligent, he's a good writer, and he's doing a good job, and he gets a lot of what's going on here. But just when he's gonna cross, and I laugh because his thing is called crossing the line. Well, guess what, Mr. Phelps? You will not cross the line.
We know you won't.
You stay in your safe zone.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, that's actually a personality thing too. I know a lot of people who would rather stay in their safe zones. Like, you know, when my grandma's always stressing about what I'm saying online. she's a safe zone type of.
No, I mean, he wants to remain, you know, popular. So he doesn't want to become a turtle boy. He doesn't want to be somebody that's bombastic and criticizing the government or the police. He wants to stay neutral, stay back behind his line, and report intelligently and keep his large audience. But he doesn't want to cross the line, and that's why, again, crossing the line makes me laugh. That's the title of his thing.
Exactly. I Ain't Crossing No Lines by William M. Phelps.
That's what it seems like to me.
Right.
The W is above the S on the keyboard. So that search is for how long to die in cold. And then she does another search at 6:23 a.m., which is almost identical. How long to die in cold. The first one at 2:27 a.m. has been deleted from McCabe's phone. Those are indisputable hard facts.
I wonder if he's going to call those.
No. The state disputed those facts. They denied Greeno scrubbed their phone. They brought in two experts to try to disprove Jen McCabe's 2:27 a.m. Google search, how long to die in cold. The state denied everything you just said they accepted, Mr. Phelps.
But this is in June. This episode is in June, so just keep that in mind. I'm wondering if when he redoes this, he's redoing the program now because the trials happen, and That's
Yeah,
now
I'm forgetting when this was recorded, but still,
right.
it's all frustrating. It's like,
So he's saying, okay, that's an indisputable fact, but I'll bet you $100 in the new episode he doesn't say that.
oh no, he's going to say the state brought in experts, disputed the facts. We can't tell if Jen McCabe's 2:27 a.m. search happened or not. Trust the state. You know what I mean? That's the road I
Yep.
see him going down.
Yeah, exactly. Now that he's got some arguments that are that put shade on what Turtle Boy has said in this one, I think he's gonna do I think he's gonna do a backpedal on some of the things he has said here. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
The data backs up that evidence. The Commonwealth then puts up a witness talking about how that Google search was never done. It was an open website tab.
Wait, was that June? It probably was, because the trial started in April, didn't it?
Yeah, but that Google search, you know, when Alan Jackson had his cell phone experts get a hold of Jen McCabe's phone.
Yeah,
So I think it was back in April of 2023 is when all that info dropped. So Trooper Garino had hid Jen McCabe's phone.
Right.
But when Alan Jackson's cell phone experts got a hold of it, that's when they discovered the 2:27 a.m. house long to dying cold. That's when Turtle Boy's first story broke on the Karen Reed cover-up. So Phelps would have known about that at this time.
Yeah, sure. And he just talked about who was on the stand. So obviously this is just after everything was aired on the stand. So interesting.
I mean, it's obvious that this search was typed into her phone according to the documentation, which to me is really all that matters here. What does the data say? But all that being said, if this is not reasonable doubt, what is? Near 6 a.m.
Aussie, stop.
Yeah.
So he's saying back then when this was recorded, okay, when the bombshells released by Alan Jackson about the truth of Jen McCabe's phone, and there's proof that Garino hid the fact that she deleted all these phone calls and messages.
Yeah.
He's basically saying what we've all been saying forever.
It's reasonable.
House long to dying cold at 2:27 a.m. If it's a fact, and I believe it's a fact, Free Karen Reed believes it's a fact, it sinks this entire case. It's done.
There's literally nobody who will, in the computer world, who will say it's not a fact. Everyone
that fact is the most incriminating fact ever. That proves Jen McCabe is part of this cover-up. It proves the whole cover-up. So the state went out of its way, hired two experts, one from Canada with a UK accent, and the other one with a tower on her head. And they spent how many hours on the stand trying to disprove Jen McCabe's search, how long to dying cold, at 2:27 in the morning, because DA Morrissey's office had to disprove that at all costs, or his whole case is gone. And oh, by the way, not only is Karen Reed not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, obviously, these people that conspired to hide the murder of John O'Keefe are on the witness stand.
I know, it's shocking. Completely shocking. I mean, that's the biggest story here. Like, he could be taking that he could be taking that further and appealing to that audience, like that these people not only fooled the guy's family, but they're on the stand now testifying. So I mean,
That was the most aggravating thing of watching this entire trial.
it was, wasn't it?
They were parading one after another co-conspirators that know the truth of John O'Keefe's fate. They either saw it happen or they were involved in the cover-up. Meanwhile, they're all standing there on the stand, finger pointing at Karen Reed, trying to blame her for it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's the biggest story I would have been writing about. I mean, that's why TV's doing it, isn't it? Because that's the biggest story. Who's got the most viewership?
And then Vinnie Politan is on court TV. I've never seen this before. There's 200 people in front of the court holding signs. Why are they so angry? This is crazy. Yeah. Well, that's why, Vinny, because we know this is a cover-up, and you got witnesses on the stand that were involved in John O'Keefe's murder, and they're blaming Karen Reed for it. Don't you think we're going to be upset?
Because the masses aren't near as dumb as you want them to be. That's the problem here. We're supposed to be dumb. We're supposed to just go, oh, like the jury did.
So we've been out there since July of 2023 holding signs saying Karen Reed's being framed. Our government is corrupt. Our police are corrupt. D.A. Morrissey is corrupt. So now here we are in October of 2024, and I'm supposed to listen to William Phelps, and he's saying, oh, hold on. We have to look at this. You people are dumb. We have to go do a deep dive, and I know better than you. And we have to respect the police and the government. And no, dude, we're not listening to you.
Right. Yeah, well, he's a freaking TV star, has been. Look, it says it here. It's first season of the Showtime cable TV series Dexter. So, that's his background. But yeah,
but I digress because my blood pressure is gonna just go through the roof.
Do you need to take a blood pressure
pill?
Or
We can continue to listen to this, but it's just gonna get me angry.
Are actively searching for John O'Keefe, and that's when they find him dead on the front lawn of the Albert House.
And so they go out finally searching again around 5:50. They get to the house at 6 o'clock. She sees him on the front lawn, like it was impossible to miss. There's not trees or anything there, just a very flat lawn. Immediately sees him, jumps out, and tries to save his life, but there wasn't much blood there, considering that he had allegedly bled out on the lawn. They're making all sorts of noise, and then there's Jennifer McCabe's call log. Jennifer McCabe's call log shows that at 6:07 and at 6:08, she called her sister, Nicole Albert, who lives in the house. And then Nicole Albert answered the phone at 6:07 and 6:08, and they talked for about 8 or 9 seconds each time. And those calls have since been deleted. Now, the prosecution claims that those calls went to voicemail, because if those calls were answered by Nicole Albert, that means she was alerted about the dead body on her front lawn and didn't come outside, which is extremely suspicious. So the prosecution, who is kind of acting as the defense attorney for Jennifer McCabe, says, no, that's just voicemail. Those are unanswered calls. But unanswered calls come up as unanswered calls on the data. And that came up as an answered call. And they said they spoke for 8 seconds. And so they're just lying. They're gaslighting us. They're telling us things that are on reports aren't actually there. They're also telling us that the 227 Google search that Jennifer McCabe did for How Long to Die in Cold, she didn't actually do that. It's the first time I've ever heard police or a district attorney's office.
Starlink glitch. Aussie needs a tower for her Starlink receiver. Wow, this is a long one. We lose Aussie altogether. Oh, she's back.
I got my morning face on. It's like 3 a.m. now, and I'm tucked up in bed. So just so you all know, what the hell happened?
Oh,
Where did we
yeah. It's 3 a.m.
lost?
your time, right? Wow.
Where did we get lost? We got lost at Total Boy saying, hang on, let me take it back a little bit. Sorry, like I said, if it knocks me out for like a minute or longer, I'm disconnected. But if it knocks me out for longer than that, I don't know how long you can stay in there. So
Oh, I'm here, but like we're in the middle of a Turtle Boy interview, and then you go dark on me. I don't know what to say.
same thing you always do. You do very well. You do very well. You're my second best host as far as like holding the fort while I'm gone. I say second best because Abby has just been so wonderful with helping with the marketing and keeping the analytics happening, and she's doing some proposals for me at the moment for sponsorship. So she's awesome, but so are you. You're both awesome. Anyway, let's resume. I took it back a little bit because I don't know where I lost you. So
The prosecution, who was kind of acting as the defense attorney for Jennifer McCabe, says, no, that's just voicemail. Those are unanswered calls. But unanswered calls come up as unanswered calls on the data. And that came up as an answered call. And they said they spoke for 8 seconds. And so they're just lying. They're gaslighting us. They're telling us things that are on reports aren't actually there. They're also telling us that the 227 Google search that Jennifer McCabe did for How Long to Die in Cold, she didn't actually do that. It's the first time I've ever heard police or a district attorney's office say that a Google search is not accurate, and a deleted Google search at that. I don't even know how to delete a Google search, but she deleted it. And she then, at 6:24, she Googled How Long to Die in Cold again, and she spelled it the wrong way again. And the theory is that she believed that she could somehow mask or override or hide the previous Google search, which she realized was incredibly incriminating, if she did it again.
A big question for me, as someone who has studied murder for 25 years and has seen what motor vehicles can do to a human body, is how did Karen Reed, if we are to believe the prosecution, murder John O'Keefe with her Lexus LX 570, a 6,000-pound plus SUV? How did she do it? To kill a person with a vehicle, you have to hit them at a general rate of speed and hit them in specific areas of the body: head, torso, etc. Remember, the back taillight, from the prosecution standpoint, is the section of Karen's vehicle that we could call the bullet, the Lexus, her weapon. So what prosecutors and the state police are saying is, she let John out at the Albert House, and when he walked around the back of her vehicle, she jets forward 60 plus feet, then puts it in reverse, guns the accelerator, and smashes him in the right spot. All, mind you, while he just stands there and takes it. The assertion by prosecutors is that Karen got her vehicle up to 24 miles per hour by pulling forward that 60 plus feet ahead and flooring the accelerator in reverse.
So I recreated that. I'm like, can you even reach 24 miles an hour and 62 feet? So I went to 34 Fairview Road and I did a test, and I parked my car. We measured 62 feet out, and I gunned it as fast as I could. Perfect weather, by the way. No, and I'm not drunk. There's no snow. I got to 14 miles an hour. I felt like I was going to die. Like, it's that, try going over 10 miles an hour in reverse. It's like a roller coaster. And so then I'm like, let's gun it a little faster. I got to 17. Finally, on my third try, as fast as I could, pedal to the metal, got to 19 miles an hour. Also, on my first try, I ran out over the curb and ran onto the lawn. So, because the road curves, but that didn't happen with Karen. So they would have us believe that Karen Reed, in the middle of a blizzard, while drunk, was able to reach a speed that I couldn't reach in broad daylight and perfect weather in the summer, and turn her car right at the perfect moment and somehow hit John, caused no injuries to him whatsoever from the nose down, no injuries to her car except for a broken taillight, and that a single person, there's 11 people inside that house, not a single one of them saw or heard it happen, and not a single one of them, when they left, saw his body on the front lawn.
Look, call Turtle Boy a nuisance in this case. Favorable to the defense and Karen Reed's team. Unhinged. Someone who says inappropriate things and speculates at times. But can you argue with him on that last statement? Let's move on to the point after John O'Keefe's body is found and what happens. EMS and fire and police are called after John's body is found. And this is where the prosecution believes Karen Reed admits culpability.
There was a firefighter there named Katie McLaughlin, who was the only person in the charging documents who heard her say, according to her, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I have to back that up because for those who probably haven't seen the videos I've done on this before the trial, I went through all of those police reports trying to find who the other people were that Lally had on his witness list that were going to testify to having heard, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And there's nothing in the reports. There's only Katie McLaughlin, and she didn't say it straight up. It was in a separate report. So
I wanted to say this Phelps dude is going to flip. Just like if you go back to court TV in the early days of the Karen Reed case, Julie Grant, Vinnie Politan, they were all over the cover up and what's going on here. And then all of a sudden, Julie Grant flipped. I picture this Phelps guy flipping too.
Like, because they met the family. As soon as they get involved with anyone on that side, not just the family, but, you know, their online cohorts, as soon as they meet any of those, like Cop and Dapper and Plevin and whatever, as soon as they meet any of those guys, they flip. Like,
well, did you see the Microdots video where he did part 1 of Court TV?
Yeah, I did.
And he does Julie Grant and Vinnie Politan and Matt Kendall from Court TV. They're all over this is a cover up and Free Karen Reed people are out here for a reason. We're going to expose the corruption here. And then all of a sudden, the police state got to Court TV. What they did, I don't know, threatened them, paid them off. All of a sudden they switched their storyline of 180 degrees. So we're listening to this Phelps and Turtle Boy interview from back when it was
June, and he's going to flip.
And Phelps was entertaining the cover up. Oh, look at the 2:27 a.m. search by Jen McCabe and what's going on here. He's been Invasion of the Body Snatchers. He's been taken over too. He's gonna flip too. That's what I expect.
Yeah, you know, the most manipulative person in all of this has got to be the first voice you hear on his trailer. So, wonder what she's been saying to him.
I can't wait for part 2 of Microdots to come out, where he's gonna do the comparison video of what Court TV is saying now compared to his part 1.
Hello.
Another glitch. Yep, you're here. No, I can't wait. I can't wait for part 2 on Microdots, because he's gonna juxtapose part 1, where Julie Grant and Vinnie Politan were entertaining the Free Karen Reed side.
Yeah.
And now they've switched.
Yeah.
And they started putting on Kevin Lenahan, and they even went as low as putting Kate Peter on there. So they've been bought and paid for. Now they're propagandists for the state, where when they started off, they were more seeing the truth. Now they've blinded themselves to the truth, and now they're just propagandists for the state.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, in all fairness to Court TV and Law and Crime, when I was following the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard case, they kind of did the same thing there. Like they started on her side and then they flipped to Johnny Depp's side. So there's a few.
So that's why I see pending disaster with this William Phelps dude.
He's going to flip. But as I said, you got to have you got to have faith in the audience, because even though he's putting it out there to more ears and more eyes, they're going to see the same things that we're seeing. They're not going to. Nobody out there in the world is meeting these family members and getting manipulated. So the fact that he did, or Julie Grant did, or Coffin Dapper did, the fact that they all got manipulated is because they met them. But, you know, the more eyes he's putting on this, these people aren't going to meet the family. They're just going to be looking at what's presented in court, just like we did.
Well, I think what's happened here is the corner they've been painted into. So initially, even if I go way back to the beginning, even Turtle Boy is like, oh, you know, this is just Proctor. Proctor was friends with the McAlberts, and you know, he covered this up. And I'm like, no, Aiden, this is way bigger than that. There's no way Proctor could have got away with this by himself.
No,
this cover up is way bigger. Okay. So then when Court TV starts covering Karen Reed, they're kind of entertaining the cover up thing. And they were going there. But now all these people all realize when we get to the bottom of the truth, in the cover-up of Officer John O'Keefe's murder at 34 Fairview, the framing of Karen Reed, the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by a police officer, you're going to see the corruption here goes way up. It goes right through D.A. Morrissey's office, into the government of Massachusetts, into the Massachusetts trial court system. And they're backtracking now. They don't want this to come out to the public. They're protecting the state now. That's their goal.
And I agree with you. Like, you know, just looking at all the other cover-ups that are linked to these same police officers, but you can see this in a bubble. They're not doing this in a vacuum.
And this whole thing, it's just incompetent, you know, Canton police investigators, and it was just Michael Proctor that was friends with the McAlberts, and you know, if the Karen Reed case fails, it fails, and everybody can walk away and go home. No, free Karen Reed and the army of truth seekers are not going to stop. We're going after the tower of corruption. We want to expose the big picture to the world. And now the controlled mainstream media is trying to hide that, excuse it, and make us look crazy. But we're not going to stop. We have no quit.
We have no quit. I just come back, but I was following you. Sorry.
At 9 o'clock, suddenly remembered and called back her friend Michael Lank, a lieutenant in the Canton Police Department, and said, "Come back to the house. I remember Karen said something to me." And she claims that Karen said, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Not "I hit him in a question mark. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" But Katie McLaughlin, the firefighter, claims that she said, "I hit him. Katie McLaughlin, the firefighter, got on the stand and was asked, "Do you know who Caitlin Albert is?" And she said, "I know of a Caitlin Albert. I went to high school with her, but I'm not friends with her." And they started producing pictures, which I had first reported on my website, showing them socializing together, drinking together. And they were from like 6 or 7 years ago at the beach. And she's like, "Well, that was in a group setting. I didn't really know her that well." Okay. Well, after she gave this testimony, it was on a Friday, we did some digging throughout the weekend, and we found dozens of pictures of Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert together, visiting each other in college, which you don't do with an acquaintance. If you visit someone in college, they're a friend. A picture in 2021, 6 months before John died, the two of them standing next to each other at a baby shower. Another picture of them in a hot tub together. And so clearly this firefighter is lying, like about what Karen Reed said. Also, there was 5 cops there from the Canton Police Department. Not one of them in any of the reports mentions anything about Karen Reed saying, I hit him or did I hit him? Nothing like that. None of their reports mention anything like that. So the only 2 sources of this are Katie McLaughlin, the fire Cape.
There are so many different reasons to believe one side or the other. So many different versions of the same event. So many different people saying this happened. No, that happened. Let's say Karen Reed said, did I hit him when she saw John dead on the lawn in the snow? What does this prove? Within the scope of the prosecution's case of murder charges, manslaughter at best, if they can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution at one time had a theory that Karen dropped John off and then proceeded to do a K-turn, a 3-point turn in her Lexus, and somehow ran him over, killing him, and drove away.
No, the prosecution has abandoned that theory. The death by 3-point turn, that didn't make any sense because it would be her left tail light. If you did a 3-point turn and then backed into him, your left tail light would smash, not your right. So they got rid of that. And their new theory is that she drove up 62 feet, stopped, and then gunned it in reverse, hit 24 miles an hour, and struck John, who just stood there and just decided like a bowling pin to get run over by a car. And then he ricocheted onto the lawn somehow, had no broken bones, no bruising anywhere on his body. The only injuries are what appear to be dog bites on his arms, 2 black eyes, and a 3-inch laceration in the back of his head. He landed on grass.
No broken bones. His face pretty much intact. Besides, according to testimony, 2 black eyes and a small little cut.
Broken eye sockets. Dude, you're supposed to be the document reader. He had 2 broken eye sockets, is what.
That's Phelps just downplaying.
Yeah.
How in the hell could he have been hit by a 1,000-pound SUV going 24 miles per hour and he not sustain 1 broken?
Starlink glitch. A child discovering Officer John O'Keefe's body on the lawn of 34 Fairview would know that he was beat up and bitten by a dog and not hit by a car.
Yeah, I was thinking of the bones that were broken in his head and they reflected forward into his eye sockets, and then his eye sockets were broken. Like,
yeah, he has a 2-inch gash on the back of his skull. He has a fractured skull. He has
Exactly.
2 black eyes, broken orbital sockets. He has a dog-bitten arm. But other than that,
yeah,
below his neck, there's no broken bones. He wasn't hit by a car. Columbo could have figured this out like in an hour. Now I'm really dating myself. Dr. Quincy and me would have figured this out in the autopsy too. Yeah, he wasn't hit by a car. What are you people talking about? See how long this Starlink glitch goes for. We have to do a campaign to get Aussie a tower.
sorry.
We're getting Aussie a tower for antenna.
Don't.
We'll send a kit, and your son can go out there and put it together and put the antenna on the top.
Kit would be awesome. But we can't get that sort of gear in Australia. You got to go through bloody Telstra, and it's hell expensive. Like, to put a tower out here is going to cost us thousands.
Well, I know a few people that are ham up ham radio operators, and they have to put pretty large towers like on their property.
Yeah, nice.
They have kits. They have kits to do it.
Yeah. Well, that, like I said, there are kits in Australia, but they're very expensive.
Oh yeah,
However-
no, it's not cheap.
So yes. Okay. What did we drop out on? Shall I take this back just a little bit? Oh, we were talking, weren't we? I was talking
No,
about.
I was saying a child that discovered John O'Keefe's body on the lawn of 34 Fairview would just say, "Wait a minute, he has a gash in the back of his head, his two broken orbitals, black eyes, dog bitten arm, and everything below his neck. There's no broken bones. He wasn't hit by a car." The child would say, "I think he got beat up."
Right. He looks like he got beat up. Exactly.
It's elementary. I mean, it's come
The
on.
better point that Phelps could have made would have been no broken bones below his neck. That's what I was trying to get out before I got kidnapped.
Oh, one of the comments in here is what Mark Betterow has said, that Karen Reed would have been better off with a bench trial.
Yeah.
So you're not risking modern juries that are wacko, because the way modern jury selection works is you weed out anybody with an opinion or a brain, and you end up with a jury box full of, I don't know. But anyways, you would never want to do a bench trial in front of Auntie Bev.
Right. That would have been, I was just going to say
That would have been
right.
a disaster, because Auntie Bev was all about saving D.A. Morrissey.
Right. A bench trial would have been disastrous. I think their better chance was with the way that they went. And you know, I don't know that that has been all has been lost as far as that's concerned at this stage. But
no, if you had a fair and neutral judge that wasn't beholden to the DA's office, a true neutral judge, arbiter of the law,
right,
then I would say to Karen Reed, yeah, go for the bench trial.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to risk juries. Modern juries are like wacko. No. Yeah. If you go in front of a fair and impartial judge, it's an easy not guilty. But you have to understand all the corruption that's going on, how the DA controls the courts, who the judges are.
Yeah.
You have to just decide to roll the dice with a jury. I mean, you got no choice. Otherwise, a bench trial on paper sounds better, but you have to understand the judges that you're going to go in front of.
That's it. All right, let's continue with this because we got a part 2 yet. I hope you got some time on your hands.
How in the world is that even possible? Let's take a final break here and come back and get into the next part of this incredibly intense case. And just think, I have yet to get into how and why Turtle Boy himself is arrested and charged, or the explosive testimony when the lead Massachusetts State Police investigator takes the stand. Visit mwilliamphelps.com for more information about me. And if you want to see more of Turtle Boy's report,
service every step of the way. Let's dream together. Visit Merchants.
We don't want to know about you, Phelps.
Anyone who knows my work is aware that I rarely, if ever, come out. This only a handful of times within hundreds and hundreds of cases I've covered. I've written only one book in close to 50 that I have published where I argued for a convicted murderer, a book called Bad Girls. But this shit here, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed, there are so many issues going on, so many shady characters. Karen not among them, incidentally. So many egos, so many mistakes made by cops and professionals, so many holes in the case. I am at a loss to see.
Oh, see, stop. See, right there. No, so many mistakes made, Mr. Phelps. No, they were not mistakes. This was a cover-up, dude. Get over it.
They were weaponizing. They were weaponizing incompetence. They were saying, let's pretend like we're totally incompetent because we're flying.
No, see, that's why that's why I get so frustrated listening to something like this. No, it wasn't mistakes. It wasn't incompetence. No, you're not seeing the big picture, Mr. Phelps.
Exactly.
You're not seeing it.
Exactly.
It to trial. We tend to judge murder defendants the moment we see them sitting on a wooden chair inside a courtroom, lawyers flanking both sides, fighting for their innocence. No matter what we say, there's a certain amount of guilt we associate with that person simply based on the fact that they are facing murder charges. There is no way to look at them as innocent until proven guilty. We blindly trust that the prosecution would not have brought charges unless they had a solid case. As I record this episode, the first of two parts, Karen Reed.
Oh my God, stop again.
Testimony.
Go.
They would not go forward with this unless they had a solid case? No, you're wrong again, Mr. Phelps. They were going forward with this to protect their corruption.
Right.
Officer John O'Keefe was killed inside Brian Albert's house. They dumped him on the lawn and staged him out there. And now they have no choice but to go forward with this ridiculous and hopeless case
Exactly.
to protect their corruption.
Exactly. Mr. Phelps.
Ongoing, charged with murder by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. You go online and start scrolling about Karen Reed, and you can develop whatever opinion your heart desires about her. She has nicknames, accusations hurled at her. She is judged for her demeanor, her looks, her posture during court proceedings, what she does after court, what she says, and presumed by some to be a vindictive, devious, dark murderer. What I have seen as I watch this trial unfold in real time.
Stop again, please. Stop.
Go.
Presumed by some to be a devious and dark murderer?
Only by the murderers.
No.
They're the only
Exactly,
ones that
Mr. Phelps. That was the 88 Adam Lally's case. They were trying to paint Karen Reed as this devious and dark murderer. That was their case. Come on. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that was the only way they were ever going to convict Karen Reed of second degree.
Yeah.
Is to paint her as this devious and evil woman that wanted to kill her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. But why in the hell would Karen Reed decide, okay, I've been wanting to kill this guy for a long time, so this is the perfect time. I just dropped him off at a cop's house with like 13 people in there. There's the assistant chief, Canton police chief's house right across the street.
Exactly.
You know, this is the perfect time that I'm just going to put my Lexus in reverse and run him over. And I'm just going to just drive home and sleep at his house and nobody's going to know.
Yeah, no one's going to catch it on ring cams. The dude across the road, the chief across the road isn't going to have a webcam, security cam. But yeah.
It's so like ridiculously stupid. Like if Karen Reed, okay, say John O'Keefe didn't go in the house and she really wants to kill him, do you think she's going to let him get out of the car and he's going to stand in front of a cop's house, well, two cops' houses actually, right, and run him down? And she knows that there's a house party going on inside Brian Albert's house.
There's all those witnesses.
And she's not gonna get caught. Like if she really wanted to kill him, she'd like poison him like or something, you know, at home. Like she's not gonna run him down in front of two cops' houses. It's so ridiculous.
Sorry.
I mean, the fable, the story they have woven to create this case is so ludicrous It amazes me, but I guess some people buy it. They think, oh, Karen Reed was arrested and she ran down a cop. She was drunk.
Right.
I don't know. I lose faith in society. I don't know what these people are thinking, what they watch on the TV news or they watch court TV. They all have the wool pulled over their eyes. They're living in a world that I don't live in. I know what happened here. It's quite obvious to me.
It's obvious.
But maybe I'm a minority of the society. I don't get it.
No, you're not. We know you're not because we looked at all of the polls when the trial was going. All the big channels ran polls. We know that you are in the 90%. I can think with my own brain type. Hello, am I here?
No, you're here. You're here.
All right, cool.
This is without Karen Reed yet to put on her case, to cast reasonable doubt, perhaps like no other case I have studied or researched. The mishandling of evidence, the lying witnesses have done, the ego and arrogance of detectives, the unprofessionalism of law enforcement from troopers all the way up to the supervising investigator. The shoddy, and that is being kind.
Oh, God. Stop again. Stop. No. Unprofessionalism? No, Mr. Phelps. It's corruption. It's a cover-up. It drives me nuts listening to this guy. I'm triggered. I keep interrupting. Just thinking out loud. And this might be another Starlink glitch. Waiting for Aussie to come back. I don't know. I'll never be able to listen to this guy's podcast series that's coming out. I won't be able to do it. It's like I can't listen to Plevin unless like the glare is showing him on his show. Like I won't be able to tune into this guy. I can't even get through like 15 minutes of this show. But I get it. I mean, Aiden's trying to get, a major guy like this Phelps guy to get the story out. And, I guess Aiden's going to be prominent in the new series and you're going to hear a lot of Aiden. And I don't know where this Phelps guy is going, but I have no faith already in Phelps. So I can't even listen to him without having to stop the tape and contradict what he's saying. It's driving me nuts. But Aussie definitely needs a receiver tower for her Starlink. Because these shows are not going to work well if this keeps happening. Even though this show is basically a conversation between me and Aussie that people are listening to. My little icon picture here. That was a great day. Glare and Turtle Boy. Finally got my picture with the three of them. I had a picture with them earlier during the Karen Reed trial. We all went to the waterfall. I had a picture taken with all three of us on somebody else's camera, but they never forwarded the picture to me. So the other day at court, I made sure I get a picture of me in between Aiden and Will. So it's a good picture. Will's funny. He shows up at these trials and he's a celebrity. Everybody wants his picture and his autograph, and you can sense he's a little out of his element, but he takes it all in. Great guy. I love Will.
Hello.
I think you're back.
I am. Jesus. I think they actually did a reboot on the server, maybe. I don't think that was just a dropout, but we'll see. It might be better from now on. We can hope.
Yeah, what's it, like 3:30 in the morning your time? What time is it?
Right, it's nearly 3:30, and this is when they do, reboots and backups and shit. So
that's so true.
yeah,
Because right around 3 a.m. and even in my area here in Massachusetts, my internet will go down for a little bit. I think they do late middle of the night like reboots.
Yeah, I think that all the issues we've been having have actually been Starlink issues, and they just rebooted the server. So we'll see how we go. We might have less dropouts now. Fingers crossed.
Oh, maybe that would be good because there's been plenty.
Hasn't there? So the
No,
worst
it's been pretty bad.
Usually,
I was joking with the chat. I go, this is kind of like a phone call between Aussie and me, and everybody's just been listening to it. That's what this whole show has been.
Yeah, it's like vent about Phelps, and everyone's eavesdropping.
Yeah. Oh, it's fun. No, I was talking about my icon picture there, where I finally got Aiden and Will and me all in one picture.
Yep.
Because I had one earlier from during the Karen Reed trial when we all went to the waterfall after a half day of court.
Yeah.
And somebody took a picture of all three of us together. And I never got forwarded the photo.
Yeah.
So the other day at court, I'm like, I got to get all three of us in a picture. And Aiden's used to being a celebrity, but Will isn't quite. So when Will shows up, everybody's running up to him. They want a picture with him and his autograph. And Will is like,
going again.
I'm just Will. Like, why am I a celebrity? So it's funny to watch him.
Nope. It's not fixed.
But I'm already like so upset with this Phelps guy. Like, I don't even know if I can listen to his forthcoming podcast series because I've already developed an opinion about the guy and whatever.
Am I torturing you?
No, it's just like Plevin, Kevin Lenahan. I can't go on to Yellow Cottage Tales and watch his show. Instead, like somebody like the Glairer will pull him up and we parody, through the Glairer show. So I can watch Plevin that way.
Yeah.
So like me watching Phelps right now through your show, I can do it. But I'll never tune into Phelps content, I don't think.
Right. And I'm only doing it for you guys because I can't handle him.
But go ahead.
Bah. It's doing it again.
Yeah, you're here now, but I think you were out for a couple seconds.
Yeah. I was hoping it would be better after a reboot, but we'll see. Okay, we'll hit the play while we've got some reception happening.
One another's backs. All of it should push this jury immediately to a not guilty verdict, or the judge should toss this case out right now. I don't think that is policy-minded thinking. I just think it's fucking obvious.
Isn't it?
So here I go. So this goes back to Court TV in the beginning of Karen Reed trial. Julie Grant and, they're like, oh, this is crazy. It's a cover up. And this Phelps guy is actually there at this point. This thing we're listening to right now. But I
Yeah.
guarantee you, he's flipped. He's
I know.
changed since then. This
I
is
can
actually
tell.
probably the best Phelps is ever going to sound to me, and he's
Yeah.
going to sound way worse in the future.
Exactly. He's going to frustrate the hell out of all of us. Why did you flip? Oh, because I met the family, bleeding heart. That's not a reason to put someone in jail, man.
Well, if I really put my tinfoil cone-shaped hat on, I honestly think entities like Court TV or whatever have
You
been
reckon
approached. They've been approached and told to change their narratives.
I get where you're coming from. Has reached out to them. If you don't change your narrative, we'll change it for you.
Exactly.
Mm.
That was the point of Microdot's video part 1 of Court TV, where he's showing Julie Grant, saying, "Oh, this is a cover up," blah blah blah, and all of a sudden she switched. Why?
Yeah.
Why are these people switching their narratives? Who is influencing them, and who is telling them to switch their narratives?
Right. I agree with you entirely. Someone's got to them. And it might not be the families. It might actually be higher up.
Exactly. My tinfoil hat theory.
Yeah. We're allowed to have tinfoil hats on my channel. I actually have a friend who makes them. Like, he designs different types of tinfoil hats in his spare time. And then he gives them out at parties to his friends.
Let's talk a bit about the FBI, who are now involved, and several cold, hard facts which cannot be disputed or impeached in any way.
The FBI began launching an investigation into the investigation itself, and they formed a grand jury, convened a grand jury, brought a lot of these people in, and one of their conclusions, according to 3 Quantico-trained accident reconstruction specialists with PhDs, was that there is no possible way that John's injuries came from getting hit by a vehicle. So if he was not hit by a vehicle, then he must have been and he was inside that house. How do we know he was inside that house? John's Apple Health data shows that he was ascending and descending 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24. Karen Reed does not have stairs in her car. Karen Reed's phone, and they'll say, well, maybe they were going over a hill, something like that. They also have Karen Reed's phone. Karen Reed's Apple Health data does not show her ascending and descending 3 flights of stairs. So they could not have been in the same place while he was ascending and descending stairs.
That is big, my true crimers. Huge. John O'Keefe, Turtle Boy contends, citing FBI sourcing, was inside the Albert home. His phone data purports to show him walking up and down the stairs. Now, I need to get into the lead state police investigator in this case, Michael Proctor. This guy, I'll say, is a real piece of shit. A guy who is, as we speak, being investigated federally. And he is the guy that ran the Karen Reed murder investigation, a woman he referred to as a CUNT in texts to colleagues and friends. Within this guy's story, so many different factors become involved. For one, a snowplow driver. Huge witness. If what the snowplow guy, who has yet to testify, has to say holds any truth.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator into this, who never disclosed that he is close personal friends with McCabe and Albert families, never disclosed that, lives in Canton, born and raised his whole life. He gets assigned investigator and doesn't mention any of this, and he stays on the case. According to his report, he spoke with the DPW director, and the DPW director told him, we don't plow Fairview Road. A third party, subcontractor does this. We don't touch, it's not a main artery, so we don't touch it. I find out that this is false. I get a tip that it's false. And I find out that there's a plow driver named Brian Lucky Loughran, is his nickname, Lucky, and that he's the one that plowed the road that night. So I called Lucky on a whim, and I got him on the phone, and I said, did you plow Fairview Road the night that John O'Keefe was killed? And he said, yeah. I said, what time? 2:30. Okay, did you see a body on Brian Albert's front lawn? No. Well, would you have seen a body there if a body was there? He says, Absolutely. Like, he was insistent on it. Totally would have seen a body. I look everywhere. I have my brights on. I go slow. And then I said, you see anything else? And he said, I came back at 3:00 and I couldn't go down the street because there was a Ford Edge parked directly next to where John's body would be discovered 3 hours later. So again, no body at 2:30, Ford Edge, then a body. And I'm like, this is crazy. This is groundbreaking. Whoever's driving that Ford Edge is a murder suspect. Like, did anybody talk to you? Did police talk to you? Have they attempted to contact you? No. He goes, but the FBI did. I'm like, FBI? Yeah, they wanted to know what. So the FBI is well aware that the police are up to no good and they wanted to talk to this guy. And because he's a great witness, obviously, because there's no body on the front lawn when he goes by. And so 2 days after I write about this, a lot of people read it. It's big news. Michael Proctor and his partner, Yuri Buchanan, they go down and they interview Lucky Loughran for the first time. But they don't ask him about the Ford Edge. They don't really care about the Ford Edge. And they don't seem to care much about the fact that there was no body on the lawn. Their primary concern with him was me. And they said, like, was you recording your conversation? Did he make you say that? And tell us about the FBI. Really concerned about the FBI. What were they asking about us? Because the FBI is investigating them. And they saw FBI and they're like, shit, what did this guy tell him? We need to talk to Lucky. And 2 months after that, I was arrested and with 8 counts of felony witness intimidation because it became very obvious from reading their interview with Lucky that they get me on something because I'm a problem for them.
And so a reporter following leads, reporting on a potential murder case, is arrested and even goes to jail. When Trooper Proctor testified, beyond denying knowing certain parties involved in the case, text messages he sent to friends and family were read in open court. So let's just hear a little bit of that.
If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, and see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2023, around that time.
Do you like women who shit themselves?
The answer, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Karen Reed suffers from colitis and has a colostomy bag. That is what the lead investigator is referring to in texts to colleagues and friends, and even his supervisor, as he is investigating the case. Does this sort of bias allow him to look at any other possibility in this case besides going after Karen Reed? I mean, we have to ask ourselves that question. Can this guy be impartial? Hell no.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at 8/7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Bukowski responds, that's her, smoke. Trooper Bukowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked.
I'm just going to step away from the keyboard for a second, but I'll leave this playing for you.
She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
The man asking the questions in those last 2 clips is a prosecutor, not Karen's defense attorney. People in the group text, remember, are all investigating officers. In another exchange, investigator Proctor calls Karen Reed a babe, but follows up by saying she has no ass, and then makes fun of her accent, with Karen being from Fall River, Massachusetts. Proctor then sends his wife several texts in which he calls Karen Reed a whack job and says he cannot wait to lock her up. On February 1st, 2022, Proctor's sister and Julie Albert, Brian Albert's wife, who are friends, begin texting. Albert says that they want to offer Proctor a gift as a thank you for arresting Karen Reed. The Alberts want to give the lead investigator a gift for making the arrest. Finally, within several text exchanges between Proctor and several other troopers, this as O'Keefe's body is going in for autopsy, Proctor tells a trooper that he laid out their entire case for the medical examiner prior to her doing the examination. So Proctor tells the medical examiner John O'Keefe was hit by a vehicle before she even looks at the body. He does all of this. He explains in those texts because he admittedly believed that if he didn't, O'Keefe's death would have been ruled accidental or by natural causes. I mean, it's a cliche now, right, to say it, but I can't make this shit up. No one would believe it. I hate to, but I have to end things here for this week. I'm out of time. But in part 2, coming up next week, I'll get into more of Proctor's alarming, explosive testimony and the intensely heated cross-examination by Karen's attorney. And Turtle Boy explains how he got involved with Proctor himself, develops a huge scoop in the case, and winds up in jail.
There you go. Are we up for part?
I was just joking. I go, well, maybe Aussie fell asleep.
No, did you not hear me say I was stepping out? Or did
No, I did. I was just joking.
Okay, cool. I just had to step out the room for a second. Dog's barking at shit. I don't know what he's barking at. I think he's found a snake or something. But yeah. So ready for part 2? Why Aiden went to jail? I'm interested to hear Aiden's side of it. Like, I hear him talk about some of the stuff on his channel. Some of the stuff
Well,
he can't.
I mean, Aiden has to back off right now because
Yeah.
Federo and Bradle, the killer bees,
Yeah.
they're going after exposing the whole plot and plan to frame Turtle Boy with the fake victim and
Right,
get him
so-
arrested and put in jail. So what Aiden's been doing is stepping back and he's letting other YouTube creators cover the story because he's kind of like conflicted if he really talks about it too much.
Right. But I'm curious what he was thinking back to here because he didn't have Federo at this stage, did he?
No. I mean, he was basically, I mean, he put a live out when he was in her apartment and they were arguing. Aiden knew at that very moment kind of what was going on, not the full picture, but he realized, oh crap, this was a trap. And he recorded Lindsay live, and that's what got released. Because he realized, oh, I fell for the honeypot trap. I'm in the middle of it right now. I'm going to record this right now. So at the time of this interview with Phelps, he had an idea of what was going on, but I don't think he saw the full picture. As we stand today, he knows the full picture, but he can't talk about it because his lawyers are involved in exposing it.
Right. So this was after a couple of weeks of trial, and we weren't hearing anything about what Turtle Boy knew about his case. So I'm curious in part 2 what he did know, or what he was at least able to say.
Another glitch.
Have you got time for part 2?
I have time. You're at 3:30 in the morning. Your time. I don't know what you want to do.
Hello.
I keep losing you. No, I'm saying I have time. It's only 1:45 in the afternoon here in the United States. You're in the middle of the morning over there.
Yeah, I've been to bed. I slept the same time you guys did. So, you know, for me, it's about 3 in the afternoon. Like, it's not really, it's 3 in the morning, but I slept all day. Yes, I'm on American time right now. So that happens when you're trying to, I have to switch my sleep pattern so I can have guests on and be in your daytime or evening hours. So I've got Auntie Deb tomorrow And then I'm doing Amanda's
He's
show.
so funny, that guy. He cracks me up.
Yeah, cracks me up too. So we're gonna shoot the breeze tomorrow and talk about rumors and stuff. And then I've got the day after that, Amanda's channel. So I forgotten to post the links, but I'll post the links on in my community area for the show I'm doing. So someone has asked me to come on and explain the Karen Reid trial, like describe it and explain it to people who haven't heard
From
of it
square
before.
one, you have to describe it.
From square one.
Oh God,
Yay.
I have no, I can't anymore. I can't start with somebody that's has no idea.
Right.
I'm like so
not
past
many
that.
out there. There's not many out there who have zero idea, but apparently I found one. Well, one of his subs come and watched our channel and just went, mind blown, you have to come and tell us about this. So
It's just, it's kind of, it goes back to my analogy. Like if I'm in season 7 of The Sopranos and you just started watching the show,
yeah, it's like
and you want to ask me questions, I'm like, no, you gotta
no.
watch the show. I'm way ahead of you.
I remember it was like that with Game of Thrones. I never wanted to watch it because I thought it was a gamer thing. I thought it was something about a game, and so I didn't want to watch it. I'm not into gamey shit. But
I mean, I shouldn't be like that. I mean, the point of the Free Karen Reid standouts is to bring awareness to the public that might not know what's going on. And then if one of them, out of curiosity, comes up to me and says, hey, explain to me what's going on. But at the same time, in my head, I'm like, I have an encyclopedia of information to give you. I don't know where to even start. It's
right.
kind of overwhelming.
Well, I did think it was overwhelming to begin with, but then I sort of thought, you know what? I got Brandy's spreadsheet here and it's very helpful. Like I went through the spreadsheet for the 20 or for the 35 days of trial and just made the major points. There's also, you kind of have to start it. First of all, she got arrested and then 4 months later, she was arrested again. So you kind of got to start there.
Yeah.
But Brandy's spreadsheet really helped me like make a bullet point list. And I don't know if I'm going to get through the entire list, but I've kind of got, the main points sort of listed out that Mr. Phelps has not really talked about here. So
yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're listening to Phelps, back then. His
yeah.
upcoming series, who knows where he goes,
Right. All right, so this is it, guys. If you wanted to go do something else for the day, you're welcome to, but Scott and I are going to go through part 2. Just so you all know, that's what we're up to now. And you might have to do replay if you want part 1 and you've just joined us. So here's part 2. In this one, we're going to talk about how Turtle Boy got locked up. Oh, it was ads. Yay. I forgot about the 2 minutes ads at the start. Oh, it's still loading.
Why work hard building a great
There we
life
go.
just to spend all day worrying about it?
Let's just not have ads, please. Let's see where.
Name is M. William Phelps. I'm an investigative journalist in the true crime.
Girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Uh-oh.
Karen Reid, during the course of your investigation, the comments and reports. Would you agree with that?
I'd say based off that lane. Yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch me shit. right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner was going to catch any shit because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah. It's so funny that Proctor had an answer to all these texts that were intercepted by the FBI.
Sorry about that.
It's so funny Proctor had an answer to all these texts that were intercepted by the FBI.
Yeah, they all did. Like everything that was intercepted, they had an
And
excuse.
then ADA Adam Lally tried to like jump the shark and put him on direct, exposing all these texts. And then Alan Jackson comes in, you know, like a hawk swooping down for his prey.
Like a wrecking ball.
going after Proctor. But Proctor, like, had to just admit it, you know, like, yeah, that's what I said in my texting, as crazy as it all was, as the world was watching.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. They just had excuses for everything. Everything that looked bad for them, they had an excuse for it. And they weren't even good excuses. It's like 55 million bloody butt dials. They weren't even good excuses, you know. How could anyone on the jury fall for the butt dials? It's mind-boggling.
I mean, I already have my opinions about modern juries and how they're selected, and what ends up in a jury box is not necessarily a jury of your peers.
Mm.
Like for me, I would never be allowed to serve on a jury, never have, never will be. Because of my opinions and my law enforcement background, I would never be allowed to serve on a murder trial.
Mm.
But the fact that the jury was never told, like we're listening to Alan Jackson cross-examine Michael Proctor about texts that were intercepted by the FBI in this grandiose cover-up of the murder of John O'Keefe. Meanwhile, if you're a juror in the jury box, you have no idea that these texts are from the FBI investigation that's included in the TUI that's being hidden from the jury. So the jury doesn't know. So if I'm going to be nice to the jury, I can't blame them because the jury isn't being told the entire truth. They don't know.
Mm-hmm. That's right. They have to be told the entire truth, and they did everything in their power to prevent the defense from telling the entire truth.
And we've discussed this before. It's not necessarily, obviously, the prosecution doesn't want the jury to know that they are being investigated because they're corrupt. But secondarily, Judge Beverly Cannoni was told by U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy that you cannot let the jury know directly that we're investigating the DA's office. So it was a very complicated situation there.
I don't understand why Levy kept effort. I don't get it.
You know, to me, a jury should be shown the whole truth, nothing but the truth. The jury should have been told, in my world, my thinking, the jury should have been made aware that the examination and cross-examination that's about to occur with Michael Proctor on the stand, these are texts that were hidden that the FBI discovered as part of the FBI investigation into DA Michael Morrissey's office. But of course, this is a case brought forth by DA Michael Morrissey's office in a corrupt court that he controls with his buddy Judge Bev behind the bench. They're not going to undercut themselves and tell the jury, hey, we're a crooked organization trying to bring to trial this innocent woman that these corrupt cops framed. They're not going to just say that to the jury.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
So it was like a weird, very weird situation.
I feel like Levy had a reason, but I feel like he's still got more. I feel like there's more yet from Levy. Like that was why he didn't want it to go to the jury, to be told to the jury.
I think the problem that Levy has is his dragnet's been cast years ago. It goes back to the Justin Root shooting.
Right.
Sandra Birchmore unalive a year before Officer John. A year
There's
before.
a lot more writing on it.
There's a whole bunch of stuff. So, meanwhile, DA Meatball Morrissey's trying to fast forward this Karen Reed trial. And Joshua Levy's like, oh, hold on a second. Wait a minute. We're investigating this one too. And DA Morrissey, you're dirty. Your troopers are dirty. And we have an obligation under TUI rules to forward exculpatory evidence in this trial. We don't even think this trial should happen. First of all, this is Joshua Levy talking to DA Morrissey. Like, what are you doing, dude? You're insane bringing this trial forward. Now you forced our hand, Joshua Levy. We have to introduce TUI into this trial. Guess what, Michael Morrissey? We're on to you. Back off. But no, DA Morrissey had to double down and go forward with it. And don't listen to this. Don't listen to this crazy U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy. He's just out to get me because I'm a Democrat in Massachusetts, and drags all the politics into it. And you ended up with the Karen Reed trial being the debacle that it was.
Yeah, totally agree. I don't think Morrissey understood the depth of the FBI investigation. Like, it wasn't just about Karen Reed. I don't think he understood that at all, particularly, before the Birchmore thing came to a head.
Well, if you listen to like the trolls or the other side, like Grant Smith Ellis the other day, I saw him at court. Oh, he's saying, oh, the FBI investigation is long over. No, it isn't.
No,
like you're not getting it, Grant. It's not over.
No. Otherwise, if it was over, Levy wouldn't have had a problem with the jury knowing that it happened.
And I said to Grant, I go, the premier example that this isn't over was the arrest of William Farwell for the unalive of Sandra Birchmore.
Yeah.
Like, so you need like proof, of a ghost. Like, I need a picture. So when I say this background investigation by the feds, people are like, oh, we don't trust the feds. They're not going to do nothing. When William Farwell was arrested for the unalive of Sandra Birchmore, to me, that was by like, here, there's proof. The FBI is here. It's real. They arrested William Farwell.
That's right. It's all real. So, and they just keep changing their own stories. Like, it's like a PR push. It's kind of, it's exactly like what bloody Amber Heard did and still is doing. It's like every time something new comes out, there's a new PR push to discredit it or whatever.
So if you look at the scope of what possibly could be U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy's scope of investigation, you have to think a big picture. It's not just isolated all the way down, evaporated all the way down to Trooper Proctor and his misogynistic texts. The picture is way bigger than that. It goes deeply into DA Morrissey's office, DA Morrissey himself, some of the corrupt judges that sit on benches in Norfolk County, Massachusetts trial court. You could even take it, the big picture, as far as Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Campbell and Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey. So Attorney, U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy's scope, the size of his dragnet that he has out towed behind his ship right now, is pulling up a Leviathan from the sea. It is a big picture here going on. But meanwhile, we're just going to bring Karen Reed back to trial again. You know, there was some bad police investigation work, and ADA Lally wasn't a very good prosecutor. So we're going to bring in Brennan and do a better job this time. We have the real criminal, Karen Reed. We're going to convict her this time. All this talk about the FBI and the corrupt government, that's craziness. No, we're just going to go full speed ahead like zombies, like Mark Betterow says. They're going to keep coming. So I think people need to look at the big picture.
Yep, there's definitely a big picture there, like, because as I just posted in chat, Meatball's been in this position for decades. He's been through multiple changes in different parties. He was there for Obama and then Trump and now Biden. So this isn't about one side or the other, or one's more corrupt than the other. This is something that supersedes the politics, the party lines. This is something that's been going on for a long time.
No, this Karen Reed case, all of D.A. Morrissey's decades of political connection, his power, it all hinges on the Karen Reed case. He will stop at nothing. Rubber duckies, arresting Turtle Boy, fabricating inverted Sally Port videos. This is his Moby Dick. He has to convict Karen Reed of something, or all his corruption is exposed. It's done.
Yeah, that's right, Dana. It's George Carlin. It's all one big party and we ain't invited. Precisely.
That's why, like Mark Betterow says, DA Michael Morrissey's office are zombies. They are not going to stop until they drag Karen Reed back into court and try to retry her again on all 3 counts. Meanwhile, Yuri Buchanan is roaming the countryside with his fellow SS troopers, rounding up dissidents. You have Canton police detectives going after a business owner in Canton for producing the rubber duckies. The rubber duckies are the scourge because the rubber ducky represents me. It represents Free Karen Reed. It represents the army of truth seekers that are exposing their corruption, and they're panicked and painted into a corner.
Right. And you know who else is painted into a corner? The O'Keefes, because we know that Paul got John's car repaired. And I'll bet you $100 that comes out in the next trial, or they can't prove it. If they can't prove it, then it won't come out. But the O'Keefes are also painted themselves into a corner because, you know, not only did they fix John's vehicle, but they also found the clear glass from Karen's taillight in his driveway after the snow melted. So,
I mean, we get in trouble for these analogies. So picture ourselves in World War II Germany, and you're a dissenter of the regime, and you're going over there and pulling the swastika off the top of the building, and all of a sudden the Gestapo shows up and arrests you as an enemy of the state. That's exactly how I look at this rubber ducky gate. They are literally going after people because they're dissenters of the government.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with witness intimidation and poor Christopher Albert's pizza shop. It's all about the weight of the corrupt government coming down on dissenters in the public.
Yeah. Yep. And it's transcended both parties. As I said, Meatball's been there for decades. It's not one or the other. It's definitely a meatball problem.
But they're all in now. They've quadrupled down.
They're all in, and a case have joined them. They've thrown themselves in
Proctor
the deep end
suspended
as
with
well.
pay. Farwell was arrested for the unalive of Sandra Birchmore, which was under DA Michael Morrissey's state police detective group's survey.
Yeah.
Trooper Garino has been proven already in 3 different cases of hiding and changing phone records. That their boogeyman is chasing them, and they're running, but at the same time, they won't quit. They're going after rubber ducky distributors, and it's insanity. We're in the middle. We're watching this live.
Yeah.
What's happening right now? And for these people that just think, oh yeah, Karen Reed's going back to trial, and they hired a new attorney in Brennan. He's going to do a better job than ADA Alan Liley did, and we're good. Karen Reed did it, and we're going to convict her. Those people are fools. They're looking past the huge picture of what's really going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's press the play button and find some more Phelps criticism.
It's a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope
how's that for timing?
Just kills herself, right? Sure. Sister.
Guess we won't be monetizing this stream.
Shame on you, sir.
No.
I think I want to start off by saying what's important in the Karen Reed case is something we rarely talk about within murder trials. The everyday business of life, how we respond to those around us, and how we ultimately treat others in our lives. What I mean by this is, let's say we had a fight with our significant other, flew off the handle, said things we regretted, and took off for the night to cool off. And then nothing happens afterward but both parties giving themselves a chance to calm down before they reconcile. Let's say one of us dies that night and the other is accused of murder. Well, everything that was said and done is suddenly scrutinized and judged. You are now held accountable for things you might have uttered during a heated argument. Y'all get what I'm saying here. This is important in Karen Reed's case because she and John O'Keefe, according to her, fought that night and even in the days leading up to his death. We cannot talk about this case without mentioning social media.
Who fucking cares about social media? I know what he's going to say. He's mainstream media and they all hate social media because we're all doing what, well, humans have always done. In Australia, back in the old days, it was called the bush telegraph. This is we would all go like meet at the church or the town council meeting, talk about the issues, take them home, and then discuss those issues amongst ourselves. We would work out how we felt about those things. And then when it came time to voting, then we'd vote on those issues. The mainstream media don't want us to have those liberties. They don't want the bush telegraph anymore. Social media is the bush telegraph. And that's why he's going to go rattle on about the bush telegraph, essentially.
Well, exactly. If you look at even YouTube, which is controlled by Google, they try to censor YouTube too.
Exactly. So they're censoring me on Facebook for stuff I posted back in 2017 before it was illegal to say stuff. So I don't know if you guys are aware, but we just passed a censorship law into through Parliament and into law in the last couple of days. So, now the things that Facebook's pulling up on my Facebook feed from 2016 and 17, I can now legally be held liable for, even though back then it wasn't illegal to say those things. So I don't know how much of the current laws that just passed are going to be allowed to be applied retroactively. I actually think our high courts will shoot anything down that makes it that far to the high court. They'll shoot it down because retroactively applying a law is not how it works in democratic systems. But I don't know how that's going to work. But yes, that's exactly what's going on.
Disservice to murder cases and trials, despite any good that might come from it. The vitriol and lies and speculation from asinine people who know nothing, who have nothing better to do, circulating nonsense and bullshit, stirring up and polarizing people involved, confusing the facts of cases is nothing more than noise. The days are gone when a trial comes to pass and we watch and wait to see what the evidence reveals. Every single detail is now turned into a conspiracy theory or a question mark. Most of these people have no idea what it's like to sit inside a courtroom day after day and listen to the case unfold in real time without any social manipulation buzzing in your brain from an iPhone. I'm sorry John O'Keefe died. I have sympathy and even empathy for his family and friends and those who loved him. But part of honoring John O'Keefe's memory is getting to the truth, finding out what happened and who, if anyone, killed him. And I agree with Turtle Boy. We will probably never know entirely what happened, unless, that is, the FBI steps up and takes this case over and investigates the investigators to see what in the hell they did. Because if there's one...
That's exactly what they're doing.
O'Keefe's death are incompetent,
Sorry.
ignorant, many of them.
Stop.
That's exactly what they're doing, Mr. Phelps. The FBI has been investigating the investigators and the prosecutors in this case. That's what they're doing. What are you talking about? But go ahead.
I just want to say to Maria, don't start arguing about politics, please, and voting and shit. It's got nothing to do with what we're here to shame Phelps, not each other. Okay, please don't go down that avenue. There's plenty of things to talk about. We've got mountains of information here to talk about. We don't need to talk about politics and voting and shit. Let's move on and listen to the podcast.
Misogynistic and surely incapable of solving a fucking Scooby-Doo episode. Better yet, a murder inquiry. Turtle Boy has guts. I'll give him that. He sometimes stands outside the courthouse streaming live after the day's testimony and questions people on both sides as they walk out. At times, he shouts things at them. What can I say about that? It's the world we live in now. I asked Turtle Boy to talk about free speech and its boundaries.
Yeah, I don't believe in boundaries of free speech. I mean, it's like if there's boundaries, and it's not really free, is it? So I exercise my free speech rights, and some people might not like them. What some people view as attacking witnesses, I view as exposing them or calling them out.
He does, I think, push the boundaries. Yet, what are those boundaries? Where is the line drawn, and when do we cross it? Just because these tactics are not what I would do, or a lot of people would not condone, does it mean they are not a feasible way to get at the truth? Okay.
I kind of have to agree with him there, and I've even made a video about the same thing. You don't have to like him or his journalistic approach. Blown the lid off of this whole thing, and he's behaving as the fifth estate. So I agree with him.
But I think somebody like Phelps here, they try to like put down Turtle Boy.
Yep.
But they also respect him because Turtle Boy goes where they're afraid to go. So they're somebody like Phelps, when he talks about Turtle Boy, it's almost like he puts himself on his high horse and try to condescends against Turtle Boy because he's outrageous or out of the box. But at the same time, somebody like Phelps is secretly jealous. Like, I wish I could be Turtle Boy. It's kind of weird. because Phelps can't do what Turtle Boy does. You know, he couldn't get away with it and keep his large audience and try to stay in the middle. So he looks at somebody like Turtle Boy as like, oh, that would be cool if I could be that guy, but I can't be him. So it's weird to hear people talk about Turtle Boy like, oh, he's an investigative blogger, reporter, and he's bombastic and he goes past the lines, but I'm bigger than Turtle Boy and I can't cross my line, even though my show is named Crossing the Line. And I'm kind of jealous of Turtle Boy. If you read between the lines, that's what I get out of this Phelps guy.
Yeah, like Turtle Boy is the one that blew the lid off it, and he wasn't. So I get that sort of vibe from him too.
And I'm not, you know, I mean, I get it. Like Phelps is big, I guess. I don't even know that much about the guy, but he's like trying to be all professional, and he'll talk about Turtle Boy in a certain way to try to keep it balanced, and you know, talk to the other side. But they can't help themselves. They always have to point out how Turtle Boy stands out and how he takes chances and he does things, and they criticize him for it. But at the same time, they're like jealous of him because they wish they could do that, but they wouldn't ever have the intestinal fortitude to do that.
Yep, he's got balls of steel. I got to give him that. And I get the feeling that Phelps don't.
Let's get into some evidence in this case. One of the state's most important pieces of evidence, if not the most important, is the taillight housing from Karen Reed's Lexus, as I mentioned.
No, it isn't. It's the 2:27 a.m. search by Jennifer McCabe, mate.
Well, yeah, I mean the taillight wasn't planted till 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. All the cover up and butt dials and all the situation
right
that was going on was way before the taillight. The taillight was after Proctor went down to Karen Reed's house and towed her Lexus from her parents' house down in Dighton.
If his next words out of his mouth are not that, then I'm going to scream very quietly in the background. All right.
Yeah. Nothing this Phelps guy is going to say is going to get my blood pressure back down, but we'll keep listening.
In part one. If Karen Reed smashed into John with the back of her Lexus at 24 miles per hour and knocked him down and unconscious, which is what the prosecution contends, it means that she'd likely smashed the back taillight on her vehicle. Yet when O'Keefe was found, there wasn't any taillight pieces recovered from the scene. In the days and weeks after the body is discovered, lead investigator Michael Proctor and his investigators say they began to find pieces of Karen's taillight on the front lawn of the Albert house. Apparently, this was an open crime scene, active for weeks and weeks after the body is located. How did they find all those pieces of taillight? Wait until you hear this. Proctor and his supervisor testified they had altered their trips into and home from work every day in order to make sure they drove by the Albert house. They did this because the snow was so deep from the blizzard, they needed to wait until it melted so they could see what was on the ground. And as the days and weeks passed,
because they were too lazy to dig up the snow.
Presto bingo, Bob's your uncle, as they say in England. They began to find larger and larger pieces of Karen Reed's smashed taillight on the ground. Mind you, they were driving by the house and would spot these pieces of taillight from the confines of their vehicles. Convenient. That's the only word that comes to mind. Here's Turtle Boy.
Oh my God. Stop.
Yep.
See, so Phelps is pointing out all the corruption here. he's pointing at the elephant in the room,
Yep.
but then he diverges. He jumps away from it.
Yep. It's like the elephant
Yeah, like-
scares you.
No,
You see
like
it, and it's like, ah, runs away.
you're describing the elephant in the room, Mr. Phelps. But the minute that it makes you threatened, you walk around it.
Mhm.
That's what I don't understand about this guy, because he's not dumb. He
Well,
sees.
I do understand it.
He sees everything, but he's just not willing to take that extra step and
Mhm.
walk up to the elephant and confront that elephant. Instead, he just walks around it.
Exactly. Backs off. The elephant's too big, man.
It's aggravating.
It's not just an elephant. It's the biggest, fattest, giantest elephant with the biggest tusks you ever did see. And he's too afraid to face it.
And he's not dumb. He sees the elephant.
Mm-hmm.
He's describing the elephant to us on his podcast. But then, oh, okay, Mr. Phelps, let's go up and interview the elephant. Oh no, he just walks around it.
Well, I think the next 10 episodes of this new show is going to be him interviewing the elephant, and he's going to be, hey, nice Mr. Elephant, pet.
But just drive by, take a quick look out your window from a moving vehicle, and every time they do, they find more taillights. Like the taillight plant is actually a rare perennial, grows exclusively on Brian Albert's front lawn, and it blooms in February, as it turns out, because every time they went by there, they found more taillight on like 6 different undocumented trips. They keep finding more and more taillight, and the pieces become progressively bigger. That's another thing we learned in the testimony. As like the biggest piece was found on February 18th. Like, how did you miss this? And by the way, the Canton Police Department, when they first got to the scene, and it was their crime scene initially, at 6 a.m., they videotaped themselves searching the scene with a leaf blower, and there's only like an inch of snow, and they don't find any red taillight.
I think that bears repeating. The Canton PD first took over the crime scene. They used a freaking leaf blower to move the snow away to search the scene, and they found nothing. Now, let's take this a step further. After the state police take over that crime scene, and by this time of the day, with the blizzard in full force, they have towed Karen's SUV away from her parents' house.
Just to interrupt for a second, totally off topic. Chat, I'm not putting comments on the screen today because I have such a bad connection. Every time I click on a comment, it knocks me out. So I don't know if that's just coincidence or we're putting more strain on because I'm doing a screen share, but I just want you to know I'm not putting comments on the screen like I normally do for that reason. So, sorry.
This is what happens.
12 hours later, after 18 inches of snow has fallen, and Michael Proctor has taken Karen Reed's Lexus SUV, and it's inside the Canton Police Department. After that happens, then they decide, let's search it again. Let's dig it up. And lo and behold, 4 pieces of red taillight appear. The first 4 out of 45 total pieces that will later be found. And a black Nike sneaker is also found during that search. That was not, somehow the Canton police just must be completely blind because they missed all of this when only an inch or 2 of snow was on the ground.
So now it appears to be a co-investigation with the Canton PD, as Turtle Boy explains here, referring to the chief of the Canton Police Department.
I mean, something's afoul. The police chief himself in that town also found taillight when he drove by on February 4th, and also happens to be friends with Brian Albert. And also, my reporting found out that on February 1st, when Cameron Reed was arrested, a reporter from Boston 25 News tweeted out that his body was found on the lawn of another Boston police officer named Brian Albert. And this reporter was messaged by the chief of police and asked to remove his tweet because, quote, Brian Albert is a pillar of the community and doesn't deserve to have his name smeared like that in the media, even though a dead body was found on his lawn. And the reporter was like, sure, whatever. And then when this all went down, contacted me and showed me the receipts of the police chief making this request. The police chief has since deactivated all social media, and he's also very good friends with Brian Higgins, the ATF agent in the house, who is romantically interested in Karen Reed.
Important for me is that the state police towed Karen's vehicle from her parents' house to the Canton PD's garage. The Massachusetts State Police involved the local PD in their investigation. A town, Canton, where the Albert family, according to Turtle Boy and many, many more, has tremendous influence. State police allow the Canton PD to maintain, look after what is effectively the most damning piece of evidence in this case. Why don't we take our first break here? Because I have a lot to get into in the second half. Please subscribe to...
Yeah, shush up with your ads.
That's hilarious. It's like, yeah, Mr. Phelps, you see the elephant in the room. Trooper Proctor towed the car back to the Canton police station. Canton, that's controlled by the McAlberts. He sees the conflict. Like, hello.
Like, hello. No, I'm right there with you. And I get the impression that it's just going to go downhill with the next 10 episodes, which, if people didn't know, yeah, October 17th is the first of 10 episodes, as Shari D has said in the chat there. So yeah, it's still a couple of weeks away.
Well, I predict the Phelps ship hitting the rocks just like Court TV did.
Yep, I'm predicting it too. I mean, that was the interesting thing about going back and seeing what he thought back in June, you know, before we go and look at what he thinks in October after speaking with the actual murderers.
Because if Phelps really wants to go down the road of getting to the truth, he has to go into dangerous ground that he doesn't have the balls to do.
No.
That's what I think.
He hasn't got the balls that TB has.
Nope.
Boys reporting on this case. Find him on X, where he does most of his real-time reporting, and visit his website, tbdailynews.com. Be right back. And wields power over those outside the law. He's a gross example of a law enforcement professional in every possible way. I know hundreds of detectives. I've never seen or even really heard anything like this guy presents himself in a court of law.
Proctor.
He really thinks he's something. This guy is so immature and unprofessional. When he first got into Karen Reed's phone to start looking for evidence, he sends a text out to his supervisor and other trooper colleagues saying, quote, "No news so far." So here he is, investigating what he believes to be a murder with his number one and only suspect's phone. And his first reaction, his first order of business, is to search for nude photos of Karen to share with his team and his bosses.
See, but that's a distraction. These misogynistic texts between Proctor and his other troopers and how they sensationalize that, it's all bad.
Nope.
But it's still ignoring the elephant in the room. It's ignoring the cover-up. See, they want us to focus on Proctor's misogynistic texts and how nasty they were, and they are, obviously. But you can't just focus on those. If you just focus on that, you're missing the big picture of what's going on here. The fact that those misogynistic, horrible texts exist are just the tip of the iceberg. The iceberg is the massive corruption that's going on and the framing of Karen Reed. He wants to just focus on the texts and ignore the iceberg that's under the surface.
Right. And as Dana says in Low, Sandra Birchmore, that is a bigger point than it was before. Exactly. Precisely.
Trooper colleagues saying, quote, no news so far. So here he is investigating what he believes to be a murder with his number one and only suspect's phone. And his first reaction, his first order of business is to search for nude photos of Karen to share with his team and his bosses. If he'd found any, which he didn't, one might expect he'd then start passing them around. Lead investigator, the guy in charge of the John O'Keefe death investigation. Here is Karen Reed's attorney questioning Proctor as the defense's cross-examination gets underway. And note that arrogance I mentioned.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided an inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had stopped.
Except for Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses.
Again, it was a poor joke.
That yes or no?
It did not, no.
It did not. Matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's actually funny that Auntie Bev allowed a lot of this stuff because all this stuff is FBI procured. And Attorney Jackson is slamming Proctor with it. As many as the inane objections that she allowed from ADA Lally, she lets this beating of Proctor go on.
Apologies for the interruption again.
When you said that to your bosses,
Yes, sir.
you were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
So this is a citizen. She's a woman. You are supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation? Part of that question and ask it again. Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't
Dunno. Wrong answer.
have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson. You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out, but from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your Trooper Proctor,
I missed that in the trial. He said we didn't know what we had. He's actually testified that they did know what they had. That's why they were charging her. That's why they were seizing her vehicle. That's why they got her phone. Now he's saying they didn't know what they had. Interesting, right?
point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You were successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I stopped looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed.
Sustained.
I wanted to understand what happened, or rather, what is Turtle Boy's theory of what happened that night? There is so much speculation, accusation, and confusing elements within this case. I wanted a basis, a foundation for what we're actually talking about here. What is it that those supporting Karen think occurred? John O'Keefe wound up dead, and somebody knows how. Here's what Turtle Boy had to say about that.
Everybody has a theory about that. You know, John was drunk, comes in the house. He was described as a get off my lawn guy. I mean, my theory is that he walked in the house. Colin Albert's there. He's like, this motherfucker, this little shit dick's here. The fuck is he doing here? He's walking my lawn. Or maybe he walked in there and Brian Higgins is like, or maybe he's like, are you texting my fucking girl? You know, and a fight breaks out. If Colin Albert gets in a fight with John O'Keefe inside Brian Albert's home, Brian Albert's going to side with Colin Albert. He's not going to let his nephew get beat up or disrespected in his house by another. He doesn't care if it's a Boston cop. Not going to let it happen. And when Brian Albert gets involved, the dog is instinctively going to get involved. Like he's going to protect its owner. And that would explain the dog bites on his arm. So what I think happened is a fight broke out and something happened. Like either John fell back and hit his head, causing that gash in the back of his head, or he was struck by something, like somebody hit him. Somebody might have gone way too far. Like basically it's a fight that went all wrong. Like that's the most, because there's no way they lured him there to murder. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Let me just explain a little bit of that. If you recall, Brian Higgins, the guy Turtle Boy mentions, had been flirtatiously texting with Karen for a time until she ghosted him. Colin Albert, the owner of the house's nephew, had a beef with John, some claim, regarding cutting through John O'Keefe's property and trashing his lawn. O'Keefe was known to be one of those dudes who did not like people on his property who were not invited. And then there's the dog, Brian Albert's pooch. It has been said that the injuries are consistent with dog bites. And maybe this is a good spot for me to say what I think. I want to hear all of the testimony and read all of the reports before I can give a theory as to what I think happened. That said, what Turtle Boy theorizes is completely plausible based on what is known so far. The one clear fact in all of it is that a lot of alcohol was involved that night. People were drunk. People with egos and tough guy types. Add that law enforcement element into it and, well, things had the potential for getting completely out of hand.
Right. An alcohol-fueled fight broke.
In the interview with TV, he said the simplest answer is always the right one. Now he's saying what the simplest answer is, which is they all got on the booze and they got into a fisticuff. So he's already changed his tune from June to TV's interview, hasn't he? Have I dropped off?
No, you're here.
Yep, cool.
I was typing and I wasn't listening to you. Sorry.
Yeah, cool. I was just saying he's changed his tune already. Like here he's saying, yeah, right.
Out. And something went wrong and they said, holy shit, this guy's convulsing. He's not going to make it. What are we going to do? And they saw Karen Reed. This all happened right away, according to because his phone stops moving at like 12:25. And they look out in the lawn and they see Karen Reed's there. And they're like, oh, please leave, please leave, please leave. And when she leaves, they're like, put the body there. We're going to put the body there. And maybe she's drunk. Maybe she doesn't remember it happening. You know, she won't go to jail. It was an accident. You know, everything will be fine. Colin and Brian don't deserve to go to jail for the rest of their lives over an accident. like, let's just put him there and we'll say she did it. And all we have to say, our whole story is simple. He didn't come in the house. So what do we don't know anything. He didn't come in the house. I don't know what to tell you. He didn't come in. So that way there's no story to tell. Everyone can get their story straight because it's a simple story. He didn't come in the house.
So you have this guy, a Boston cop, dead on the lawn. Enter now the lead investigator we've discussed already, Michael Proctor. He's crude. He obviously doesn't like women. He despises, it appears, Karen Reed. He makes fun of her medical condition. He judges her. He walks into this and immediately, without even questioning all of the people inside the Albert house on that night, makes a beeline for Karen. He tosses out any other theories or potential circumstances or suspects and zeroes in on O'Keefe's girlfriend. Perhaps Proctor watches too much Dateline. It's always the wife. It's always the husband. Turtle Boy did a lot of digging into this guy and his life. And some of what he says here to me, he uncovered before Proctor testified, which to me says a lot about Turtle Boy's sources and reporting.
He's going to be the must-see witness of the entire trial because he's going to have a lot of explaining to do about why he, didn't tell anyone that he's close friends with the McCabe's and the Alberts, that they're not just friends, they're family, that Colin Albert was the ring bearer in his sister's wedding, that he sat with them at the head table at his sister's wedding in 2012 and never disclosed that to anyone, that he was offered a gift on the day that Karen Reed was arrested by Julie Albert, whose son was never questioned. Colin was never questioned by police, even though he was inside that house. And so he's got so, and then the taillight, like, he lied on his report about what time he towed Karen Reed's car. He said he towed it at 5:30. Ring camera footage shows the car being towed at 4:15. If he towed it at 5:30, he couldn't have gotten the car back in time to plant taillight before the 5:45 search. But if he left at 4:15, he would have time. He lied in his report. He said it was 5:30. Why did he lie about that? So
let's take another short break here, come back and wrap up the second part of the Karen Reed case. A story I think you will be hearing me talk about again in the coming weeks on C.
Yes, we know you're going to ramble on. Let's move on.
Like, no, this is my courtroom, bitch. Like, we're doing things my way.
John O'Keefe's family, including his mother, stand behind the prosecution's case and sit in the courtroom.
Wait, I got to hear what TV said.
Isn't that relaxing?
Sorry.
Play the weekday windfall lottery for a chance to win $1 million every Monday.
Of them reacted strongly to lead investigator Michael Proctor's offensive language and the degradation of female defendant Karen Reed. This case should have been dismissed before it even got to the place it is. If the prosecution feels they have a strong case for murder against Karen Reed, they should have buttoned it up better. They should have made sure they could fill all of the deep, deep holes. According to Turtle Boy, the prosecution is not Karen Reed's only problem here.
The judge is part of the problem. She's very pro-prosecution in this. She's antagonistic towards Alan Jackson. She doesn't like his California style, I think. And she's just kind of like, no, this is my courtroom, bitch. Like, we're doing things my way.
John O'Keefe's family, including his mother, stand behind the prosecution's case and sit in the courtroom every day. I wondered how they felt about Karen when John and Karen were together.
Paul O'Keefe and Aaron O'Keefe are the first two to testify. Paul is his brother. And they both testified that they liked Karen and that they got along well. So it was weird testimony, kind of helped her. But then afterwards, she just rubbed him the wrong way. Like, immediately the mother was blaming Karen for it. I think it's a lot easier for them to swallow the idea that Karen, the angry ex-girlfriend, got drunk and did something stupid than it is for them to admit that all these people in their life, because Jennifer McCabe, for instance, has started a support group for her, for the mother, called Peggy's Angels, in which they take her out for dinner. The woman who Googled how long to die in cold to make sure her son died in the cold formed a support group for her. And it's probably horrifying for them to come to the reality that these people they've surrounded themselves with, who they come to court with, who rub their shoulders in court and hand them tissues to cry in, are actually the people who murdered and helped to cover up the murder of their son.
What is it Turtle Boy will do when all is said and done in the Karen Reed case, which is what made his website and his brand explode?
Well, I got to beat my charges. I'm still facing 12 felony charges and 4 misdemeanors. And so I got to deal with my own legal issues after this. And, but you know, I'll beat them all. What I did, journalism is not a crime. Free speech is not a crime. I've been in talks about publishing a book. That's going to be one of the first things I want to do is write a whole book memorializing everything that happened in this case. And I'm in talks with documentary producers, other things. Just I'd love to interview Karen Reed in person when this is all over, and just I think it would be fascinating. So, and then. One has been held responsible for killing John O'Keefe. And then it's up to the FBI to bring someone to justice, because we know that the Norfolk County DA's office isn't going to do that because they're in on it. And so we need them. Like we've put all our faith in the FBI here.
This case is an absolute shit show for the prosecution. Something we rarely.
Are you still with us, Scott?
I am here.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay. Your image just dropped out, so I thought maybe you fell off or I fell off or something.
Yeah, I don't understand because my icon's still on my phone in my link.
Weird. As long as
No,
you're
I'm
still
here. I'm here.
Cool.
We ever see in the world of true crime. I cannot fathom under any circumstances, unless they come up with a video of Karen Reed actually killing John O'Keefe with her vehicle, where this jury could possibly ever find her guilty. Reasonable doubt seems to come in here with every witness the state brings in. That'll do it for the Karen Reed case. For now, as I said, I will update these episodes and bring back Turtle Boy in future episodes when the time is right.
Oh, and so now you've met the family, the time is right. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I don't. I have little or no faith in this guy where this is gonna go. But.
No. So in the Turtle Boy episode on Turtle Boy's channel, he said he's interviewed one person who has not appeared anywhere at all before. Do you think that's John's dad?
Could be. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know.
Who did you think he was talking about?
I really don't know. Could be so many people, you know.
And I'm pretty sure.
I mean, there was rumors during the trial that John O'Keefe Sr. was going to stop coming into court. There was even rumors that went as far as to say that he was going to come into court and sit on Karen Reed's side. That never happened.
But he did start going into court.
But there has been plenty of stories, rumors, etc., that John O'Keefe Sr. and his wife Peggy O'Keefe weren't agreeing with what was going on. But unless Turtle Boy interviewed John O'Keefe Sr., we'll never know. I mean, he's an older gentleman. I don't think he could handle coming to court every single day. And then sometimes people watch the courtroom live and they look at people that are sitting there and they try to come up with narratives or reasons of, oh, where's Mr. O'Keefe today? Maybe he flipped, you know, and people are just, it's all conjecture. We don't know.
No, I was just trying to read into, you know, who hasn't been on any of who haven't we heard from that side yet? And he's literally it.
Well, I mean, some people thought it was odd that the O'Keefe parents never sat together in court. John's father always sat at the end of the bench. If you were watching the trial live on the courtroom feed, he would be like to the left on the front bench. And his wife, John O'Keefe's mother, Peggy O'Keefe, would be like a few persons over on the bench. They never sat together.
He always looked like...
And he always looked like he was disengaged or not happy.
Yeah.
where his wife Peggy is several people over, one or two people over from her other son Paul. So I think people watch trials live and they look at the crowd and they come up with their own narratives of like, why is John O'Keefe Sr. not sitting with his wife? Or is there something going on? You know what I mean? So you got a lot of conjecture that people just fabricate out of thin air.
He looks henpecked to me. He looks like the typical older fella whose wife wears the pants and he just sits back and shushes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a tragedy all along. I mean, we can criticize the O'Keefe family, Peggy and the brother and how they're acting, and we're coming from it from our point of view, where we truly believe that Karen Reed was framed, and we wish and hope that the O'Keefe family would be on our side, but they're not. I don't know why. And then you add to that, are the O'Keefe parents not on the same page? And then you lead to a lot of conjecture and what if, and
They had to assume that when they went and got John's taillight fixed, at the rear end of John's car fixed, and found the tail parts of Karen Reed's taillight, they have to assume that someone in the family is not going to like the idea that they're now implicated in the cover-up.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many facets to what's going on, and a lot of people are just going on what they see from a courtroom live, what they might have seen in a report, confirmed or unconfirmed, and people are just kind of running with narratives that nobody has receipts for. So I don't know if John O'Keefe Sr. is just an older gentleman who's sitting at his son's unalive trial and he's just fed up.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Or does that mean that he's not agreeing with his wife? I mean, that's a big stretch. You can go all over the place. We don't know.
It looked to me like he was the only one out of anyone who sat on that bench the entire trial who was truly grieving. That was my perception of it, but then I'm autistic. I can't really read faces, so don't take my word for it.
Well, I mean, it is truly bizarre if you're coming from the free Karen Reed side and you truly believe Karen Reed was framed and you truly believe in the scope of the corruption. And then you see Officer John O'Keefe's parents and brother on the quote unquote other side. And you just don't get it. Like, what are you people like have the wool pulled over your eyes, or do you truly know what happened to John and you're just being evil? But nobody wants to think that darkly, that deep. Maybe you just believe the police and you're buying the story. But from our vantage point,
someone fixed John's car. That's all there is to it. Someone repaired his car. We saw Karen's car hit his car. We all saw it with our own eyes, and someone repaired that car.
Right. That was rumored a long time ago. So Wanless, the Canton police officer that owned the body shop, he was the one that was called into the Canton Sallyport to remove the Lexus taillight housing from Karen Reed's Lexus.
Yeah.
And he was never reported as being part of the chain of custody of evidence.
Right.
And Sean McDonough. Oh no, I'm not sorry. No, I think it was the former Canton sergeant there that interviewed him. And Wanless admitted, they called me into the Canton Sallyport and I removed the taillight for him because they couldn't figure it out.
Peter Murphy interviewed him.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the rumor also was that So when Karen Reed's backing out of John's garage at 4 something a.m. to begin her search for him,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when she accidentally backs into John O'Keefe's Chevy SUV.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see her taillight slightly cracked as she puts it back in drive and heads down the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
So they were saying that her impact into his car caused some slight minor damage.
Right, she was missing a small chunk of clear glass. So
And then
Kerry,
they said that piece fell inside the housing. It was still in the housing. That's why it's not on the ground in John O'Keefe's driveway.
I follow.
Yeah. Yeah. So say you back your vehicle up and you hit like a light pole or another vehicle like in a parking lot.
Yep.
Say your taillight does crack. That piece isn't necessarily going to fall outwards and then down by gravity onto the ground.
It depends how it breaks.
That broken piece will go into the hollow of your taillight housing.
Yeah.
So Sean McDonough had reports or explanations of when they finally towed Karen Reed's car from her parents' house in Dighton all the way back to the Canton police station, Sallyport. When they first started, quote unquote, working on the taillight, the broken piece was inside the hollow of the housing loosely. You know what I mean? And they started peeling away at the taillight or whatever they were doing. They eventually tore the whole thing apart and ran over to 34 Fairview and planted it all there. But I'm saying initially, when she backed out of his driveway and hit his car by accident, when that taillight cracked, the piece of debris fell inside that hollow of the housing. It didn't fall on the ground. And Turtle Boy, one of his interviews of one of the jurors, were like, well, if she broke her taillight in John's driveway when she accidentally backed into his car, why isn't there taillight pieces on the ground at One Meadows? But the explanation is the piece that broke fell inward. It fell inward into the hollows of the housing.
Right. Okay. That clears that one up, because I thought if it had fallen out, that it would have turned up in John's driveway after the snow melted. But you're right.
And one of the jurors had that same theory or question, because they're thinking, okay, if Karen Reed's backing out of John's garage at One Meadows, accidentally backs into his car, it wasn't a hard impact, but it was enough probably to break her taillight a little bit.
Yeah.
The piece that broke fell inside the hollow of the housing, not onto the ground.
Yeah. Yep, that certainly makes sense.
And then when you see her car, like she backs up, she hits his car, she puts it back in drive, and then she turns to her left and then straight down the driveway. So the camera is above the garage door.
Yeah.
So you see the Lexus going down his driveway. It's you can tell in the video it's slightly damaged.
Yeah.
But as she gets to the bottom of his driveway, she applies her brakes, and the brake lights fully illuminate in those both of those housings, and the taillight looks fine. But as soon as she releases her foot off the brake and it goes back to the regular running lights, you can see some slight damage on that right rear taillight.
Yep.
But it's slightly damaged. It's not what the taillight ends up looking like when it's presented in evidence.
Right.
And the whole taillight is like dismantled.
3 witnesses testified to that. It's pretty much what Kerry said, and it's pretty much what Jen said, and it's pretty much what the sergeant, I can't think of his name, from Dighton.
Yeah, the Dighton police officer that responded to Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton.
Yeah.
So Proctor and Buchanan
So
they're heading down there with a flatbed. Well, they call a flatbed from the Dighton area. And that's a witness I wish would have been in trial also is the
Barris.
flatbed driver that towed her
Right.
car.
The truck, yeah.
But
See,
the
when I
Dayton
was-
police officer said, yeah, the taillight was kind of cracked. So what the Dayton police officer is describing is what the taillight would have looked like after she backed out of John's garage at 4 something in the morning.
Yeah, and
Slightly cracked it. That's
when
what
I
the
was-
Dayton. That's what the Dayton police officer testified to. Yeah, it was
Correct.
slightly cracked.
when he said that, I was watching Emily D. Baker's channel. When he said that, she said the same thing I just said. Well, that's consistent with what Jen and Kerry just testified to. So the only 3 people who saw with their own eyes that tail light outside of the cops, the Canton cops, or the people, the cover-up cops, outside of that group, everyone else testified that it was only cracked. So, including Jen McCabe, she didn't say it was completely exploded and it was all missing. There was no plastic left on it at all. She didn't say that.
Well, that was just another story that had to change to fit the narrative, because when they brought the car back to the Canton Sallyport, that's when they started harvesting taillight pieces off the housing until they got to the housing being pretty much 90% removed.
Yeah.
So when you go from the Dayton officer saying it was slightly cracked to what they had to testify to when it came to trial, oh, the taillight was shattered and all the pieces were missing. That's only to cover for the taillight pieces that were harvested and then eventually planted at 34 Fairview.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it was very much a stroke of luck that she was able to pull the video of her hitting John's car, because they deleted the video of her arriving back at John's place.
Yeah, that's something I don't quite understand. If they were toying around with the videos from One Meadows, why didn't they delete the entire video? Why does that video remain showing Karen Reed backing out of his garage and hitting John's car? That's a mystery to me.
I think they thought so. The deleting the one where she arrived that night, that didn't make sense to me, because you couldn't see her taillight. Why did they delete that one?
No, exactly. So if you picture yourself at One Meadows, so the camera is above the double door garages.
Yeah.
And the driveway is, left to right. So if she's returning to John's house at 12:30 something, all you're going to see is her car coming up the driveway. The garage door would open right below the camera, and you would see her car turn left into the garage. That portion of the video, you would never see her taillight.
That's right. So it was the dumbest one to remove, except it showed what time she got home.
Instead, they left intact the video where later on she's backing out of the garage.
Right.
So, and she turns left and hits his Chevy SUV.
Yeah.
And then she turns right and heads straight down the driveway. And that's when the camera above the garage door picks up the image of her taillights. That would have been the part, if Proctor was going to erase any video from One Meadows, that would have been the part he should have erased.
Right, but I mean, nothing in this was smart. Like the stupidity behind each and everything that they did. Like, nobody was going to miss bloody timestamp skips. That stuff was dumb. Like, we weren't going to notice that apparitions were appearing and disappearing in the video footage. That part was dumb.
You're talking about the Sallyport inverted video that you went over?
Yeah, collecting the blood in solo cups.
Yeah.
That was dumb. Putting the solo cups in a stop and shop bag. That was dumb. Like the way they covered this up, none of it was fucking smart. So I think Proctor didn't see that Karen had hit his car in that video. I think he was focused on let's remove the part where she got home so that she has no arrival home.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. I see what you're saying there. Yeah.
He was just focused on.
Well, I think they were worried about the timeline, right? Because they keep
because the
they keep
timeline
they keep lying about like when people left the waterfall and when they got to Brian Albert's house and what time Colin Albert left and Allie McCabe. Basically, Karen pulled up. John got out of the car. He went in the house. She sat there for a few minutes. I don't know if she was like, "Hey, are you staying in there, jerk? Are you coming back home with me?" And then she took off.
Yeah.
And she got back to his house at One Meadows pretty early, and it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit all the McAlbert timeline stories. So
and even Lally doing that was dumb. Even Lally doing that was dumb because all the way through from opening statements right up until Richard Green testified, Lally was maintaining it was 12:45. He got Trooper Dunning-Kruger up there to say 12:45. I've actually recorded Trooper Dunning-Kruger saying 5 times that it was 12:45 because but every time he went to start saying it, he was interrupted, like, don't read your report. And then he started again, like, just say what you can remember. Then he says it again at 12:45, blah, blah, blah. And then Bev interrupts him again. Don't read your report. We've heard that part. Move on. Get to your testimony. And then he starts again at 12:45 a.m. And then Lally asks some dumb question, and she's like, "Don't ask dumb questions, Lally. Let's just get to the story." It's like 5 times Trooper Paul said at 12:45. But then we get to the end, like after Green pointed out that the defense actually did notice John's Wi-Fi logging Karen on at 12:36. Then Lally.
Exactly. I was just going to say that. She got back to his house at 12:36.
Right.
It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit their timelines.
Right. And so that's why I think Proctor deleted her arriving back part because he didn't realize there was the 12:36 log on with John's Wi-Fi system. So he thought he was deleting that part of the evidence, but that turns up. And then also Lally has his timeline nutted out, but he doesn't realize that Wi-Fi has logged John on either. So he's still on the 12:45 a.m. all the way through until Richard Green exposes, yeah, well, we got this time stamp from John's Wi-Fi. That screwed everything up, including Proctor trying to remove the video of her arriving back.
Right. So I get it. So Proctor's erasing the part where she arrives back. He's not fast forwarding the tape. He's not fast forwarding to 4 something when she's backing out of his garage to go look for him.
The next morning, exactly. He was just after this. She can't arrive home because we need to stitch her up.
Yeah,
but he didn't know.
That actually makes sense. Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
I don't know. Got the Wi-Fi details. I don't know if they were turned over by the prosecution or if the defense did their own investigating and they got hold of those details and only they knew that until Richard Green got on the stand, because that's what it looks like to me.
I mean, if you go back to the beginning of this whole thing, they wanted to hide the totality of the people that were in the house. Colin Albert was never there. Certain people that were in the house were never interviewed for months. As a matter of fact, it wasn't until the FBI was delving deep into this case that all of a sudden the state had a panic and say, oh, yeah, I guess they were there. That's like when Turtle Boy discovered Lucky Loughran. When he interviewed Lucky had already been approached by the FBI. The FBI already knew Lucky had plowed down 34 Fairview around 2:30.
Right, their backpedal wasn't because TV exposed it. Their backpedal was because they knew the FBI had been there.
Exactly. So that, Proctor misspelling names and trying to ignore people that were in the house and not interview them. I think what happened was Proctor and the state police detective group working for Michael Morrissey, through TB's reporting, realized secondhand, oh my God, the FBI is all over us right now.
Oh my God, you're right, John. It was Guarino who testified to the 1236 Wi-Fi connection. You're absolutely right. His face just popped into my head as I read that. It wasn't Green. Yep. So it was the prosecution that had the Wi-Fi data. So that clears that up. But that just makes them even dumber, doesn't it?
Well, what's that story?
They only
what a
look
tangled web we weave.
You're right. They looked half dumb when I was thinking it was Green that had the Wi-Fi. Maybe they didn't know about it. But now they look totally dumb because they had that data themselves.
But you think of yourself as a juror in the juror box, and you've been sitting through this whole trial, and you're trying to take your notes, and you're trying to keep up with all this, and the wool is pulled over your eyes. You don't realize the FBI is investigating this. You don't realize when Proctor's up there attesting to these gross misogynistic texts. You have no clue as a juror that the FBI is all over this case. Instead, you're just sitting there in the juror box and you believe the state has brought this woman to trial for murder, and you're listening to these cops and these witnesses as legitimate, respectable, under oath people telling the truth. If you're in the juror box, you don't know that all these people are liars. It's a big cover up. So I don't blame the jury exactly, because they don't see the big picture. They don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I think it was a big mistake for I think it was a huge mistake for, I've forgotten his freaking name because we just went through so many bloody names. I'm shocking with names. Josh Levy, to say you can't tell the jury that we're investigating. That was a big mistake.
But I think Josh Levy was saying that to Auntie Bev because I don't know. I mean, I think he's so busy trying to get the big picture reeled in. He didn't want this to go to trial. He knew the trial was BS. He was trying to pressure.
I feel like if he'd have wrapped up the other things that he's stalling on, that he stalled on, he would have let the defense raise that the FBI was investigating. But because he hasn't wrapped those up, and that's why he said he wanted the trial to be stayed for a bit. Is that the right word?
U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy's hand was forced. He had to, through TUI rules, inject the exculpatory evidence that the FBI DOJ had obtained, but he didn't want to do that. What he was trying to tell DA Meatball is stop this, drop this trial. We cannot, in good conscience, let this go to trial. Yeah. But DA Morrissey, you're such a stubborn ass that now we are forced to inject this TUI. Like DA Morrissey is such a stubborn person that he forced Joshua Levy's hand, and Joshua Levy was forced to inject a TUI. It's like a battle. These two people are battling. U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy,
political battle, nothing
and
to do with
DA Michael Morrissey are in a huge battle, and we're on the sidelines watching it.
Right. So, I honestly think that had Bev changed the dates, like the defense and the prosecution and the FBI all asked her to, this would have been a different story. The jury would have been told about the FBI. That's what I think.
The door was kind of left open. They kind of said, well, if it comes out naturally, we can reveal the FBI DOJ investigation. But Bev made sure during the trial that never happened.
Right. Bev's the gatekeeper. She's as responsible for the BS as any of them are, in my book.
No, Bev was definitely the gatekeeper with
For
her twirling her glasses and her squeaky chair, and I will allow it or denied. People are missing her as a villain. She was very pivotal.
Right, I think so too. It's going to be very interesting to see the defense play out the civil case in front of a different judge. I bet you see a completely different approach from them because they're not battling Bev. They're just presenting their case like they would in any other courtroom. This is going to be these particular lawyers at their best, but Auntie Bev put them under such a huge amount of constraint, I guess you could say, that we weren't seeing them playing their A game. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, they were just playing beat Bev the whole time.
Well, I mean, if you look at it from my point of view, Auntie Bev's sole and mission was to protect Morrissey.
Yep.
That's it.
The guy who got her a job.
Morrissey had to get some kind of conviction out of this to legitimize this whole Karen Reed prosecution.
Right. Interesting. Well, this has been a really interesting conversation because I have a live stream on the day after tomorrow where people who don't know about the case have asked me to give them a rundown of the case. And so I have been taking notes, Scott, adding notes to the notes I already took. So you brought up some things that I had forgotten to note. So that's awesome. So
yeah, I mean, obviously, my point of view is very pessimistic of the government and a very black cup of tea. And some people don't want to look at their government that way. They don't want to look at their police that way. They don't want to look at their trial court that way.
Yeah.
But that's where I am.
Yeah. So tomorrow is going to be America's Friday. I got Auntie Deb. And then America's Saturday, I got Amanda's show. If you check out my community wall after we're done here, I will go dig up the link for that podcast where I'll be a guest and post it on the community wall for you all so you can go and have a look at that. I thought I already had posted it, but I'm not seeing it, so maybe I didn't. Yep. So just to wrap up, Scott, because we've been here, I don't know how long we've been here, 2 hours? I think it's
more like 4.
Really? What time was it? What time was it your end when we started?
I don't know. It's almost 3:30 Eastern here.
Yeah.
In the afternoon.
Yeah, I don't know what time it was either.
These shows with you and I just turned into a conversation between me and you, and everybody listens in.
Oh, exactly.
That's
4
fine.
hours. Everyone's saying we've been here for 4 hours. Well, we still got the same number of viewers that we had 4 hours ago, so it makes it really hard to wrap up. Knowing that people are interested.
No, me and you can just keep talking forever. It's funny.
4 hours and 22 minutes to be exact.
Yeah. I don't even. It's like I don't even pay attention to the chat. I'm kind of, but not really. To me, this is just like a long phone call with Aussie, and then people are listening to us. That's how I look at a show like this.
Yeah, same here. So I got a whistleblower, Scott. I got a whistleblower who wants to tell us stuff.
Okay.
I can't tell you what stuff because I haven't. So Abby's been speaking with the whistleblower and trying to figure out what the whistleblower wants to reveal and doesn't want to reveal. So I don't want to say anything and reveal things that the whistleblower doesn't want us to reveal. So I'm trying to be careful how I'm going about it. But we do have a whistleblower, and they're from the anti side. And some of the evidence that came out before trial that was otherwise impounded came from her. And also the a couple of things that Abby and I have been investigating also came from her. So it's an interesting thing that we got coming up. So that's next week. We're aiming for Monday at this stage. We'd like Monday, but this person has a job. So oh, I just got a message. Sorry for the sidetrack. I think I might have to reschedule Honey Deb, but we'll have a look.
It's kind of funny. It's like, oh, Aussie Insider Live. Listening to Scott and Aussie talking. That's all we're doing.
Right. Fly on the wall.
It's funny.
All right. So, am I staying up? No, Dana. I actually slept all day. So I'm actually on American clock right now because I have all this stuff coming up over the weekend with Americans on their clock. So I'm sleeping through the day and then up all night, and I'll probably go to bed. I think I got, so it's Friday morning. Oh, actually, Deb's right. It is shortly, in a couple of hours. But he wants to reschedule after Friday. So, is it your Friday yet?
No.
Right. Man, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have to reschedule Auntie Deb. Auntie Deb.
Auntie Deb. Who plays Auntie Bev? Yes.
Olivia. Now there's someone that needs to come up. Guys, Olivia's in the chat. Everyone's got to get on Olivia's case. She's got to come on and talk about some of this stuff that she's been posting lately. We need Olivia on. Type 1 in the chat if you want a live stream with Olivia. So, thanks for calling in.
Olivia's great.
She is. I really badly want her on because, I mean, this. There goes the chat. I really want her on because she's not just listening to the things that, you know, people are saying to her. She's doing the research so that it fits right in her head. And, you know, this is people that think.
Starlink glitch.
So I got you on the screen, Olivia. You're
Bring it back.
tidy. You're committed. So needs a what? What's, I don't know what that is, Rainbow. What's one of those? Hopefully I'm not going to get myself cut off putting comments on the screen. It seems to be behaving itself right now though. But you know what? My son woke up about 4:30 and I think he went and jiggled some shit. So we're kind of like back in action just as we're finishing up. Do you know what that is? Do you know what Rainbow's talking about?
No.
Me either. Speak it a English. Say it in English, Rainbow. Okay.
Might be talking about a tower for your Starlink antenna.
He is. He's talking about a style of antenna. I hope he means a telescopic one because we have to move that stuff all the time. Oh, Olivia's onto it. That's what it is. Okay. The tower in Dubai. I need the tallest tower in the world.
Oh, the tallest building in Dubai. Yeah, exactly. All right, I
No,
get it now.
I just need one that reaches past the trees. The problem is I live in a forest and these are fully adult trees that are holy shit. These are higher than 50 feet, I reckon. Some of these trees, like I'll take a photo of one tomorrow just so you get the idea. You can't really get the idea from a photo, can you? They're pretty big trees. So, they're very old trees. So the main one that causes most of the issues, I reckon, would be at least 50 feet up. Like, it's huge.
Well, you have to get a tower for your antenna or get a chainsaw.
Right.
Start
See,
cutting trees down.
the cost of a tower versus the cost of an arborist is, the tower's
Something
cheaper.
to be weighed.
The tower is way cheaper. Trust me. So, but yeah, this is where I'm renting right now. So I don't really want to pay for, like a permanent tower or even an arborist. I'll be out of here. Well, I thought I'd be out of here by Christmas, but that ain't happening. So many things have gone wrong. So
That's how life goes.
that's how, well, building, I don't know anyone who's
Yeah.
ever planned out their build and got it done on time. It just doesn't happen to anyone that I know of. So,
All right. Is
so
this
yeah,
is this the end of our very long phone call that everybody eavesdropped on?
I don't know. Is there anything else you want to talk about? We still got 120 viewers.
I don't know why.
I don't know why either. No, well, everyone was
Yeah.
interested in
I
the felt.
laugh like, okay, so you got like your major YouTube creators doing shows. Instead, it's like, oh, tune into Aussie and Scott just talking on the phone for 4 hours. It's pretty funny to me.
I had a question for you. What is going on at the select board meetings? What's the latest update from there? So the last time I watched one, because I've been so busy, the last one I watched was Rita being threatened to be kicked out.
Well, see, that wasn't select board meeting. That was the
Oh, sorry. Yeah, right. That was the audit meeting.
audit committee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got Bob McCarthy, that's the chairperson on the audit committee.
Yeah.
So if you're watching that on tape, the three gentlemen on the right, including McCarthy at the center chair, they're anti-audit.
Mm-hmm.
And then on your left, you have the two people that are pro-audit.
Yep.
Kathleen Howley and Dave, I forget his last name.
Yeah.
They're two champions trying to fight the corruption in the town. So it's a 3-2 vote against those two. So Kathleen and Dave are trying to like fight these three corruptoids that are on the board because they're doing everything they can to stop the Canton police audit.
Uh-huh.
Even though last November, Rita Lombardi and Jen O'Donnell and everybody else like rallied the town, like, hey, we got to come vote for a police audit. So you have a very corrupt Canton. There's some people in the town that are like, no, we're good. The town's running great.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the police. And then you have the other half of the town that sees all the corruption and they want to vote to audit the police department. Let's expose the corruption.
Yeah.
So if you go back to last November, it was a very contentious election, special town meeting. People were brave that came out and voted for the police audit because There was people trying to prevent them from voting. There's a whole backstory to all this. But if you fast forward to where we are today, these
Olivia, sorry, got her on the screen. Rita gave us the backstory when she was on our live last week. So we did get the backstory.
So these last two meetings that you saw was all about the contention that's happening in the police audit committee, where Bob McCarthy is the chairperson,
Yeah.
blocking Kathleen Howley and Dave from getting a police audit to ever go through. So what happened was the corruptoids that run Canton were upset that the vote even passed last November to audit the Canton police. So their only recourse is to try to torpedo the police audit altogether. So they planted the board with a 3-2 majority, and they're fighting it all the way to the bitter end. They grapple.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Wow. It's just going to be a bitter end battle.
And then they had a special meeting the other night because there was only one contractor that bid on the Canton police audit. And they now it's all back to square one. Now they have to have a special town meeting to restart the process. But that's exactly what the corrupt people that control Canton wanted. They wanted to kneecap the police audit or to torpedo it.
Yeah.
Because they don't want the police audit to ever happen. That's what the battle that you see going on.
Absolutely. Olivia, to answer your question, that's what you need to come and talk about. We need to hash this out. Pardon the pun. That's what you need to come on and talk about. What experts would cover those things, how that might work. This is a big topic. This isn't just like a yes or
Another outage. You were out there for a second.
Sorry, this is the topic that you're looking at on the screen that Olivia and I will discuss when she's on. So remind me when we're talking, Olivia, on a live stream to ask this question again, because it is a very interesting answer. And I think that you can probably contribute to formulating the answer, because I think that there might be different experts for different things, but I don't know how the rules actually work in that part of the country. So you're probably better off to help me sort of formulate that.
Well, I mean, if Auntie Bev was a legit judge, once the prosecution brought out the inverted Sally Port video that was never entered into discovery,
right.
Auntie Bev should have declared a mistrial right there and then.
She should have. That's how it would have gone in anybody else's court. So, and then yes, there should be a key cycle expert. That was one thing I was just totally perplexed why the defense didn't have. They offered in the beginning not to destroy Karen's car, but to get their expert to go and extract the data. And then Canton decided, no, we're going to destroy it and only give you the data we want to give you. But I feel that this was something that was missing from the defense's side of things. They could have still got that expert in to come in and explain how the key cycles were incorrect that Trooper Paul was talking about. So that's definitely part of an expert I think was missing. But again,
Trooper Paul was just handed a mess, and Trooper Paul had to come up with a story. It's why it was so ridiculous.
The thing is, if they'd have given it to someone with some experience, they might have come up with a better story. Trooper Paul was like all over the shop.
Yeah, but he got to testify, and the jury listened to him. I don't know why. the crime whisperer and stuff that couldn't do math when Alan Jackson challenged him.
Yeah.
It was embarrassing for the state, but some people don't see it that way. The mainstream media, the jury. Oh, no. I mean, that was ridiculous. What are you people watching? I don't get it.
Exactly. They weren't watching the same trial as us. Olivia, add that to the list. Let's talk about that because it pissed me off too. We're getting a list now, girl. I actually have an opening, Olivia, that just became available for tomorrow. Like today, rather, in about 5 hours. If you're still with us in a couple of hours, Olivia, there is an opening. Whoops. Yes, he was Prince Lover, precisely. Not
These people are going to be cut loose. Trooper Proctor, Trooper Paul, Trooper Garino. Literally, DA Michael Meatball Morrissey doesn't care. Think of him as a captain on a pirate ship. If he has to start throwing these people overboard, he will. He doesn't care.
I think
Proctor can go down. Garino can go down. Trooper Paul can go down. Lieutenant Detective Brian Tully can go down. Right. As long as DA Morrissey can save his ass, that's all he cares about.
That's right. Exactly. Thanks for becoming a member, Chantel. Much appreciated. Welcome to the maids. And thank you for gifting a membership, Charlie Lynn. Much appreciated. I'm not sure who got the membership because I missed it. I should have started because I was in the right program for starring and I didn't do it. So whoever got that membership, yay.
If this was a chess game and we're erasing pawns off the board, knights, bishops, what I want to see go down is the king. DA Michael Morrissey. That's what I believe U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy's target to be. And I hope it happens.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who are, I think Brennan is going to be smart to axe from all of this, but I don't know.
It's just like a special prosecutor, Kenneth Mello. Mello has already been thrown off of Morrissey's ship. Yeah, he's drowned already. I mean, this chess game it's been going along for a while, and there's a lot to come. We're right in the middle of it.
I think they were hoping to stall TV's Discovery shit for a lot longer than they were able to, and I kind of like this judge. What do you reckon about this judge?
Oh, the one that's on
Turtle Boy's case.
Turtle Boy now? Yeah, no, she was engaged. I think Bettero doing that last end revealing of the letters that prove the collusion and the conspiracy to frame Turtle Boy, and now Kenneth Mello is going to have to be a witness for Turtle Boy's defense. It basically proves that DA Michael Morrissey hired Kenneth Mello as a special prosecutor for the illusion of remaining a neutral party, but Kenneth Mello was clearly still under the direction of DA Michael Morrissey. It was a ruse. So you got to think about DA Michael Morrissey is always constantly trying to protect himself.
Yeah.
So Kenneth Mello was hired as a special prosecutor to go after Turtle Boy. But meanwhile, Kenneth Mello's henchmen are DA Michael Morrissey's SS troops out of his office. Detective Lieutenant Tully, Buchanan. So this whole ruse of a special prosecutor that's not biased or not, it's all a lie.
Yeah.
Kenneth Mello is just merely the middleman to go after Turtle Boy. So DA Michael Meatball Morrissey can claim, no, I'm not directly going after Turtle Boy. I hired Kenneth Mello to do that because obviously I'm conflicted. But it's all a lie. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all BS.
And the reason that I like this judge is because they can see that there's some smoke and mirrors going on. Like that was what the feeling that I got from after the trial. Turtle Boy said, you know, the judge was listening to us, like unlike previous judges that he's had, and also Bev.
Well, I mean, you got attorney Mark Betterow with his superior intellect and his great writing, presenting to this judge, spelling out to this judge. Obviously, Kenneth Mello was hired as a quote unquote special prosecutor by DA Michael Morrissey, but Kenneth Mello was using DA Michael Morrissey's state trooper detective group to set up Turtle Boy. And it's obvious what's going on here. That Kenneth Mello as a special prosecutor excuse as a neutral is false. What Mark Betterow is pointing out is the vast scope of the corruption to frame and jail Turtle Boy and to frame Karen Reed. And just some people don't want to understand the big picture of the corruption that's going on right now.
Right. So I just got a couple of things here. Thank you, B Harmony. I'll take that $20 to mean that you enjoyed the show and it was well worth it. Thank you so much for that. Olivia, please write that one down. We can talk about that one as well. I would really like to include that in our conversation because it's very, very much part of the topics I want to run through with you. And this one too, that's exactly why they did it. So please make note of all of this stuff because we do need to talk about this in way more depth. Sorry for interrupting you, Scotty.
No, think about DA Michael Morrissey's ship. He's literally throwing people overboard. Proctor's been thrown overboard.
Yep.
Torino is soon to be thrown overboard.
Yep.
Special prosecutor Kenneth Mello, he's been thrown overboard a long time ago. he's done. It's all about saving Morrissey. That's what this whole thing is about.
Yep. And I have to wonder, is the people who are saying that they're going to run against Morrissey in the next election, are they
tough.
Are they serious?
Because to run against Morrissey, I mean, Morrissey's older now. He's been in office since the 70s. He's under a lot of problems right now. But he has his $2 million war chest that he can just give over to the next Democrat that's going to take his place.
Mm.
But if you're going to run against Morrissey as a constitutional conservative in Massachusetts, and you're going to run your platform on, I'm all about law and justice, and I'm going to cut through the politics and just, do my job as a DA and prosecute the true criminals, and it's a tough battle in Massachusetts. Yeah. If you run as a Republican in Massachusetts, you're already doomed. So the only people that are going to qualify to even challenge somebody like DA Meatball Morrissey is a Democrat that's more slightly to the center, constitutional conservative.
Yeah.
It's a tough battle for anybody running against him. That's why he always gets reelected uncontended. He just gets into office every time he runs.
Oh God, I hope someone bloody ticks all of those boxes, and something's got to change, and it's got to be him not there anymore. I mean, would the Democrats ever think we need a different Democrat in there because he's just getting exposed too much?
No, I think some of the potential candidates that have come forward that are going to challenge his seat, if they really want to get the vote, they're going to have to say, even though, I'm a Democrat, but I don't believe in like somebody like Morrissey's office and the corruption that he's doing here. It's so hard to talk about these things because you can't help but hit the third rail of politics. So I'm saying the only viable candidates that have a chance to take his seat are probably going to have to be Democrats. There's no way a Republican's ever going to take the seat. But the Democrat that's running to take his seat just has to be more realistic, more centrist. That's all I can say.
I agree with you, Olivia. Two might split the votes up. I think you just need one really good one. One good solid one. I agree.
And there was a good conversation on the Young Jerks. I don't know when it was, where these candidates get to keep their war chests. So when they get all these donations to run for office, if they don't spend them, they get to keep them in the bank, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And what the argument is, if you look at the totality of the whole system in the United States or states, these entrenched politicians that are career politicians, they can take their war chests and donate them to another candidate in their party.
Yeah.
So if you're a conservative constitutional Republican trying to run against somebody like D.A. Morrissey in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, you are totally screwed. Like you have no chance. But if you're another Democrat, say Morrissey's going to retire, he just hands over his war chest to the next chosen candidate in the Democrat Party that's going to take his seat.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of the big picture politics here. It's difficult because Massachusetts is all blue. And if you're running as a Republican, you're facing an uphill battle on an icy path all the way to the top. And if you don't have the money behind you and the political connections already in place, it's very hard for you to take a seat like that.
I totally agree with Olivia. Law and the enforcement of it shouldn't be politicized. And that's exactly what's going on here.
That's very, very political. That's the problem.
Should be part of the DOJ and not a political race at all. It should just be the DOJ assigns people like we do here in Australia because they're freaking good at their jobs and they've worked their way up.
But other states elect judges. So in Massachusetts, DAs are elected.
Yeah.
But the judges are appointed by the sitting governor through the governor's council.
Right.
But if you look, we've explored this before. So if you look at, Judge Beverly Cannoni's genesis and how she became a judge, it's all through her connections with very powerful politicians in Massachusetts, such as D.A. Michael Morrissey and the then sitting governor Deval Patrick, is how she became a judge. Where other states, judges, I guess, run for election by the popular vote. So a judge is like held more accountable in that scenario, allegedly. But if you look at who the judges are in Massachusetts and you go backwards in all their timelines, how they became judges is through politics. So the legal system and the political system is hopelessly intertwined in Massachusetts.
Yep, it's a sad state of affairs, and it means that you're always stuck. And I think the powers that be like the fact that you're always stuck, and they get to choose how it ends up. So,
Like you would want a judge sitting on a bench with a gavel and robe to be beholden to the law as a neutral arbiter of the law,
right, they're supposed to be there to interpret the law.
and not
It's
beholden to their party, and not be beholden to how they became a judge. Put that all aside. You're on the bench, follow the law, forget the politics. And that's what gets people frustrated, because they see a judge like Beverly Cannoni in the Karen Reed trial, and they see her bias, which was based basically on saving DA Morrissey's office.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with giving Karen Reed a free trial. I mean, a fair trial.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you on that. And I don't think judges should be a part of any party. I agree with Shari on that.
But to really dive deep into how you staff a trial court system in the state, and who the judges are and how they become judges, it's very hard to separate the politics of what got them there in the first place. It's tough.
It's hard. It's tough. I think Phoebe's like way behind. She's talking about your blood pressure and things that are right back a couple hours ago. So catch up, Phoebe. If it's really hard to listen to, forward through to about hour number 2 and you'll be past it all.
I'm not saying I have the answers. I don't know if appointed judges like the way they are here in Massachusetts is the right way, where you might look at another state in the United States where judges run for election, and then they're going to get up on a bully pulpit and say, I'm a tough on crime judge, vote for me. Just like when sheriffs run for election, just when somebody runs for governor or somebody runs for president, you have all the political speaking points and blah, 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 left, I'm right. You know what I mean? You talk about how you don't vote because you think it's all the same anyways. And I just think when you get to trial court and people are being brought up on charges like Karen Reed is, you just want a judge that's neutral, fair, and follows the law, disregards his or her politics.
Their only job
is to be an arbiter of the law.
Exactly. That's it. They're not supposed to be getting upset and telling people to sit down, Mr. Lally. Take a seat, Mr. Lally. Even though everyone enjoyed that. But yeah.
I mean, we're all human beings, from the lowest level of society, middle class, upper class, lawyers, judges, police officers. Everybody as a human being has to take their jobs, their oaths to service, their duties to heart. Put all your politics aside and just do your job. And that's, I guess, why I get so upset with Judge Beverly Cannoni, because I believe she could have been a much better judge in this trial, but she's beholden to her politics and beholden to saving DA Morrissey, where she could have been a far more neutral judge, an arbiter of the law, and had a much more fair trial for Karen Reed.
I think so too. Absolutely. Totally agree with you there, Olivia. I had mentioned this just a little bit earlier, but we just passed a law in Australia. It just got passed through Parliament into law. They're chopping our speech up. Like, we have a misinformation law now. So I'm not quite sure how that works or what the consequences are, but I guess we're going to find out the hard way. So,
I mean, any of these police officers that were involved in this cover up, the biggest fault they have is they didn't follow their oath.
mhm.
Instead, they were in on the cover up to save their own butts, to
Right.
keep their positions, to protect people that got them their jobs in the first place. There's a reason public servants take oaths. You when you take that oath of service, you're basically avowing that no matter what I face in my career, I'm going to stick to what I'm supposed to stick to. I'm not going to fall for the corruption. I'm going to do my job. And I say the same thing about judges. When somebody appoints somebody to be a judge, no matter how they got there, once they become a judge, they have to put all that aside, follow their oath, follow their duty, be a fair and neutral arbiter of the law.
Yeah. Listen, Chari, fair shake of the sauce bottle, love. They actually were wearing gloves when they were handling the solo cups and the Stop and Shop bag, okay? Sorry for interrupting you. I had to say that.
And I think what makes me so irate about the framing of Karen Reed is to see from the step one all the way through the how the whole thing was covered up. Brian Albert got to hide in his house.
Yeah.
They planted his body on the lawn, and
Yeah.
Canton police show up and they don't even knock on his door. The bogus investigation by Lieutenant Gallagher with the leaf blower, and there's no taillight there, and then all of a sudden, hours later in the day, state police are suddenly finding taillight only after corrupt Trooper Proctor and Buchanan towed Karen's car from her parents' house all the way back to Canton. And then you see the trial, the pre-trial. You see a judge like Auntie Bev who's beholden to DA Morrissey that should step down because of the conflict of interest, but she can't because she has to save Morrissey. And then you see the whole big picture. It drives me insane. I can't stand this. If all these people were doing their jobs, following their oaths, the true killers of John O'Keefe would have been discovered that morning. They would have gone into Brian Albert's house, figured out who was there. These people would have been caught. If you put John O'Keefe 2 doors down at a civilian's house, these same corrupt, inept cops would have caught who did it right away. But because it was Brian Albert's house, he gets all the protection in the world.
Like Olivia said, they proved that they can actually do a proper investigation. It's just it was for the dumbest shit that one could think of. So I want to answer Jay's question here, and that is no, Bev has judicial immunity. So anything she did or said, she cannot not be found complicit, or she's free to walk away from it. She might have, you know, things overturned on appeal. That's about the worst that's going to happen to Bev. Cases that she's
Bev was extremely careful.
She was. That was the whole point of not allowing grounds for objections to be spoken in court, because that was covering her and Lally from the appeals court. So she's been very, very careful. But there's absolutely nothing a judge is ever going to do that they can be held liable for because of judicial immunity, essentially.
But there's no overseers of these people. So other than me holding out hope that U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy and the feds do something, if they just fail to act or walk away, I have no recourse.
Yeah, that's it.
There's
That's
nothing
exactly
I can do about it.
nothing anyone can do. They just go and retire on their pensions like little fat cats, essentially. Unless if the feds have Judge Bev on a wire, or if they have communications of hers with the DA office, for instance, then Bev might. Well, actually, you could be right there. If there's certain types of corruption going on in the background, you could be right there, Olivia. I think. What do you think?
Well, that would be like the fantasy next episode of this show. They have Bev on a wire.
And the question is it possible?
That would be the most exciting episode of this series coming up. Oh, Bev caught on a wire. That would be great.
Yeah, wouldn't it? But is there certain types of corruption that judges aren't immune from prosecution from?
I don't know.
Is it just blanket judicial immunity? Like, I know as far as how she's treated Karen, or things that she's done in court with Karen's rights, or I know all of that is covered by judicial immunity, but Olivia's talking about outright corruption in the background going on. So I think that's a different. I mean, I've seen judges in other states get taken down for their corruption. I was watching one the other day that got dragged off in court because she wasn't going to accept that she'd been found guilty, and started chucking a tantrum. So she was actually literally dragged out of there by the court officers. So
yeah, it depends where Auntie Bev's loyalties are. Like, is she gonna risk her career as a judge, or maybe even possibly her freedom, just to protect DA Morrissey?
Dude, we're talking about all these people risking all of their jobs because they think they're going to get away with it. They all think they're going to get away with what they're doing. You know, why did Proctor risk his job? Why did, he wasn't at the party? Why did Guarino hide the sausage? He wasn't at the party. You get what I'm saying? Like, all of these people were risking their jobs. When you're asking why, it's because they all thought they were going to get away with it.
Right, because but what I'm saying is this is their normal day-to-day operations. This time it all went wrong for them, and now they're keep doubling down on the prosecution of Karen Reed, and now the floor has been painted, and now they're stuck in a corner, and now it's crunch time.
Mm-hmm.
But if U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy, the FBI, and the DOJ don't swoop in to scoop him up from the corner, nothing's going to happen to him.
Thanks for answering that, Olivia. So she says judicial immunity doesn't provide immunity from corruption. So that's a good thing, I guess. So yeah, as Scott said, if they have a wiretap of her being corrupt, oh my God, that would be the final fantasy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. See, that's why I've always kind of backed off on the scope of what the FBI and the DOJ are going after, because it's kind of like the Sandra Birchmore thing. So they arrest William Farwell, the Stoughton cop that allegedly unalived Sandra Birchmore. But if you look into the investigation, it was because she lived in Canton. Canton police initially investigate the scene, and then, of course, because it's a unattended, unalive, DA Morrissey State Police Detective Group goes in.
Yeah.
And Garino's investigating the phone and her laptop, and I don't see anything here. Everything's good.
Yeah.
Farwell walks away. Well, the FBI and the DOJ are like, well, no, wait a minute. No, he killed her. But, U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy has to come get creative
Yeah.
and say, he killed a witness, because they can't arrest for unalives in Massachusetts. So they had to get creative.
Yeah.
But you just can't simply arrest William Farwell for the unalive of Sandra Birchmore and ignore the elephant in the room, which is the corrupt police that hid the crime from the beginning.
Which just happened to be the same corrupt police who hid the crime in Karen
some of
Reid's
them, not all the same names, but they all work for D.A. Morrissey's office. But what I'm saying is, you just can't pluck, William Farwell out of the picture and say, yeah, we're going to arrest him. But how did he walk the streets for 3.5 years? Because the corrupt Canton police and the corrupt state police let him get away with it for 3.5 years. So what about all the rest of the guilty parties that were involved in the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's unalive? You can't just stop at William Farwell. You have to arrest everybody else that aided and abetted him in getting away with this crime. There's so much more pages to be turned in this book.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Completely. Well, man, we have covered some ground here today, haven't we? Is it time yet? We've just done another hour since the last time I asked.
That's why I think it's been taking so long for the feds, because they've cast a huge dragnet, and the dragnet is slowing down their ship, and they're overwhelmed. Like they have so many people in my mind that they need to prosecute. And when do they drop the hammer, and go after everybody involved? That's what I believe the scope of this to be.
Yep. Oh, this could be good. Spilling tea with Sean. He's live. What tea is he spilling, Shari? Has he hinted what tea?
I love Sean. He talks crazier than me, but he has receipts.
Yeah, he talks crazy, and he's got receipts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going off a conjecture. That's it.
Well, Sean, I don't know what tea he's spilling, but Sean, so the whistleblower that I'm going to talk to next week is actually one of his sources. So the saucy sauce, like with the tomatoes and stuff. So yeah, I wonder what he's spilling. I need to go and look now. So maybe I can shoot it all over there. Does anyone know how to do that? How do I spit everyone out over on Sean's live?
All right, Aussie. I'll let you go.
No
It's
worries.
been a long phone call that everybody's been listening to.
It's been a major phone call. Thank you so much for joining me and filling in the silences for when I got booted. I much appreciate that. And I much appreciate your input and your conversation. It's been very educational.
Oh, yeah. I love talking to you.
Yeah.
Even,
And
even if people are eavesdropping on our phone call.
I really liked going through the Phelps stuff with you, because I can't stand listening to the guy. And I'm pretty sure everyone else can't either. Like, you made it bearable.
Well, I just don't trust what the final product is going to be from him. But
No.
I understand why Aiden went there with him.
Oh yeah, same here.
I just expect the worst out of mainstream media. Same thing that happened with Court TV. That's where I see him going, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right. All right. Well, I appreciate you joining us to talk about all that. And I do agree with you. Turtle Boy knows what he's doing. He's got some good lawyers backing him up. And one of his lawyers is experienced in dealing with the mainstream media and the bullshit. So I think he's in good hands. I think he knows what he's doing. And we all just have to have faith that anybody that Phelps reaches out to through his podcast is going to look at the same set of facts that we all look at and see the same thing that we're going to look at. Right now, up to this date, in this point in time, we know it's 90% of people, this is from the statistics that we've looked at, 90% of people who have looked at this case come out with it going, she's factually innocent. So he's only going to be turning or communicating to a new crowd that's possibly 10% of the audience that's going to go, oh no, she's really guilty. So
Yeah.
we have to trust in the math and trust in, especially Betterow. Betterow's got experience with mainstream media and he's helping TV in the background. So give him all a bit of credit, guys, and have some faith, I say, as far as Aiden's concerned. I'm pretty sure Scott already does.
Oh, I love Betterow.
Right.
I was actually shocked when Betterow came onto Turtle Boy's team. Pleasantly shocked. Like, oh, this is awesome.
Right. I was pleasantly shocked too. Like, they kept the secret for so long. And the fact that he's got that experience in dealing with the mainstream media is exactly what I think TV needed. Like, I know everyone's worried that he's gullible because he got, what's the word? Twat struck.
Yeah.
I try not to say that what an Australian would normally say because it involves the C word. But anyway, yeah. I know people are worried about him because they saw him get sucked in there, but I think now is a good time to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's got Betterow. And I know Betterow's telling him, watch out for the media because they'll do X, Y, Z, and you got to do it this way, so they can't do X, Y, and Z. So
Yeah, no, I mean, Betterow got so involved in the Karen Reed case as a guest on so many YouTube shows that I think he was literally itching to get into the game. So he wanted to be on Turtle Boy's team because he sees what's going on.
yeah, he can see what's going on. I'm surprised the media didn't jump on Betterow earlier, like invite him on to talk about things a lot earlier, because he was so outspoken through the whole thing. So that surprised me.
Yeah, but see, so like the media in Massachusetts, they don't want to talk to Betterow because Betterow is just going to slice through him like a Jedi Knight with a lightsaber. Anything Betterow has to say to the media in Massachusetts is not good, so they just don't talk to him at all.
Right. Oh man, now I've got to go be a member so I can listen to the tea. God damn it. Sean's got something on the hook because otherwise he wouldn't be doing it members only. So something's going on.
Yeah, he's been pushing the members shows. I noticed that.
So he can reveal more. So he can be so he can fly under the radar while revealing more. So damn it, now I've got to go do a subscription I can't afford.
Well, actually, Sean's pretty fair about the subscription price. It's only 99 cents.
Oh my god, I can afford that. A month. Okay.
But if you were on any of his lives, there was people donating tons of free memberships. So
yeah.
A lot of his members are like currently on their free membership.
All right. Well, hey, that reminds me, who's left? We got 89 left. Let's shower some memberships just for the last second, just for the people who held out to the last minute. Thank you to all of you guys. Let's go do this. I got to mute myself for 1 second just so that you don't get screamed at.
This hour, right? So this guy, Kenny.
Yeah, it is a members only show. I just clicked on it.
His little dog, his personal vehicle, right?
Okay, guys. So for hanging around to the last minute, I am going to send 10 memberships to whoever's in the chat right now. You need to have your gifting turned on. Here it comes.
They give sent us the puppies and I couldn't find one. Anyway,
Now,
well, that was his routine.
who's getting them?
It must have happened.
Olivia Nile. Woo! You're in.
You know, one of those
Beth.
days, July, August.
Stephen Warwick, Katie, and Kelly Waller. 5 memberships. I thought it was 10, but it's 5, and then I can give away another 5 in a fortnight. So
You know, see, shortcomings developed its own.
turn it up, Scotty.
What's that, Sean's show?
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Turn
you
it
can
up.
hear that?
Yeah. Yes.
You know, oh, we got a big story in Eric. Bobby's watching. I know Bobby's watching. Oh, we'll leave Eric alone for right now. He's had his problems. You know, now he's a pallbearer for the funeral home with Tommy Theater. Maybe he'll get him down there embalming.
Sean's always bombastic.
This
Who's
time,
Bobby?
poor Timmy. He goes, oh.
The former chairperson on the select board in Canton.
Okay.
He's a funeral director.
Wilson. I'm not.
Yep.
I never found out. I know people are talking about. Will Wilson was.
Sometimes it's hard to follow Sean because you got to like watch him for like 15 minutes to see where he's going.
Right.
Because he jumps all over the place.
Right. He'll get sidetracked completely down some other path.
Yeah,
And then he'll remind himself, oh, that's right. I was supposed to be talking about this.
yeah.
So,
Problems.
No, I mean his chat is screaming. But when it's members only, you can't tell how many people are watching live. But there's 374 likes on here right now.
right. So
when you do members only, if you look down, you can normally see how many people are like live at the moment.
Yeah.
But when it's a members only, there's no body count, so I have no idea how many people are on here. But I bet you it's at least 1,000.
That's what I was going to say.
Because there's 77 likes.
Right.
And his chat is screaming right now.
People out there, right?
Good stuff.
Put your dog in a car.
People like him because he's just him, you know.
Right. He's pretty down to earth. I mean, he hasn't been wrong about anything yet. Much like Turtle Boy.
No.
Pretty sure that whatever they need, the dog officer or whoever, they would have cut you, locked you up for cruelty to animals.
No, they're talking about so the Canton police officer that did the whole investigation on duckies.
Taylor, yeah.
It's alleged that he left a dog in his car
Right.
in the parking lot at Canton Police, and the dog died. And they hurried up and covered up that whole dog death.
Yeah.
So that's what Sean's talking about.
Yeah.
Evidence, right?
He's got receipts saying that some of the cops went off the clock and they took the dog to a pet crematory and basically swept the whole incident under the table.
Yep. I posted it on my community wall the other day. So some guy goes past Sean's post and he's got another picture there. It's not the dog in the story. There's just another picture of a dog being watered down because it's hot.
Right.
And then,
yeah. No, he said that. He goes, this would be, I guess it was way worse though. I guess
Right.
that when the dog passed in his car, it was a mess, and then he had to have the car cleaned up, and then he traded the car in. But meanwhile, the whole cover up was on.
Right.
Where they snuck the dog away to the crematory and tried to pretend it never happened.
So that's why he's talking about the crematorium guy.
And it ties into why this officer is so beholden to the Canton police, because he's writing up this
And this
owner
is
of Canton Fence for the rubber duckies, because if he doesn't follow the police chief's orders and do her evil bidding, then we'll throw you under the bus for letting your dog die in your car.
Yeah, right.
It gets convoluted and crazy if you follow all the connections.
When you were asking earlier on, why do people risk their jobs? This is why, because they got dirt on them, because they've all done something that's been covered up. And so it just goes on and on, they've all done something.
Well, I mean, if you were a civilian and you went to the supermarket and you left your pet in the car,
right,
and the pet passed away, you're on the 6 p.m. news and you're the worst person in the world. But this guy happens to be a cop and he did it in the parking lot of the police station. Well, guess what? It's all covered up. Nobody knows.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And how you could possibly leave a dog in a car like that. I don't care who you are as a human being, cop, civilian, or teenager. Like, are you that stupid? Do you want that person to be a police officer that just let a dog die in his car?
Yeah. You want someone that dumb to be looking after your community.
But when you're part of a corrupt matrix like this, big mistakes get covered up. No biggie. We got you, bro. Well, we'll take the dog on and get rid of it, and no biggie. You screwed up, and the corruption gets so bad that you could have Officer John O'Keefe going to Officer Brian Albert's house, get beat up to the point where he's gonna die. We got this. We'll just throw him on the lawn and say he got hit by a plow, or we'll blame his girlfriend. We got this, bros. We're all set.
Exactly. Did you turn off Sean, or is he finished?
No, he's on. I just turned the volume down.
Oh yeah, cool. We're eavesdropping.
I don't know if you can you do that on YouTube?
We're eavesdropping on Sean's live stream.
Broadcast somebody else's audio on members only onto your channel?
Probably not probably not a good thing to do. Right?
Impolite. No, but he's on. I love Sean, but he doesn't read his chat, so it's hilarious when you're watching him live.
Yeah.
He has no idea what's going on in his chat.
Dear idea. So we're eavesdropping on Sean while the chat here is eavesdropping on us.
No, it's just when you really look at Canton Police and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and his state police troopers, who are basically the same people from the same area. Buchanan, Proctor, Tully. All I see is this giant group of connected, untouchable cops that can just do whatever the hell they want. It's so sickening.
Mm.
It is. And then God forbid the town folk of Canton vote for a police audit and we look into the dirt, try to find the skeletons in the closet of the Canton police station. Instead, they cede the board with a 3-2 majority to fight back the people. No, we don't want you to looking into our dirt. You know what I mean? It's like the whole corruption matrix is like a massive tower of corruption that I see in my mind's eye. But there's people in our society that just don't get it. They don't see it. They think everything's on the up and up. They think their elected officials have their good hearts, and the court system is legit and none of
Yep.
the police officers are corrupt, and they turn on their 6 o'clock news and everything's hunky dory.
Yep.
I look at my world as in a totally different way.
Yeah,
So
I think I tend to do the same thing. Like, I certainly don't turn on the 6 o'clock news to see what's going on in the world.
but there's a lot of stuff that comes out now, like on YouTube shows or social media, that if you're not watching that stuff, you don't know what's going on. You're just doing your 9 to 5 and putting the 6 o'clock news on and planning on going to a movie on the weekend. And if you're watching mainstream media, you don't know what's going on. You have no clue.
Right, you think you do because you think mainstream media is giving it
Yep.
to you, but it ain't.
No, it's not. It's not even close to reality.
Right. I've actually had up until I revamped my channel, I had anxiety really bad because I was tuning into the news and the stuff going on in the world, and then the Israel thing broke out, and then people are dying everywhere, and I was like so stressed out. And then I started doing my channel and focusing just on this case, and I'm so not stressed out. Like, the case itself worries me to the point of increasing my interest level, but it doesn't make me feel so goddamn depressed I want to throw myself off a cliff. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying?
Well, the Israel thing can't get more polarizing. So you go on YouTube and there's a pro-Israel show, whatever. Israel attacks back, and then you click another channel, Palestine attacks Israel, and then it's so polarizing.
Right.
You can't even watch it.
Because every time they do something like that, every time the governments have their little fallings out like that, innocent people are dying. So that's it. It's so depressing to watch, and I can't watch it anymore. And like I was watching up until the Israel thing, of course, the whole Ukraine thing, even that was depressing. And then even on Facebook, I can't avoid it. Over here on X, I can limit what it is that I'm seeing. Like, I don't get any of those posts. Like, I started seeing a lot of the debate posts, so I've actually started curating my X feed so I don't have to listen to the freaking politics and all the BS that goes with it.
I mean, I'm kind of political, but I have to step away from it too. I just can't take it sometimes.
Yeah, it's so freaking depressing. But with the Karen Reid case, like, I mean, it's upsetting that, someone innocent could end up in jail, but it's upsetting to the point of generating interest in what's going on, in feeling like I can help, people who are protesting get their voices out there. I can do something constructive. Whereas, with all the other shit, you can't do anything with that. It's all going to happen anyway.
That's actually an excellent point. So I think Free Karen Reid peeps out in front of the court holding signs, we can't change Israel-Palestine, but we can change and stop the framing of Karen Reid.
We can
It's
stop.
like a doable thing.
If we all aimed at just stopping the local corruption in our own areas, then that spreads out into more of the country, because we're all doing our own local areas. We're all trying to help in our own areas. It doesn't even count in Australia because I'm sticking my nose in your business over there. But you get what I'm saying? Like,
No, exactly. So I think, Free Karen Reid, whether or not we're in front of Karen Reid's court date or in front of Turtle Boy, or we're in front of the State House in Boston, protesting Governor Moore Healy. Yeah, I guess our naysayers could say, really, what are you doing? People don't even know what the hell you're doing, talking about. But I think it's made an effect. I think it's worked.
I think it's having an effect. I support you 100%. And even if it doesn't have an effect, that's not a reason to quit. It's a reason to be stronger and to gather more and to be louder. But here's the thing: if America's corruption gets under control at some stage, because all you guys are working on your own local areas, Australia's corruption will actually pull itself into line because we're copying you guys. I don't think you realize how much we copy you guys. If America says we're going to start World War III, Australia says, we're in. So if America says we're going to take out a president because we don't like him, Australia's like, we're on board. So I think that if America sorts their shit out and deals with their own corruption, Australia will fall in line with that. So you guys kind of lead the way for the Western nations as far as this stuff goes. We're all part of the Five Eyes. And Five Eyes, if America says jump, Five Eyes jumps, you know what I mean? So I think this is important in ironing out corruption all over the world if America sets the precedence, because you have the population, you have the hugest population to affect the way all the other countries behave. So
yeah, no, I mean, I'm kind of like a World War II historian, and I'm into aircraft and military aircraft, and I was watching a few specials about Australia's involvement in World War II. So I know how much Australia was tied into the Allies, and it's kind of a side note, but just saying.
it's all
Australia was actually a pivotal part of World War II when the Allies were in the Pacific going after Japan.
Yep.
Australia made a lot of contributions.
Yep. We did, and it's because if America tells us to jump, we go how high, and what do you need us to do as well while we're up there? While we're up your ass, what else would you like?
Well, you're a lot closer to Japan than I am. Just saying.
Right. Well, that's part of the reason we played a pivotal role in that.
Yeah.
But we
Exactly.
played pivotal roles in a lot of things. Your first mission to the moon, for example, there's a dead spot that America can't receive communications when they send someone to go to the moon.
Yeah. So they had sites on Australia to cover it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and we do the same thing for drone communications when America sends drones off into the southern hemisphere. It's our communication that control all of that. So we're very inextricably linked together in everything. And so if America sorts their shit out, Australia's going to follow suit. And so to me, it's worth it, to get involved in all sorts of stuff going on all over the world. Just not the shit we got no control over. That's just too frustrating.
Well, it interests me about Australians like you can't see your trials on TV. You don't have a US Constitution like we do, but you're like deeply involved into the Reid trial and what goes on in the United States. So I kind of find that fascinating.
Mm.
It's weird.
Mm. So
if I lived in Australia, I'm like, who cares what happens in the United States? Like, what do I care?
Yeah,
like if I'm Australian.
That's kind of how I feel about your politics.
Yeah.
I follow true crime cases in America, first of all, because I have an interest in true crime, but I follow American cases because we can't dig up information and on anything here. Like, you send a FOI to the government, they're like, F off, who the hell do you think you are? You know, they won't even respond to FOIs for the media, let alone a nobody YouTuber.
So
So
I'm watching Sean McDonough's live, and he's calling out Trooper Nicholas Garino. How his family owns a bakery, and he should study up on his bakery skills when he gets out of prison. That's what his job's going to be.
yeah. We should.
Sean's sometimes as bombastic as Turtle Boy. It's pretty funny. Because you follow him on Twitter?
I do.
Yeah. So he's showing one of his Twitter posts where he's going after Nicholas Garino.
Yep,
I don't
he
even
does
have the
his-
audio on. I'm just watching the YouTube and I'm watching his chat, but I can kind of tell what's going on.
Yep.
It's pretty funny.
It's funny that he's doing that post, because guess what I have on my screen? Like, it was the last post I looked at.
He's saying an Irish. If Nick Garino was Irish, his mother would just tell him to go to prison. Because his mother is Italian, she's gonna coddle him in her arms.
I happen to be scrolling past.
Sean's like old school, non-politically correct. He just says it the way it is, and that's it. It's funny.
So our good friend Trooper might kill me. Nicholas Garino is really feeling the burn. His life is under the scope from all ends. Now, I'm sure Nicky comes from a nice Italian family, just like I come from a nice Irish family. The difference being Irish mothers are completely different from Italian mothers. For instance, if I was in deep like Nicky, I'd never run to my mother, God be good to her, and cry. My mother would actually turn me in.
Yes, exactly what Sean's talking about on his show right now.
Poor Nicky has it so bad that his mum is consoling him constantly as he reaches out daily for her words of wisdom. Now, Nicholas, instead of running to mummy with your problems, find your way to Uncle Joe's house. Tell the guys down there what you're telling mummy. Trust me, Nicky, they won't tell you to move forward with your life. There is no way out of what you did. No mother's love will help you out of this jam, brother. So stop calling mummy, get a good attorney, and face some music. That, my friend, is how you move forward. Woot woot.
Yeah, that's Sean just being Sean. He's just calling out Nicholas Garino. Like, give it up, man. Just go to the feds and confess. That's basically what he's saying.
Right.
But I guess Trooper Garino got rear-ended by a drunk driver. I don't know if he was in one of his state police vehicles, or I don't know if he was on the side of the road or whatever, but I don't know how hurt he is either, but that's what they're talking about. So people in the chat are like, oh, that's karma that he got hit, which is a terrible thing to say.
Right. I missed the story, but I think I have heard. I got cut off for a bit, but I think I have heard that Garino was rear-ended.
Yeah.
Probably from one of Sean's posts.
No, I mean these Norfolk County District Attorney Office detective groups are out and about doing their thing every day. You know what I mean? I don't know if they drive unmarked vehicles for the most part. He might have been doing a detail or pulled somebody over outside his detective duties, and a drunk driver like rear-ended his vehicle.
Yep.
Which has nothing to do with all the other stuff that Garino is involved in. But if you're reading Sean's chat right now, they're like, oh, it's karma. That's a terrible thing to say. I mean, obviously.
But it's true. Like, karma doesn't give a shit about politeness. really does it.
I just want these people to tell the truth. I mean, that's all. I don't wish any ill will on people.
No,
You know, I
I'm-
mean, John O'Keefe went into that house. A fight started over stupid stuff. John got beat up to the point where it got out of hand. And from that point forward, though, that's where it all went wrong.
the
Because
truth.
instead of you people taking responsibility for what happened, all you did from that point forward was to try to cover this whole thing up. And that's where I lose respect for all of them. Own up
Right.
to it. Own up to it. That's it.
That's all we want from them is the truth. We don't need them to do anything else. Don't care what happens after that. Just tell the goddamn truth.
And to make it even worse, you're gonna blame Karen Reed for hitting him with her car. It's like, no, that's not what happened. Why don't all you people go look in the mirror and tell the truth of what really happened? Stop the lie. Just stop it. That's what I can't take anymore. And then this Phelps guy is going to do this expose with Turtle Boy, and we're going to talk to the other side. And no, no. Stop it. He got killed in the house or almost dead. He got planted on the lawn. Let's get to the truth. What are you, Mr. Phelps? What are you talking about? I don't even want to listen to you. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. Shari, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Do you know what she's talking about, Scott?
Let me skip back to here.
Oh, it's on the screen. Think Microdot's speculation of Sarah Levinson stating John needs to go to the hospital is correct. I don't know what she's talking about.
I don't know. That might be some intercepted communications where Sarah Levinson might have texted or called somebody. So think about John O'Keefe going into Brian Albert's house. Fight ensues.
It's got a hole in his head.
Chloe the dog gets involved.
Yeah.
There's anywhere from, because they always lie, who was in the house. There's
Right.
anywhere from 9 to 13 people in the house.
Yeah.
Some people upstairs, some people in the basement, some people might not have seen it, but there's chaos and commotion going on. Brian Albert's telling people to get out of the house or stay in the house. Give me your phones. Nobody's leaving or you're leaving. Total chaos going on. So there's a possibility that somebody might have texted somebody like, don't you think we should get John O'Keefe some medical help?
Yeah.
Instead of just putting him in the boiler room in the basement and telling everybody to go home and have a good day? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think there was total chaos going on in that house. People were panicked if Karen Reed was going to not drive away and come in the house. Meanwhile, you have a person that's severely injured in a fight. And now they're trying to just, from that point forward, trying to figure out a plan, what to do. Like, if any one of those people called 911, somebody was going to be held accountable for something. Like, somebody assaulted John O'Keefe. You might not have intended on killing him, but that's what happened. None of these people wanted to be held accountable for anything.
Right.
That's the whole problem here. Nobody wanted to fess up to their mistakes. Nobody wanted to admit to any fault. Instead, Brian Albert sent everybody home. maybe put Chloe the dog with Colin Albert and he cut through the lawn, and Allie McCabe picked him up at the high school. She lied about everywhere she was. All these people have been lying the whole time. So it's so difficult to figure out exactly what happened. Unless you were in that house, you don't know how John O'Keefe was attacked. We can only deduct from what we know. We know from his Apple Health data that he went in the house, he went up and down 3 flights of stairs. We can look at his arm and see it's dog bitten. Something happened really bad in that house, and all the people that were in that house are all hush hush in on it together. But even worse, they've given false reports to the police, false reports in the state grand jury. The feds caught on to them. They went to the federal grand jury. They changed their stories again. And then they went to the Karen Reed trial and changed their stories again. These people are painted in a corner. They won't stop lying, but somebody knows the truth.
Well, they all know the truth. Pretty sure they all do now. Like, even the people who were like sucked into this and they didn't know, like someone just rang up and said, quick, duck over here and get Colin. And they didn't know. They know now, you know, there's no doubt they know now what the hell is going on. We all know.
They're like, they're so cornered. They literally, all they can do is jump into the foxhole protected by the police state and hope for the best. That's where they are.
Right.
And whether or not anybody ever gets to that foxhole and pulls them out of it and exposes what really happened here.
Right.
The only hope I have is the feds, and I don't even really have a lot of faith in the feds. Joshua Levy has given me a ray of hope by arresting William Farwell for the unalive of Sandra Birchmore. But that itself, if you take that case and put it on its own, that's only one small piece of the pie just involved in the Sandra Birchmore cover-up.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at what happened to John O'Keefe when he entered 34 Fairview, who assaulted him, how he got assaulted, how he was planted on the lawn, and all the people that were there that are all covering this all up, there's a massive secret behind the curtain, and the curtain is the mainstream media and this bogus trial that's been going on. Nobody wants to look behind the curtain to what really happened.
Right. I completely forgot about this news. Hang on, let me get on the screen. Totally forgot about this news coming out. Proctor has not just been suspended now, he is literally terminated from the state police.
Yeah, that came out really late last night on one of the chats, and I couldn't confirm it.
Well, we now have confirmation. So this is the court filing in the Brian Walsh case. In this case, until he was suspended, Proctor was considered the lead or primary investigator, was involved in interviewing critical witnesses, was present for a majority of the grand jury, reviewed other investigator reports and forensic reports, presumably interviewed and prepared grand jury witnesses, reviewed and supervised other agents of the Commonwealth, helped in the drafting of reports, determined what leads to follow and not follow, made a decision or was instrumental in making a decision to target Mr. Walsh and in summary, shaped the scope of the investigation leading to the indictment. Importantly, the investigation of Mr. Walsh is being conducted at or around the same time that Proctor, his supervisors and other agents of the Commonwealth were investigating the aforementioned Reed case and making biased and unprofessional remarks and decisions. The Proctor debacle resulted in Proctor being first suspended and then terminated from the state police, but only after defense counsel exposed the serious issues. So he has been suspended for terminated for quite some time, but the Mass State Police haven't said anything. Is that the story?
No, it's damage control. They just don't want to admit. They don't want to admit the fact that why did Trooper Proctor go down? When did they start going after him?
After the Reed case. So I mean,
No, after he testified, and after the FBI intercepted texts came out, is the only time they finally admitted Proctor's wrongdoing. But if you watch the mainstream media, Proctor was fired because of his misogynistic texts. No, that's not why he was fired. He was part of a cover-up, but they don't want to admit that. Not yet. That's the problem.
They don't want to admit it. And it's only come out because it's been exposed in a court filing in the Walsh case, not because Healy, who's responsible to, the public for exposing such things, or Chief Rafferty, for example, making statements.
See what I foresee happening now is a fat cat politician like DA Meatball Morrissey is going to roll himself out in front of a stand full of media microphones
and say Proctor's the bad dude. I knew they were going to do this to Proctor.
Exactly. Michael Proctor was behind all of this. We had no idea what he was up to. What a bad guy he was. We fired him.
Man, I'm going to show you something, and I'm going to show you how long ago I called this. How far ago? It was... Bev was on holidays in the middle of the trial, so let's get to that point. And it was, I think, Court TV had Colin's lawyer on, and Colin's lawyer was saying, just throw Proctor under the bus.
His previous lawyer or his current one? Because he's changed lawyers, Colin Albert.
Has he?
His previous lawyer is the guy that's on Court TV spewing misinformation all the time.
Yep.
He backed out. His Colin Albert's current lawyer is a different person.
Right. Yep, that's the one. I'll show it to you in a second. Who was in the house? But yeah, I called it. Hang on. I might have the wrong one. Wait. Yeah, boot bus. I got the right one. Check this out. I called this back when Auntie Bev was on holidays. So this was exact date I don't know, but the first break when Bev went on holidays. I don't know if
we still don't know who was in the house, first of all, because that's so convoluted and hidden and secret. The only reason we kind of know like the totality of who was in the house is the FBI DOJ. And it's taken like 2 years to figure out who was in the house. But I digress.
I'm going to mute myself to play this, or else you're going to get the echo.
We're talking about Canton lacrosse moms.
Which is really just a fancy way of saying soccer mums, isn't it?
We're talking about people that are in their late teens and early 20s that were at a party there.
Oh, a bunch of underage drinkers supervised by a bunch of soccer mums and trained, experienced police officers who probably should know better. Gotcha. Anyway, that's not the reason I recorded this.
Wealth. You essentially had information that Proctor, who was this conflicted out state trooper, handed off the most integral important part of the initial stages of the investigation to a police department that had, quote, perceived bias and was ill-equipped, ill-trained, and ill-prepared to do the investigation. That came out pretty powerfully.
There's some tricky lawyering there, but he did use the word quote before he said perceived bias, because that was mentioned in the trial. What hasn't been mentioned in the trial, and which he followed it up with, was ill-equipped, ill-trained, and ill-prepared. Those are his words. That ain't what he was saying a little bit later on someone else's show. And that isn't all that he has said. We don't often get to hear from any of the Albert's side of the story. And that's why I find it very, very interesting that somebody on the Albert side is saying that they should throw Trooper Proctor under the bus. I mean, he's not really saying it that straightforward to Vinny, but later on STS, he certainly is. Have a listen.
I think it's better played saying Proctor had a conflict. He had a personal conflict. He hid the conflict. Because of that, he broomed the investigation because he just wanted it to be over with as quickly as possible.
I think they'd be smarter to play it down the middle like they've been playing it and focus on Proctor. What I think is shaping up, not a cover-up to, not a conspiracy to cover up a murder, but perhaps a conspiracy amongst law enforcement to kind of minimize what would surely be terrible PR fallout about a bunch of officers out drinking on a snow night, and lo and behold,
and then responding to the scene. Great point.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think the feds were investigating a PR campaign gone wrong. However, you do get the idea that something's afoot, and Proctor's going to be thrown under the bus, don't you? I'm pretty sure they know as well as we do that there's no coming back from that misogynistic rubbish we heard early on. They also know as well as we do that he's cruising for a cancelling. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy in my books. So there you go. I called it months and months ago.
Surviving the Survivor and Joel, I got in huge battles with him on his chat.
Really?
Called his show out, and he didn't block me. His mods didn't block me, and he would actually highlight some of my comments very early on.
I noticed that, and
when I was calling out his show, I would even send super chats just to cut through the BS.
Yeah,
and get my chat on his screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hated me. Oh my god. And then I just started trolling his channel. Nice trolling. I would just troll with facts in his chat. And he would see me and he'd actually highlight my chats and put them on the screen. And then he just gave up, and then I gave up, and then I just said, STS is dead to me, and I just walked away.
Yeah, I don't even bother doing any of the drama. I'm just happy to go on my own channel and ask questions, like, do you think I'll call someone out like I did with Emily, Do you think XYZ, or do you want to talk about this? Usually they don't answer, but if I just use my own platform, like, it saves me having to run around other people's chats and wasting my time writing big long replies and arguing with people.
No, it's funny. It's funny that clip you showed, because Todd McGee is on that panel, the former Massachusetts State Police trooper.
Right, and he wasn't buying the.
He was very more neutral back then.
All right.
He's changed a lot now. He's very he's very more like critical now. Back then he wasn't.
he's pro cleaning up their shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've noticed the change with Todd McGee. It's been a good change because he's not saying they're all bad cops, they all got to go. He's saying we need better practices in place. We need better policies, better departmental policies, better training. I think he's coming at it from the right direction.
Yeah, no, because I didn't have faith in him either. I figured he was just going to toe the quote unquote party line and just, oh no, there's no possibility of corruption and everything, on the up and up. He's actually come around pretty good.
Yeah. I don't like that lawyer at all, Beth. He's a creep. He's just weird. He's a creep. He creeps me out. I can't even put a finger on it. But you know how, like, if you were at a bar or something and he come up and said, "Can I buy you a drink?" you'd run the other way, like, really fast. That kind of creep.
Yeah, no, I mean, Todd, I'm looking at your chat. Sherry D, is that when Todd was not pro Karen Reed? It was definitely when he was a lot more reserved about it.
Mm.
Todd McGee, if you talk to him today, is probably a lot more on board with the Free Karen Reed people in the cover up. Back then, that clip you just showed, he wasn't quite there yet.
Yeah, he was a fence sitter back at this stage, this early stage. He was like, I don't know. She could have hit him, or they could have done some weird stuff. We don't know. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these cops they retire and they go into private practice. I mean, they don't want to just slam their old police department saying they're all corrupt. They're just not going to go there unless they have a reason to. They're just not what they're going to do. And I think when you look at the Free Karen Reed movement and YouTube creators, and you look at like Peter Murphy, the former Canton police sergeant, or Sean McDonough, the former federal agent, a lot of people are actually fascinated by ex-law enforcement that are coming out and saying it, like pointing out like corruption, where a lot of ex-law enforcement officers are just not going to go there because you're throwing shade on the very force that you used to work for.
Yeah.
You're just not going to go there.
We all knew that Sarah was there and that she's a nurse and that she could have helped John, but there was no indication that she said send him to the hospital. We just knew that she was there, and that's all Microdots was pointing at. So I want to show you guys this. Look. Here's the team. This is team civil for Karen.
In favor of manslaughter. He still couldn't get her with only 6 witnesses.
What, me or you?
Get your 68 vote trying to do. Listen, if they
Is
have
that you, Scott?
you could expect the wrath of God.
It's you.
Fire from that courthouse.
What are you asking me?
Oh, we can hear whatever it is you're playing. We can hear it very loud.
I keep eavesdropping on Sean's show.
He's got.
I can't believe my microphone on my phone is that good that you can hear it, because I have it pretty low.
Yeah. So this is William Kevill Jr. He's leading the civil case for Karen. And yeah, Christopher D. George. They're pretty impressive bios, I think. And then Palladini. Hey, I know that name. How do I know that name? She's been in another case, and I don't think it was civil. Oh no, it was. I think I know where I know that name. I'm not going to say it though until I know for sure. But anyway, that's Karen's legal team for the civil case, essentially. So that's a little disappointing because, you know, we can't get enough AJ and Yannetti, hey.
Yeah, but she had to hire a different civil team.
Right. But those
Melanie Little went over that earlier today. You can't have the same attorneys defending you in a civil case. You need specialized civil lawyers for that.
Mm. Did I play episode 74 of Crossing the Line? No, actually, I didn't. I didn't know there was another one. But to be honest, we're all so sick of Phelps that I felt like if I did another one, I was just gonna. We were all like, Scott, we're gonna have to call 911, Scott, to start with.
I can't believe my icon went down. That's weird.
What happened?
I'm still live with you, but there's no icon.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about either. Here's a story, Scott. A couple of weeks ago, I don't know if you remember, I said my power went down, like the landlord chopped a tree down and it took the power out. It was actually his brother. It was actually his brother that did it because he was at work and he's like rung his bro and said, go and sort that tree out. And I heard it come down and hit my cabin. I was like, holy shit, and the power went out. When I walked out there to have a look what was going on, I didn't realize that it had taken the power line out with it. I just thought it had hit my cabin. And he's sort of walking around looking at everything. And I yelled out, you know, that took the power out. And he's like, oh. So he's in there playing in the power box, in the meter box, mucking around. And somehow he worked out that it had taken the power line down. But he didn't realize it was the power line. And he walked over there and he picked the power line up. And I didn't know that that's what he was doing. I was inside turning off all my switches and everything. So if the power came back on, it wasn't going to spike all my equipment. But I didn't know he'd done this. So I found all this out later. He's gone over there and picked the power line up. He was just really lucky that they had recently replaced that power line with one of the modern ones. So it was like fully covered. So he didn't get electrocuted. He was really, really freaking lucky. When he told me that, I freaked out. I was like, dude, because I was the only one here with a phone and I would have had to try and run up the road because Corey was off in my car. I would have had to run up the road for like 2 kilometers to get freaking reception to call 911 is what I said. And then
Well, it depends which end of the line was down. So you picture a line going from a pole to your house. If the line breaks in half, if you're picking up the line that's attached to the house, it's not electrified. But if you're picking up the other half of the line,
yeah,
coming off the pole, then has
that's
electric.
the one he picked up. That's the one he picked up. But the funny thing is, in Australia, it's not 911. In Australia, it's 000. And so I would have been up there going 911. And then, like, you can't make this call. What the fuck? It would have taken me ages because I'd have been in a panic. Someone was electrocuted and I'm trying to ring. And the first thing I'm thinking is ring 911. It's just so funny because it's 000 here.
Well, the funny thing is, even high tension power lines, so you have, like in the United States, you have high voltage lines that go down like your telephone poles on your streets. And then like every other third street, there's a transformer that knocks the power down to, 115 volts in the United States, AC.
Yeah, I don't know.
But those high power lines, so bird on a wire, quote unquote, a bird can land on that wire as long as they're not grounded to anything.
Right.
They're not going to get electrocuted.
Right.
So you can run really high voltage through those wires as long as there's no source of ground. You're not going to get hurt. But if you ground yourself onto the pole or the ground, you're a goner. You know what I mean? So I remember watching this show where these helicopters, like, people repel out of them onto the high tension lines.
Yeah.
And they have to ground the helicopter with a dangling hook to the line.
Yeah.
So the static electricity from the helicopter rotor blades don't interact with the high tension line.
Yeah.
But you'll have a guy that's actually on the wire, like a bird on the wire.
Like
And
a bird.
they're like, I'm good as long as I don't touch anything. If I don't ground myself to anything, I'm
Right.
good. But the worker is saying, even though I'm on this high tension line, I can feel the electricity going through my body like a hum.
Right.
But
Right.
they're not in danger if they don't touch anything.
I think that's what alerted him. Like, he reached
Yeah.
out to pick it up, and I think he felt something and jumped back. But he didn't tell me until afterwards, and I was just like, oh my God, I'd have been ringing 911. And then I laughed. I was like, yeah, nah, it's not even 911. But everyone's saying if I'd have dialed 911, it would have gone direct to 000. So that's actually comforting, because my brain wouldn't have thought of I've never had to ring 000. It's not etched into my brain, but 911 is, because I do so much American crime. So
yeah, I'm watching Sherry D. Like, so she's saying like a rat could be on the third rail in the subway and run down the third rail.
yeah.
But if that rat puts its foot onto the ground and grounds itself,
Yeah.
or if a rat's body was big enough to touch one of the other rails, that rat would be like incinerated. But as long as the rat is solely on that middle rail, even though there's high voltage running through it,
Yeah.
it's not being grounded to anything, so the rat's fine.
Yep. Well, I don't know how he escaped bloody electrocution. It's because it's one of these new wires.
Yeah, I can remember a tornado, not a tornado, a twister, I guess, where I had a neighbor and there was a high tension line laying over his truck. And when the fire department came, they told him, don't even try to get out of your truck. Like, don't even touch your door handle because your whole truck is electrified. You're fine. You're fine sitting in your driver's seat.
Because if you touch the handle, you're ground.
Just don't touch your door or anything.
Yeah.
Until they, de-energize the wire, and then you could get out of the truck.
Right.
But if he jumped and like tried to get out of his truck, even possibly just holding the door handle could have been bad.
Right. Well, they were very worried when we rang and told them what happened, and that there's a wire lying on the ground. And they were like, don't go anywhere near it. Keep everything at least 50 meters away from it. Tie the pets up. Lock the cats inside. They were really worried. Oh, did I get...
Yeah, no, and you a lot of people don't realize. So the power lines going directly to your home or your apartment building are knocked down by a transformer. So they're in the United States, it's only like 120 volts. I don't know about Australia, but in the UK, it's 220.
240.
240.
Yeah, over here.
But if you look at your telephone poles or your high tension lines, the voltage is a lot higher. The transformers knock it down to a lower level, and then it's sent. Then it's sent to your domiciles.
we got two transformers. We got one on the main pole that feeds it over to this pole, and then a transformer on this pole that feeds it to the house. So that's probably what saved him.
Yeah. But I mean, it's still a lot of electricity. Even UK or Australia, you guys have a higher voltage than North America does. It's still a lot of voltage, but it's not even close to the high voltage that's in the main lines before they hit the transformer.
Yeah.
Before they come to your domicile.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, electricity can be pretty dangerous, especially if you don't know what you're doing.
I know. Even though he told me like well afterwards, because he didn't want to worry me that he'd gone and picked it up, I still had like, I don't know, like the shivers all day. Every time I thought about it all day, I just kept having shivers going, oh my God, imagine if he had it, and then I would have been just I was the only one here and the only one here with a phone, you know what I mean? I was just shivering all day, shuddering about the whole thing. Freaked me out.
Well, in North America, because it's only 100, 115, 120 volts, you could make a mistake and not be a big deal.
Mm.
You're gonna feel it, you know what I mean? But if you don't like keep holding on to it, you're not gonna die or anything. But even in North America, you have outlets in your home or your apartment that are 240 volts for your like oven range or your like dryer.
Yeah, yeah.
But
The
all
heated-
all the other outlets in North America are 115, 120 volts.
Yeah.
But in UK or Australia, all your outlets are 240.
When my niece was a little girl, she was maybe 2 or 3. She grabbed a set of car keys and shoved them in the hole of a PowerPoint. She was so lucky because she didn't, because it was a set of car keys. She only had it pinched between 2 fingers. So when she stuck it in there and it electrocuted her, it threw her a couple of feet across the room, but she didn't have hold of it. She was so like if you were to hold something, gripping it, the electric shock would tense your muscles and you'd be holding it harder. Whereas she was only pinching it between 2 fingers. So she was really lucky. She's lucky to be alive today. But yeah, she stuck it in a 240 volt PowerPoint socket. Silly child.
Yeah, I don't know why UK and Australia has like the full 220, 240.
Yeah.
In North America, so you have, if you look at a power line coming into your home in North America, there's 2 huts, like 110 each, and then it goes into your distribution box. So you could have a couple outlets like for your stove or your dryer that are both. Otherwise, all the other outlets in your home are only half. But in UK and Australia, all your outlets are full, both lines.
Right, and our
220 to 240.
Our junction boxes will have higher amperage trip a higher amperage trip meter on it. I'm not sure what it's called actually. We're getting into language. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like a 36 amp for your stove and
yeah. Something that draws more amperage has a higher.
right. And then lower, I think it's like 24 for the for all the other outlets, but it's similar setup, I guess.
Yeah. Just a different system. I mean, the UK and Australia decided to go with that system as opposed to, North America. Just like we drive on the right side of the road and
Yeah.
you guys drive on the left. Why?
mate.
Why that happened? I don't know.
You guys don't drive on the right side of the road. You guys drive on the wrong side of the road.
It reminds me of watching the original Mad Max and those movies. I'm like, I knew like the UK and Britain and London, they drew on the left side of the road. I had no idea Australia did the same thing. They're on the wrong side of the road.
Right. We've got these massive big signs. I think it's two-way. So you know how when you come off a big highway, you've just got a single road with two directions. We have these like massive big signs as you're coming off the highway. If you come off the highway and you're on the wrong side of the road, you'll see this big, huge red sign that says "Wrong way, go back." That's specific. That's for.
We have them. We have them all around here too. So they keep adding. Well, in Massachusetts we call them rotaries, but in the UK they call them roundabouts. So instead of having an intersection with like a stop sign or a traffic light,
we call them roundabouts.
they put roundabouts in to just keep traffic like flowing. Because you pull up to a roundabout and you can kind of figure out like when you're gonna pull in. You know what I mean? Like the traffic just keeps it figures itself out instead of just sitting there at a red light.
Right, it flows. The traffic is still flowing.
So the roundabout actually throttles traffic, but it actually helps too because you're not sitting at a red light.
Right.
Like if you approach a roundabout and you're free to go, you just go.
Australia's really bad for roundabouts. You'd be out on the freeway and you're like cruising at 110 roundabout in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's just a roundabout for no reason.
Well, I mean, there's tons of roundabouts in the UK. So I had a ex-brother-in-law, his friend, him and his company, they had to travel everywhere. So they'd be in like China, Germany. He's in the UK. So he has a rental. He's driving around, for his job, and he's figuring it out. Like, I'm on the wrong side of the road. I'm on the left side of the road. Well, what happened to him, unfortunately, he's doing all the right things. He's on the left side of the road. But if you grew up in North America or in Massachusetts, you're always used to, as you enter a rotary or a roundabout, you go to your right. So he's in the left lane. As he enters the roundabout, instead of going left around the roundabout, he went right around the roundabout.
Yeah.
And he got hit by a lorry and he died.
Oh.
Just because he made a mistake going into the roundabout.
Yep. That's crap. That's not a nice thing to happen at all.
Because if you're so like me, I've been driving since I was 16. I get on any road here in Massachusetts or North America, your brain is just set to the right-hand side. You know what I mean? So it's very foreign to be on the left side.
Yeah.
And even if you're driving a rental over in Europe or Australia, okay, yeah, I'm getting used to this. I'm on the left side. I get it. But then you approach an intersection,
yeah,
or a roundabout,
yeah,
and your brain just defaults to what like is ingrained in you. So he enters the roundabout and he takes a right instead of a left. And it turned out to be fatal. Because your brain is just, when you drive, you're kind of like on autopilot, you know?
I don't like to drive in the city. Like, Brisbane's all right, but like down in Melbourne and Sydney, it's really weird. Like, you'll pull up at an intersection and you'll be turning right from the wrong lane. So if I'm in Australia and I'm going to turn right, I'm going to be in the right lane, turn right. Whereas when you're in Melbourne, you'd be sitting in the far left lane to turn right.
Yeah, exactly.
And shit like that. Oh my God.
I would be so I only did it once, trying to drive on the left side of the road. But if that's all you ever known is driving in the right hand lane, when you get to intersections and roundabouts, and it's so confusing to your brain because we all know it. We drive kind of like on autopilot, and when you've been driving for so many years, it's just kind of like automatic to you. And if you switch it up, and now all of a sudden you're in the UK or Australia, and now all of a sudden you have to drive in the left lane, everything changes when you get to a roundabout or an intersection.
Right.
It's like foreign to your like subconscious.
Yep. Yep, I think you're right, Cakes. They're to keep the flow of traffic happening without the traffic lights. So we got a question. Will we please, pretty please, do the last episode? It's only 22 minutes. I really want to hear yours and Scott's reaction. Actually, Scott's reaction might actually be a heart failure, but do you want to, Scott?
What, you think it's going to be that bad?
Well, you know, I was just going off of your previous comments on your own blood pressure. I don't actually have blood pressure problems, but some people's voice is really great on my nerves, and his is one of them. Let me find it again. I've lost the list. Crossing the line. Do you want to, Scott?
Yeah, go ahead.
It saves us from talking a bit, I guess. Crossing the line with William Phelps. Okay. Where are we? In here somewhere? So you're talking about after the trial, aren't you, Ash?
It's interesting that Jessica Machado's interview from the Fall River Reporter of Kenneth Mello.
It was interesting, wasn't it?
It's been brought up back into the spotlight.
Yes, I was part of that. I helped to do that.
Yeah. Interesting.
It is interesting. Anyone who hasn't seen the Jessica Machado's interview with Ken Mello, I suggest you go watch it, and then you might put some pieces together on some of the stuff that's mentioned in the letter that Vetero wrote for Turtle Boy in court the other day. Because Mello like fully drops himself in it in that interview with Jess. Okay, I've got the podcast here. How were we doing this with the sound? Oh, I think I'm still on that sound, actually. I think we're good. I think we're good to go. So this is the bonus episode, the Karen Reid trial decision. Episode 74. I think that's the one we wanted, wasn't it?
Think so.
74, yeah. All right, let's go with giving Scott a coronary. Oh, fucking hell. I gotta wait for it to load and send us an ad. Come on now.
Feel good when Canton Tire has your back to make your job easy.
Continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. You're certain.
No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will not stop fighting. We have no quit. Go ahead.
I just have two things to say, folks. Number one, I am in awe of the strength and courage of this remarkable client that I've had the privilege of representing since day one. And number two, I want to send a message to all of her supporters out there. Your support was invaluable. We are touched and we ask for your continued support. I'm not from Texas like my colleague here. I'm a Boston kid, but I'll repeat what he said, which is we ain't got no quit.
I needed to weigh in here. I mean, everybody was talking about this case. Throughout much of the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed trial in Dedham, Massachusetts, the sun shined and the skies remained blue, with protesters parading around the courthouse, signs in hand, bullhorns feeding back, many of them spitting venom and chanting cover-up and conspiracy. There was a 1960s Berkeley, California vibe to it all. On the day the jury came back with its unsurprising deadlock decision, the skies turned dark. The heavy rain poured down and the thunder clapped. It was almost as if the true crime gods were adding their 2 cents to this case, like everybody else. I've rarely felt the need to update a case I've covered on Crossing the Line this soon, with the judge declaring a mistrial in Reed's case on July 1st, 2024. But then, throughout the history of my 25-year true crime career, I have yet to see a trial and its sideshow like that of which went on in Dedham.
You're really pushing your luck, Ashy, because this is hard to listen to. A lot of the people that he talks about here were not doing the things that he's saying. So it gets worse. Okie dokie. How's everyone handling being triggered so far?
I'm just biting my tongue over here. I'm not saying anything.
Ashley says it gets worse. Do we really want to like hang in there until it gets worse?
So for this bonus special episode, I want you to forget about the Free Karen Reed movement.
For this bonus episode, I'm going to grind you so hard that your teeth are going to come out.
The anti-Karen group, Turtle Boy, and the epic polarization within that South Shore outer Boston community.
Dude, there was 5 fucking protesters on the other side. Don't give me fucking great big division. For fuck's sake. Sorry. Very annoying. I'm swearing.
Because I want to focus on one thing.
I want to focus on myself.
Justice. Can anyone be surprised that a mistrial has been declared in the Karen Reed case, when the investigation was grossly incompetent and disgracefully managed from the moment it began? Whether Karen Reed committed this crime or not is beside the point here. We can't convict people based on such a biased, inherently flawed investigation with investigators so personally connected and close to some of the people they are investigating. That's not how justice works. John O'Keefe, the victim, and his family deserved far better treatment from the state police and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Two parties, in this case, entirely responsible for victimizing John O'Keefe and his family as well. The absolute and utter lack of integrity and, quite frankly, lack of humanity was the reason this case got sidetracked in the very beginning. We, as a true crime community, should not have even heard about this case. It should have been wrapped up without a trial. The state and local police turned justice for John O'Keefe and his family into a fucking fiasco, looking to overcharge and to turn this entire tragedy into a high-profile mess with behavior we more or less attribute to high school kids, not law enforcement. When a death occurs tragically, it is the responsibility of law enforcement to work on behalf of that victim in every manner possible from the moment they receive the call to go out to the scene. None of that was done here. Zero. If justice for John O'Keefe was the goal from the moment his body was discovered, the personal involvement and law enforcement connections to witnesses and the victim should have excluded that particular state police division and the local police immediately. And that is on lead investigator Michael Proctor and his bosses to facilitate. For that reason alone, there is no justice for John O'Keefe right now. A local prosecutor should have stepped in within that first day and taken control. Kick those local cops in that state police division off the case and put an outside body of law enforcement in charge. Cops with no ties whatsoever to anyone in the case.
Dude just spoke for a couple of minutes without actually frustrating me. I don't disagree with what he just said there. And I feel like he's even maybe even a bit passionate about it. I wonder if he still feels the same way now, though. What do you reckon, Scott?
I can't take it. But I'll listen to him.
If that was done, we would not be where we are now. We cannot allow law enforcement to conduct themselves in this way. And we can't drag people into courtrooms with this sort of thing.
What I don't understand about this guy is he's clearly pointing out all the things that law enforcement did wrong. He's clearly pointing out the cover-up.
Yep.
But then he always just stops short.
Yep.
He just never crosses that line, which again is ironically the name of his freaking podcast, Crossing the Line. Well, guess what, Mr. Phelps? You never cross that line.
Right.
You always stop short. And he's fully illustrating intelligently all the cover-ups, all the mistakes, but he just can't cross the line. He can't ever say, oh, this wasn't just incompetence. This wasn't just bad events.
No.
He can't just come out and say, no, this was an organized, planned cover-up. That's a line he will not cross.
Yeah. Which is why it should be called not crossing the line.
And well, yeah, they did some things wrong while investigating, but look at the evidence in the case. Justice doesn't that way. Another issue I see is the lack of any female officers involved in this investigation. That would have been an alternative to the misogyny and bald boys club.
I mean, stop. Really?
Like
really? The fact that there was no female officers on duty on the midnight to 8 shift, or even on the next upcoming 8 to 4 p.m. shift on Canton Police.
Isn't that only valid if
it's
search someone?
It's incidental. It's not So this guy's trying to already bring in misogyny is a inherent thing in the Canton police, which is probably true. Like they should have more female officers. I want female officers. But the fact that he's pointing it out here is so like gratuitous.
Well,
It makes me sick. So whatever. Just
here's the thing, Scott. Isn't Rafferty the freaking police chief at the time? Like,
well, Rafferty was the acting police chief. Okay, Kenneth Berkowitz was technically still the police chief, but he was out on a medical.
right. So she never even
she
never even went to the scene. She never even like did anything. So him
no,
saying,
but no, but when this all went bad, okay, when John O'Keefe got beat up inside Brian Albert's house, and they had to decide what the hell to do with him. Like, and they were putting him out on the lawn, and Brian Albert's calling Brian Higgins, and Jen McCabe is Googling how long to die in the cold at 2:27 in the morning.
yeah,
And all these people are panicking. You have to imagine utter panic. People who are freaking out, but all these people are connected. Brian Albert's house, he's a Boston cop. He's tied with all the Canton cops.
yeah.
They're all just covering this all up. It's just all night long. All that's going on is how are we gonna fix this? What do we say? Like, do we put him outside and say he was beat up by Karen Reed, hit him with a cocktail glass? Do we say he got hit by a plow? Like, what do we do? Like that's what's going on between 12:45 a.m. till whenever the hell they brought him out there, which was sometime after 2:30. We're guessing 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. They brought his body out of the house and put it on the lawn. They had to come up with like a scenario. I think they smashed that clear cocktail glass next to his body, and they were going to say that he got hit by a plow when he was holding a cocktail glass, drunk out of his mind, and the plow hit him and threw him onto the lawn. But then they had to change that story because the plow driver was Lucky Loughran, who's the brother of the Canton Select Board, Mike Loughran. So we can't throw Lucky Loughran under the bus. And that doesn't make sense. But then Yuri Buchanan and Tully are trying to say at 10:30 in the morning that this is a domestic and maybe Karen Reed hit him with a cocktail glass and took off. But that doesn't match his injuries. You know what I mean? So this whole thing all night long, it took them hours to figure out a story. They didn't know what to do, but all they knew, nobody can go in Brian Albert's house. Everybody go home or stay here. Give me your phones. Everybody shut your mouths. You never saw nothing happen here. You didn't see Officer John O'Keefe beaten to death in my house. Shut your mouth. We'll fix this. We got this. They had to change their plans, change their stories. Jen McCabe got involved. They staged the body on the lawn. And eventually the story became, after they saw Karen Reed back out of John O'Keefe's house at One Meadows and accidentally hit his car and cracked her taillight, that was their new and latest story that they ran with. They ran with, her taillight's cracked. We're going to say Karen Reed ran him over.
And none of that had anything to do with a female cop. But there was several female cops that could have been involved if they wanted to be. There was definitely Rafferty, but what did she do? She was busy inverting the Sally Port footage for them.
Yeah, but how many female cops were on duty at that? You had Seraph and the other cop. I think you had like two or three Canton officers on duty on the midnight to 8 shift. Maybe two.
There was Kimberly.
Seraph was like hiding in the church parking lot all night. That's all he does.
Right. All right. Are you finished now?
Yeah.
You need to take a blood pressure pill. Yeah, so his point of back. Am I back yet?
You're back.
I'm sorry. So what you're saying is he's totally off base. There's nothing to do with anything to do with a female cop being on the.
No, what I'm saying is he's injecting there was no female police officers there for political correctness stuff.
And ignoring the actual bloody problem, right?
Yeah.
That they were going to make Karen Reed pay for killing a fellow cop. From the way evidence was collected, the questioning of witnesses, the not questioning other witnesses, the handling of evidence once it was collected, to the integrity of that crime scene. This was a shit show the moment these incompetent investigators arrived and decided, before weighing any evidence or talking to people, what crime had been committed. They made an immediate decision. I mean, look, it's not fucking brain surgery to scientifically find out if a man was bitten by a dog, or if his injuries are common with being hit by a vehicle, if there are pieces of taillight embedded in his wounds or clothing, or if a woman was at home or at the scene when the alleged crime took place. This is all crime scene 101 shit. Police departments all over the country successfully investigate similar cases all the time. No one on the investigative side of this case.
All right, go.
So he wants to talk really big balls, okay? He's saying there's no way that they would be this incompetent, but he still doesn't acknowledge the fact that this was a cover-up from the get-go. So he talks a big game. He says a lot of accusatory things, but all he's going for is these cops were incompetent. He refuses to cross that line and acknowledge that this was a cover-up. I'll end with that. I digress.
I yield. Isn't that what you're supposed to say? Oops. Hello. Hello. Okay, I'm here. Scott's not.
I'm here.
What happened, Scott? Did you?
I'm reading
yield?
the chat. They're telling me to calm down.
Oh. Okay.
Because the way this Phelps guy paints things, he tries to be very emotional and this is outrageous, the bad investigation, and he adds all this emotion to it, but he stops short of crossing the line because he will not ever say that this was a cover-up. And that's what aggravates me and gets me so angry with him, and it gets me fired up, and people start making fun of me in the chat.
It's all right. As long as your blood pressure is good, we're all good.
No, because he wants the clicks and views for being passionate and a good writer, and I'm gonna get to the truth of this, and I'm way better than Turtle Boy. I've been doing true crime forever, and Turtle Boy is just a blogger, and Turtle Riders don't know what the hell they're talking about. I'm gonna deep dive this case. And he's blowing it all up with all this drama. But when it comes to the point where he has to cross the line and actually say that this was a cover up,
Right.
he chickens out and runs away.
Yep, exactly.
That's what fires me up about this guy. So maybe people understand what I'm saying, maybe not.
No, I think people get it. I think we're all feeling the same thing, to be honest.
He
Anyway.
he wants to drum up all the drama,
Right.
and sound smart and titillate the audience and bring up all the, oh my god. But
Listen, actually, I warned you that if we played this, you're gonna have to listen to Scott's blood pressure go through the roof. So I warned you. So if it takes us an hour to get there, just remember you begged us for this. Sorry, Scott.
no, I'll step back to the back row in a second. But I'm just trying to say what I see out of this William Phelps guy.
Yeah.
He's very good at how he crafts things and how he narrates and how he says stuff. He's constantly right on the border of showing you everything that's wrong with this, and he hypes that all up. But if you take the next logical step to explain what's going on here, which means cover up, pre-planned, he won't cross that line. So it's very frustrating for me to listen and watch. But I'll step back.
I hear you, and I completely agree with you. All right. And for those who just joined us, and didn't hear all this 7 hours ago, they needed reminding. So, all good.
Case took control. And all of that misogyny and buddy cop system we saw during the trial, I am certain, is not something contained to this one particular case. That's the scary part of this. How many other times have these cops done this? Investigators need to be held to a higher standard. Not some of the time, but all of the time. When they fuck up, they need to answer for it. If you are arrested for a crime, along with the victim of that crime,
Okay, it's my turn. If they stuffed up and they have to answer to it, what about the people above them who stuffed up? Don't they have to answer to it? Like Chief Rafferty, DA Morrissey, why aren't they answerable? He's like, all the media are happy to call out Proctor and throw him under a bus. But they're all defending, Guarino and everybody else who is involved. And this guy's doing the same thing. He's happy to throw this cop under the bus, but yeah, we won't talk about Chief Rafferty or DA Morrissey and the shit that they did.
Deserve an investigation that serves to uncover the truth, whether you agree with it or not. Once there's a personal involvement in a case, the chain of integrity is broken and can never be connected again. Of course, this ended in a mistrial because reasonable doubt is scattered all over the case. This verdict, if you will, tells me clearly that this jury wanted to convict Karen Reed of something. But the idea that this was the best case the Commonwealth could present would not allow them to convict with a clear conscience. And regardless how you feel about Karen Reed personally, or what your ties are to the community, if you are being honest, There is no possible way you could vote guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because the entire investigation and prosecution was built on a house of reasonable doubt. Please subscribe to Crossing the Line wherever you get your podcasts. Don't forget to leave a review of the show, especially on Apple Podcasts. I'm doing this show independently now, free from any corporate or big podcasting media company involvement, which allows me to bring you more of the content you want to hear and have asked me for. This is completely our show. Reviews and subscriptions really help. You are my public relations and social media team now, and without your help, I could not do this. Let me take a
Dude hates fucking social media, has nothing nice to say about social media, but now he's relying on social media. Like, how frustrating is that? Yeah, and don't subscribe, by the way. Go on, Scott. I know you're going to say something. I know you've got a summary of what you just said.
I don't even know where to begin. I honestly are holding back right now.
Don't hold back. Let it all
because this guy is ridiculous. He's titillating, right? He's dancing along the edge of facts, sensationalizing those facts, but he refuses to ever say that there is a conspiracy. He's afraid to ever say that the police are corrupt. He's afraid to ever say that the trial court system might be corrupt. He just won't go there, but he'll sensationalize what might be there. That's what's so frustrating. Because he's not that far off. Some of the stuff he says, I'm literally nodding my head up and down. Yep. But then when he's supposed to say the next sentence, he stops. He won't go there. He just frosts it up and tries to fluff it up.
Yep.
But he doesn't want to take a stand on anything. He doesn't want to actually say anything accusatory. So I find that cowardly.
Right. Well, I'm in agreement with you, and it is very frustrating that he can see everything that we can see, and yet it's still not a cover-up. You know, it's let's take this approach. Like, it shouldn't have gone to trial. She shouldn't even be on trial. Well, we agree with that.
So he's basically saying everything Free Karen Reed's been saying since April of 2023
but he won't say
to froth up like views and clicks. But when it comes to actually, okay, Mr. Phelps, why shouldn't this go to trial? Well, maybe because the FBI is investigating the corrupt DA Morrissey's office, and all the state police detectives that are involved in this case are all corrupt. The Canton police are corrupt, and they covered up a murder of a Boston police officer at another Boston police officer's house at 34 Fairview. If you said that to him, oh, no. It was just poor police work.
well, that's your opinion. That's totally your opinion. I don't have to agree with your opinion. Sorry, that's what he would say. I'm not saying that to you.
No, but he'll talk a big game. He like touches on all the PowerPoints, if you will, of what freeing Karen Reed is.
Right.
But he doesn't own any of them. He doesn't accept any of them. And he won't take any of those points and cross the line and actually stand there and say, I believe that this was a cover-up. I believe this. I believe that. He won't do that. So it's so frustrating for me to listen to somebody like this.
Right. Even if you don't want to cross the line and just say, it's my opinion, or as you say, I believe. He doesn't have to come out and say, oh, it's definitely a cover-up. He can say, I believe, it's my opinion that, but he just can't take that extra step.
No, because he's clearly intelligent, and he actually. So if I was a free Karen Reed person and I met you for the first time, and I'm going to explain this whole thing all the way back to square one, and explain to you why I think Karen Reed is framed and why I think Officer John O'Keefe was beaten inside 34 Fairview, and why the investigation went the way it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's touching on all those things. So he's saying what I would say, but he doesn't own any of it. He doesn't take any of that information and never cross the line and stand on the other side and say, "Oh, I see what's going on here.
Right.
I'm gonna fight it." He likes to stay nice and neutral on his fence. He doesn't want to go there.
Well, apparently he doesn't. He takes a stand. Apparently, Ashley says, oh, he takes a stand. Just wait. So maybe we should hear a little further. We're still only halfway through. So obviously he's going to take...
break, come back and get into the clusterfuck that was called a trial.
Yep. It was a cluster.
Yeah, but why was it a cluster? Stop. Why was the trial a cluster?
Oh my fucking God, where do you want to start? Because Lally?
No, I have a very short answer.
Oh, cool. Short ones are good.
Judge Beverly Cannoni was sent on a mission to save D.A. Morrissey.
Right. I totally
Period.
agree.
Full stop. That's
why it was a cluster. You're right. Let's see if he can hit the nail on the head. That's those 5 people shouting.
Yeah, food stamp 5. I can hear them from here.
A much smaller group to the mob of Karen Reed supporters.
Mob, eh?
Oh yeah, we're a mob. We're scary.
The unofficial leader of the Free Karen Reed movement outside the court. Let's just listen to a little bit of what Rita has to say.
We will not be silenced. We will not succumb to tyranny. We will not do it.
Okay, quick question. They spoke a lot about you guys harassing the family. What's your response to that?
I'm very glad you asked. It's called projection. It's called projection. Everybody in this country who thinks this case does not impact them, you need to think again.
My God. What the protesting outside the Dedham court became was a live action version of social media.
Dude, you're going to rag on our Rita and expect what? People to like your podcast? Oh my God. What? Go on, Scott. I know that you got a lot of respect for Rita. Do it. Take it away, buddy.
No, it's what I would predict this Phelps did. You know, that food stamp 5 and the blue shirt retards that showed up at the very end of the trial. And then Court TV was over there filming them and interviewing them. All of a sudden, there was another side. There was never another side the whole trial. All the pretrial hearings, 99% of the trial.
They picked that one day.
None of these blue shirt retards were ever anywhere to be found. Exactly. Anywhere, ever. No Boston police were ever there.
And
none of these blue shirts were ever there.
He knows
that was a press op. Those food stamp 5 and those retards in the blue shirts. I swear to God, because I was standing there right next to them on the sidewalk. They showed up. Court TV showed up. Matt Kendall and whoever these other idiots are from Court TV, they ran over with their cameras from across the street, brought their tripods and everything, and set up solely to film the Food Stamp 5 to try to make it look like the 500 people standing to the right, the Free Karen Reed movement that's been there since July of 2023.
Exactly, the whole fucking year.
It's all, but if you watch TV, if you watch court TV, it's divided, and there's a bunch of people on the other side. It was all a lie. Media lies. Mainstream media, the way they film shit, the way they show it to the public.
Yeah.
If you're
And
there, boots on the ground, you know the truth. It's a lie.
You notice how he doesn't mention that the Food Stamp 5 are all involved in trying to get Turtle Boy thrown in jail? Doesn't mention that. Oh yeah, sorry folks, that just slipped my mind. He knows they've all been named on his court documents, doesn't he?
I picture this guy being the same as Court TV. So Court TV was gotten to, and they had to change their tune.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine this guy has been gotten to also. That's what I expect. That's what I expect.
Crazy shit.
Here, we saw the same fringe thinking, accusatory, and personal attack rhetoric alongside people sincerely trying to invoke their free speech rights, along with the conspiracy-minded nonsense of planting evidence and cover-ups. It was all there. When you go on X, formerly Twitter, and begin to scroll through the Free Karen Reed hashtag,
And here it goes, reader, a conspiracy theorist. Just, if you're not if you're not hot under the collar enough yet.
what you see is similar to what went on outside court. Though I will say this, those supporting Karen Reed came out in large numbers and were unafraid to share their opinions, while the counter protesters waited and, in very small numbers, took on a she's evil tone and tried to brand Karen Reed as some sort of diabolical killer with intent and malice.
There was no counter protesters. What is this guy talking about?
It was the Food Stamp 5 that are trying to put.
They only showed up at like the last day of the trial. They were never there. They weren't there the whole time.
Yep.
What is this guy talking about?
John O'Keefe, something that could never be proven. What was troubling to me was having to see the O'Keefe family sit through a lot of this. They are victims in this. They lost the most. They were treated poorly by the prosecution.
I beg to differ. John O'Keefe lost the most, mate.
Simply by the way in which the Commonwealth chose to go about trying this case. The Commonwealth allowed this to happen. They created the environment for a mistrial. They chose to take this case to trial without preparing for it properly. There's hubris involved there, there's ego, and there's cockiness, and there's stupidity.
What's up?
Hey, oh my God, stop. Like, are you kidding me? They forced this trial fast. What is this guy talking about? And not only that, once the trial started, well, even jury selection, Judge Beverly Cannoni imposed the 200-foot buffer zone. The Commonwealth was dead fast, straight ahead. We're going to railroad Karen Reed. They weren't hesitating. What is William Phelps talking about?
I know what he's doing. He's listening to the sound of his own voice. I don't think he knows what he's fucking talking about, to be honest.
He knew of lead investigator Michael Proctor's mishandling of just about everything he touched. They knew of those texts to Fellows, his wife, and his bosses. They knew the state police did a terribly inept job of handling evidence and buttoning up its case against Karen Reed. They knew the witnesses inside the house where O'Keefe was found would become an issue. Yet, they went ahead and proceeded to trial anyway, thinking they could explain it all and the so-called facts they'd collected would outweigh any of the negatives. Let's take our final break here. I'm right back. If you want to learn more about me, visit mwilliamphelps.com. The judge set a status conference date of July 22nd, 2024.
Do you want to learn more about Phelps? Pass. Hard pass.
And
Kind of figured them out.
we thank the O'Keefe family for their commitment and dedication to this long process. They maintain sight of the true core of this case to find justice for John O'Keefe. The Commonwealth tends to retry the case. Now, that press...
Go for it. Oh, really?
No, that's... I mean, really? No, they don't. They're not looking for the truth. They just want to continue the persecution of Karen Reed.
That's right. That's all it is.
Release there that I just read. It's very important to point out it was published on the afternoon of the mistrial being declared. That alone tells you all you need to know about this particular DA and his office. They run on pure emotion, not logic or professionalism. You can almost feel.
No, they run on pure corruption.
How about pure corruption? Exactly.
Emotion? No, it's not emotion, sir. Not at all.
Exactly.
Why is D.A. Morrissey's troopers running around looking for rubber duckies?
Sorry. Am I back?
Yeah,
Hello?
you're here. You're here.
Oh my God. Off we go again.
Have for Karen Reed, who is, by the way, presumed innocent. We need to remember that. She is someone who has not been found guilty of anything as of yet. That press release shows the absolute immaturity and impatience of Michael Morrissey, the DA who signed that release. What it says clearly to me is, I'm going to get you, Karen Reed, no matter what it takes. It sounds like the same type of rhetoric and trolling you find on social media about this case. Michael Morrissey was trolling Karen Reed and her attorneys hours after a mistrial is declared. This is not how to run a district attorney's office or prepare to prosecute a case you've already had one go at. On this same day, lead investigator Michael Proctor is relieved of his duties by the state police. A local news reporter shows up at his house to ask him about it. Proctor and his wife are just arriving home and walking into the house and basically tell the reporter to fuck off, stay off their property, and that Karen Reed, Proctor's wife, says is a murderer. Can't make this shit up. This is the lead investigator in the case, arguably the DA's chief witness. You have to explain to the next jury that he was basically fired and there is an internal and federal investigation going on around that and his conduct in this case.
I never actually thought about that too deeply, but he's right. The fact that his wife is on the lawn saying Karen Reed's a murderer and she hasn't actually had a trial that's convicted her yet. So that's the behavior of a policeman's wife, who was the lead investigator. He's telling them.
But if anybody in the Free Karen Reed movement texted her, then we're witness intimidating.
Right, you'd have been arrested. And then on top of all of that, he tells the journalist to F off his lawn. Like, he just sat there in court and got his ass handed back to him because he's using this sort of language and behaving this way. What's the first thing he does hours after court? He tells the journalist to F off. Like, tone fucking deaf.
No. This Phelps guy, he gets all the points. He makes a lot of points.
And then he
just
calls conspiracy theorists.
and then he just jumps off the ledge back to safety. He just never takes it all the way.
How in the hell are you going to shine any of that up and present the facts of your case? Many of those facts Michael Proctor was responsible for collecting. Let's talk about the conspiracy group and the idea of a frame job and a setup. Honestly, that is all noise and nonsense. This sort of thing does not happen in the real world. At least not in the way
it does
in this case. Now, I don't just
go for it.
So he's stonewalling the idea of a conspiracy and cover up.
Yeah.
Strong and hard.
Right.
He's saying there's no way this could happen in the real world. And I'm rebuking that comment.
You're looking at it, buddy. You're noticing it. You're talking about it. You've made all of the fucking points and you still can't see it.
So he likes to dance around with all the malfeasance in this case and Proctor being bad and bad investigation. But the line he will not cross is cover up conspiracy. And he just said it. He won't cross that. He won't cross that line. And I would say why?
Because I think he's making it very clear that he can't. He can't because his job and his livelihood relies on it. He knows they're going to screw him. He knows they'll take him down. He knows that as soon as he comes out with anything that's even slightly conspiratorial, he's in the cancel culture bloody target. You get what I'm saying?
But he's very obviously intelligent enough in knowing and seeing enough. He sees it. So which means he knows it, but he's afraid to cross that line.
I know.
So I'm calling him a coward.
Yeah. I think chat's on the same side. I think that who are we talking about just before the ex MSP cop that was on STS? What's his name? He does all their training.
Todd McGee.
Right. See, he's a tough guy. He stood up and said, "Yeah, okay, I was wrong. This is a conspiracy." And this is
I mean Todd McGee was very
he was diplomatic.
In the beginning he was very like holding back, if you will.
Right.
And as time has evolved and he's been on several shows and
now
many things many things have happened. William Farwell was arrested for Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up.
Right.
And then Enrique was killed in the State Police Academy. And I think even somebody like Todd McGee, who's a proud retired state trooper that wants to hold this profession in a high
to the highest standards.
Even somebody like Todd is willing at this point, as we speak today, to really go there. He just didn't do it right away.
And he's even now that he is doing it, he's still saying it a lot more diplomatically than we are. He's still using
he's being reserved, measured, careful, and I don't blame him for that.
Right. He's using he's using politician speak to say the same things that we are. And maybe that is the line that Phelps can't cross, is that he wants to speak the politician speak, but he doesn't know how to say it. Whereas Todd can speak it, know it, says it, has lived it, and I think he even still provides services in that area today. So
no, I mean Todd runs a private business since he retired from the state police. So I mean, he's not going to ruin his business. He's not going to like crap over his former department. If where he's come actually to this point as we speak today, he's actually impressed me, because I thought he would cower and retract, just like this William Phelps guy has had done.
I never thought he'd cross the line, and he did.
I mean, Todd is putting himself out there a bit, and I have to give him credit for that.
But not just in saying that, yeah, I can see that a cover-up might have happened here. He's also saying this is how we can fix these problems. Like, he has solutions, and he knows how
exactly. So he's not only acknowledging the corruption, he's automatically skipping ahead. Like, how can we fix this? So I have a lot of respect for him for that.
Right. And I have to laugh at Nanya Business. She wrote, I'm more diplomatic now than in the beginning when I started realizing shit. That was very diplomatically said, Nanya.
No, I understand. I understand what they're meaning, because when you're like boots on the ground, free Karen Reed, you get like fired up, and you're like, you don't want to hear anything except what we're talking about. And you do have to step back and accept other people's opinions and try to work at it. You know what I mean? So I think that's what they mean.
Yeah. Agreed, MD. It's pretty obvious. Crime syndicate. Gonna have to have your blinkers on to not see it.
Judge a defense attorney for trying whatever he or she can when defending a client. I mean, that's their job. Can we rule out that Blue Blood had Blue Blood's back and did some sketchy shit along the way? Hell no. Can we rule out the fact that the state police did things differently based on what O'Keefe did for a living and who some of the people inside the house where his body was found were? Of course not. But I won't give some sort of mass conspiracy to frame Karen Reed any credit whatsoever, because
he won't go there.
No.
He just said it.
I've seen it coming.
He just said it. But then in his next sentence, I don't see a mass conspiracy here. But if you go back 2 sentences,
yeah, what do you
you just spelled out the conspiracy.
That's what a conspiracy is, right? Blue blood protecting blue blood. Can we rule that out? No. You just said
that's why this guy is so frustrating to listen to, because he tap dances right along the line. He's actually, some of his points are dead on.
Yeah, but
then his last statement, but I will not cross that line. I will not say it's a conspiracy or a cover-up. But everything you just said before that is a conspiracy and cover-up, and you acknowledge that fact.
Yeah,
but you refuse to cross the line. That's all.
Mr. Phelps, if you're going to watch any of our videos criticizing you, how about you take a page out of Todd's book and have a listen to what he's saying? Because he's got solutions. All you've got is fence sitting. You're not helping. Todd McGee's helping because he's got solutions. What you're doing is just more social media bullshit.
No, he's basically acknowledging everything we know that's wrong, and he's clearly pointing out everything that's wrong. But the line he refuses to cross is the line that we're talking about, where it is a massive conspiracy cover-up, and he absolutely will never cross that line. He's afraid.
Yep. Hold my latte. Hold my latte.
So I guess that's why you got slammed on Turtle Boy's Live when he was on there. I'm a mod in this chat, and I see all the chatters on Turtle Boy, like killing this guy because he's intelligent. He knows the ins and outs of this whole story, and he'll tease and he'll say, yeah, there's something really wrong here. Proctor and bad investigation or incompetent investigation, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to absolutely just saying DA Morrissey's office is corrupt, his state police detective group is corrupt, that is the line he will not cross. He will refuse to cross it.
Actually, he's not saying that. He's not saying, but there was no cover up or conspiracy here. I mean, he is saying that, but in that sentence that we just stopped on, he said, can we rule out if that blue bloods were covering for blue bloods? No, we can't rule that out. Well, that's a fucking conspiracy, mate. So
yeah, right.
He's kind of contradicting.
Am I missing something, or am I just like in my little free Karen Reed world and I can't see the big picture? I don't get it.
I heard him say the same thing. He's acknowledging that we can't rule out conspiracy, but I'm not going to go down the conspiracy route. So it's having your cake and eating it too. It's so contradictory.
Yeah, so he wants to get clicks and views, frothing up there's a conspiracy, but at the same time he's willing to rule out the conspiracy 100%.
Right.
So where Mr. Phelps, where are you on the fence? Like where are you going with this?
Yeah. No, Ashley, he actually does think that she was framed. He said it in that last sentence. He said, can we rule out that blue bloods were covering for blue bloods? No, we can't. So he's speaking out of both sides of his face. And I get it. You might not have heard the subtleties in between. That wasn't the only place where he said it.
No, he says, he constantly says all the things that we bring up that is so suspect in this and what's part of the cover up. He constantly teases those. But when it comes to actually being William Phelps, accusatory of the government and the police, he won't cross that line. He's a coward.
He's a coward.
He won't do it.
As Nanya Shabusiness says, maybe he's only got one ball.
Task would take far too many people, and there would be tangible evidence left behind, none of which I have seen. And if there is some sort of conspiracy,
no, wait.
Current investigation.
Wait,
my God.
Stop.
So he just said there's no tangible evidence of a cover up. What is all the planted taillight? What is all the butt dials? What is all the phone records that Trooper Garino scrubbed? That's tangible evidence, Mr. Phelps.
Where's the deleted evidence gone from O'Keefe's ring cam? That's the fact that it's gone is tangible evidence. Well, the tangible part is it was there because the other guy wrote a note and said he saw it. Now it's gone.
No, that's why this guy drives my blood pressure through the roof.
Right.
Because he likes to tiptoe on the line of frothing up all this conspiracy, but then he doesn't acknowledge the conspiracy that actually exists. And he literally just said there's no tangible evidence of a conspiracy. And I'm saying, yes, there is, dude. They covered up Jen McCabe's 2:27 a.m. How long to die in cold. The taillight evidence is clearly planted.
Right.
What are you talking about? I just don't see. I could never sit in a room with this guy and have a conversation because it would go bad. Because
You'd be there 7 hours later still saying, dude, wake up to yourself.
No, I just don't. I don't understand. So what's his motivation? Why is he afraid to cross the line? Is he afraid to lose viewerships? Is he afraid to accuse the government of any kind of corruption?
Right.
I don't understand his motives.
That's it. MD, the flipped video footage. I mean, that was crazy. And what the flipped video footage told us, it wasn't just that Guarino or whoever extracted it and sent it to Lally was corrupt. It also shows that Chief Rafferty knew about it and that she authorized it. So she's in on it as well. But it also showed that Lally knew what was going on. Okay, he's the
and so didn't Judge Canoni.
And then Judge Canoni admitted it into evidence, like as if she doesn't know what the fucking Canton PD looks like. She admitted it into evidence. So the flipped video, like by itself, is all we ever needed to say, hey, this is a conspiracy. That's all we ever needed, and that's all he should have needed. But oh no, I read the documents. That doesn't mean conspiracy.
Well, it goes back to my whole point when they finally arrested William Farwell for the unalive of Sandra Birchmore. To me, that was my beacon to the world that I'm not crazy. But if you look at the inverted video that was allowed into the trial, by ADA Adam Lally and allowed by Judge Beverly Canoni, if that is not another secondary beacon to the world of how corrupt this whole thing is, if people can't see that, then I'm literally just gonna start smashing my head against the wall, because I don't know what else.
Yeah.
What other proof do I need to offer to the world of how corrupt this whole thing is?
Hold my latte.
I don't know what else to say.
We were talking about this a little bit earlier, that perhaps he's been threatened. Like maybe he does realize it. Like he understands it only takes a few leaders, but maybe some of those leaders have threatened him, because that's what they're doing. They're threatening everybody. They threaten me. I'm not even anything to do with anything that's going on. Like especially way back when they threatened me, I barely was. I was just typing stuff on Twitter at that time. Hadn't even started covering the trial, and they threatened me. So
I don't know. Something happened to Court TV. They got to those people.
Right. They're getting to everybody. It's not about they don't realize, it's that they do realize, and they do know who the leaders are, and those leaders are threatening everybody. So, and that's right, Beth. He's afraid. He's got no balls. He's afraid.
But he wants to make money, and he wants to have Aiden in his upcoming podcasts, and he wants to be a journalist, author, and get all these views. But at the same time, he's afraid to take a stand.
Well, you know what, MD? If he just came out and said he was threatened, he'd be in the same boat as Turtle Boy. And that's why people are afraid. They're afraid to be where Turtle Boy is. Turtle Boy is being held as the example. They're doing what they're doing to Turtle Boy to make the example of him. It's not just because they don't like him. I mean, they've got people involved in setting him up who don't like him. They're not doing it because their fans are fucking crusty panties. They're doing it because they're trying to make him the example. If you all don't toe the line, this is what we're going to do to you. He's got no balls.
It's actually pretty frightening if you think about it, because if nobody can speak out against government corruption and point out the framing of Karen Reed without severe retaliation by the government, and we're seeing it in Duckygate, we're seeing it in the jailing of Turtle Boy. it's pretty scary because if Free Karen Reed isn't speaking out against this stuff, there's nobody above the trial court in Massachusetts. There's nobody above the Massachusetts State Police that's going to do a freaking thing. 88, the governor and the attorney general in Massachusetts, they're not touching Morrissey's office. They're just going to let him go about his day. The only hope we have, sadly, is U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy and the FBI and the DOJ.
Right.
So either the public revolt on the sidewalk in front of the court or the federal authorities, without those two entities pushing from both sides, Massachusetts goes along its busy way. Business as normal, no problem.
Right. They need to bring it all back into balance so they can continue on business as normal. And Phelps isn't helping by not taking a stand. You know, okay, TB's in hot water because he took a stand. TB ain't going to take their shit. They've threatened him. They've done shit to him. He's gone to jail. TB's got the balls to stand up. But I don't think Phelps is that man.
No, it goes back to, I understand why Turtle Boy, gave interviews to Phelps because of his platform, I suppose. But every minute I listen to Phelps, the more and more I hate him.
Right now, he's got to fund his own bloody defense, the poor bastard. So I ain't hanging him for it. But I do feel a lot more confident knowing that Betterow, who's experienced with dealing with media folk, Betterow's got his back.
No, Mark Betterow is a blessing to Turtle Boy and a genius mind, lawyer-wise and personally. He's a great person to have in this fight. I mean, God calls people to battle, and I believe Mark Betterow was one of them.
Right. All right. Let's hit the play go. We haven't got much left. I think we got like 3 sentences left.
Flush it out.
It'll be
It's clear to me what took place in this case, where things went south, why a mistrial was declared, and what took place on the night John O'Keefe died. I've been digging in deep, taking a close look into this case with the focus on the polarization and the division within the community and how a movement began, along with what actually happened to John O'Keefe. Unfortunately for now, will take me some time to put it all together for all of you. But stay tuned. Keep locked into Crossing the Line, and fairly soon, you'll be hearing more from me in long form on this case. And don't forget to tune into this week's regular episode.
No, shut up. We don't want the advertising. We're done. Fuck off, Phelps. All right.
I mean, I'll still listen to it because I'm curious where he goes with the next series. I just have little or no faith it's going anywhere good. It's just like watching Karen Reed when she was on 2020 or whatever she was on. I couldn't even watch it because I knew it was going to be a hit piece.
All right. We did it just for you. Oh God, I've forgotten her name. Who was it again? We did it just for you, and that was hard, especially at the end of our 7 hours of live streaming. But we got
the guy actually amazes me because he's very astute and intelligent. He sees all the wrongdoings in the Karen Reed investigation. He can clearly see everything that's wrong, but he just won't cross that line, which is actually amazing to me. He just won't do it.
Yep. So it kind of, just through listening to that last one, it's given me a whole new respect for Todd McGee. Like, I already respected him for seeing what was there and understanding what he was looking at, and then computing it into terms of, solutions. But now I've sort of got a little bit more respect for him. Like he's got balls,
Well,
Maybe
I saw Todd. I think he came on Brian LTL, and I'm a mod on his channel too, and I was talking to Brian before Todd came on, and I'm like, I don't know if Todd's gonna actually go there. Like, I think he's gonna stay on the fence. He doesn't want to throw the state police under the bus.
Yeah.
He's gonna be kind of neutral. And then he came live on Brian's show, and he actually started like going there, like making sense and like really crossing the line. And I was pleasantly surprised. And I was live in the chat, obviously, and I was like, oh, wow, I have a lot of respect for Todd McGee.
Yep.
He's actually going here. Like, I didn't expect him to do it. I thought he would. I would thought he would pull back.
I thought he was going to stay on the fence all the way through and
Yeah.
continue to, like, at best, I thought he would at least be defending the good cops. That sometimes there's good cops and sometimes there's bad cops. But
I think he's gotten to the point where even he was given his former department like benefit of the doubt.
Right. It's too
And then more and more has happened. And I think Todd is literally just like fed up. I mean, he's not as vociferous as like Free Karen Reed person might be, like me. But he's going there, though. He's going there. So I have to give the man credit.
No, hold my latte. It's not Todd McGee. So the whistleblower is from the crusty panties side of things, essentially. So we'll be learning some stuff about, what was going on there and things and stuff, to quote Trooper Dunning-Kruger. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think this in the end, whenever the end is going to be, there's going to be so many people that have to account for themselves and how they've been acting.
Yeah.
Because if the true people are ever held to account, there's people that have been loyal to them that are going to have to explain it. Like, why? Why were you so loyal?
Yeah.
To the other side? Why couldn't you see the big picture? Why couldn't you see the framing of Karen Reed? Why couldn't you see the cover up of Sandra Birchmore's murder?
Mm. They only need to look up, anybody's records and threaten them with something. We don't know what Phelps's past is. We don't know what he's been up to in his past. He might have done something that he didn't get prosecuted for, and they're holding that over his head. So, you can have your opinion, mate, but don't go there. So,
well, if I could relive my life again, where I'd love to be right now is in the U.S. Attorney's office working for Joshua Levy and be in the FBI and tracking these people down. That would be my dream. My fantasy to go after these people. The best I can do is just stand there with a Free Karen Reed sign in front of court.
Oh, Yuri's math teacher, you got to watch some of the latest episodes of Todd, because he's no longer 1 foot in and 1 foot out. I mean, he's definitely being more diplomatic about how he words it. But he's since Sandra Birchmore, he is definitely no longer 1 foot in and 1 foot out. He's coming up with solutions like, you know, the way to deal with this is more training, more policies, get rid of the bad eggs so that the good eggs can thrive. He's full of suggestions right now. But you know, he's not going to join us in calling for everybody to step down. If that's what you're expecting, you know, for you to have less, to be less tepid on someone, they actually have to take a stand like that, or something that you agree with. I don't agree with that. I think Todd is definitely, A, he's accepted that there's definitely a cover up. B, he's got the solutions, and C, he's in a position where he can make those suggestions and make changes for the better because of his position. So I think Todd's the man right now, and he's got the balls.
Yeah, I mean, Todd has to be careful. Obviously, his business that he runs since he retired, a lot of his cachet comes from being a former Massachusetts State Police trooper. So for him to keep his business going, oh, what's your resume? Oh, I work for the Massachusetts State Police, but they're all like no good, corrupt. You know what I mean? So he has to be very careful.
That's
But
right.
but he's also being very, he's being a man because he sees the problems, and he truly wants to go backwards in time or back and fix it because he sees the problems that's going on. So
Yeah,
I mean, I give him a lot of respect. I really do.
absolutely. I do think he's got to tread lightly. He understands he's in a position where he can help, you know, fix some of these problems and put forward some training programs and, you know, solutions that are going to help the people of Canton. But if he blows it all because he takes too strong a stance against something or for something,
Yeah,
no
exactly.
longer
That's what
in
he's
that
staying away
position.
from. He doesn't want to go too far either way. Like,
He's got to stay balanced so that he is still in a position where he can help. And I get that, but I don't feel that, you know, Phelpsy calling himself a Fifth Estate investigative journalist is in that position. He's in a position where he can take a stand, and he might take some flack like TB is, but he hasn't got the balls to. But they might also have something on him as well. Again, that comes down to he hasn't got the balls. So,
well, I mean, Todd McGee was already kind of crossing the line as far as the Karen Reed thing, and then I think when Enrique died in the police academy, I think that really even fired up Todd even more.
Right, that rocked him emotionally. You could see
Because
that one.
he was directly involved in that program.
Yeah.
And I think even Todd McGee is shocked of what's going on.
Well, he was
And,
also
and he has to, as a man, speak out.
He was also involved with the program that Sandra Birchmore was involved with, like in the early days of setting it up, and how I'm not sure if it was that exact program or one similar to it. I forget the exact details, but he was saying that, you know, we set this up so that people in adult positions couldn't get away with stupid shit like that. So something fell apart in the program that they originally set up to what they ended up with, where they were doing that to Sandra. So I think he was involved in both. I think he was emotional about both of those cases. Not really so much, you know, Karen, she's an adult, but when it came to, you know, a cadet, a young cadet, and then, you know, this young girl. So I think those two together are what put both feet firmly on one side of the fence here.
Yeah, I mean, Todd realizes, you know, a state police academy, you have to have physical training. Boxing is part of like self-defense, and In other words, you don't want to have a police academy where everybody just goes to class and then you give them a badge and a uniform and put them in a cruiser and there you go. No, you gotta, I'm not against strong training, physical self-defense training, whatever. I don't want to like water down academy training. But I think what Todd is trying to say is, you know, some of this training, it gets like out of control. And when you have allegations that people were betting on these fights in the state police academy,
Yeah.
that's getting a little crazy. I wouldn't want to graduate an academy where I just walked through it and I didn't really get challenged physically or mentally. I want a boot camp or an academy to challenge me and
I agree with
train me, you know, but
I agree with what Todd said about why they brought the boxing training back. It was supposed to be a team building exercise. It was supposed to be a team building exercise. I forget the exact way he explained it, but I understood where he's coming from, and I don't have a drama with boxing being back, being part of any training program, because for the reasons that Scott just stated, obviously they need self-defense training and whatnot. They need the team building, which is what Todd McGee was getting at. But it's a how do I explain it? Like,
no, I think what the problem is they've taken this boxing training thing. So you got like these officers that might be running the academy, and they've picked out, oh, this is one of our top recruits. He's gonna kick ass of any other recruit that gets in the ring with him, and it becomes like a side game.
Okay, so
like, oh, I'm gonna bet on your guy against my guy, which is above and beyond anything that's actually happening. Which, you know what I mean? Like,
right, it's self-discipline that I was trying to think of. Like, you know, if you do a which is what Scott's describing the opposite of. If you do a martial art, for example, and you learn to only protect other people, and when you're doing that martial art, you learn self-respect, you learn respect for the person that you're fighting, but you also learn self-discipline, not to lose your shit and kill someone because you lost your shit. So I think I think these things are actually really important in self-development, in as much as they are the things that Todd was also pointing out, and Scott. So sorry, it just came to me at the last second what I was trying to think of.
No, I mean, if you're having a physical exercise like boxing or wrestling as part of the academy, when it gets out of hand or it gets dangerous, you literally stop the fight, just like you're watching professional boxing.
Right, you're supposed to have someone on the side who can see.
The referee, if somebody's against the ropes and Mike Tyson is pounding the guy against the ropes, the ref comes in and, you know, throw in the towel. It's over. It sounds to me like this Enrique incident was an incident where either the crowd was watching, the cadets were watching, or however it happened, we don't know. But it sounds like somebody was getting egged on to continue.
Right.
And it got out of hand.
That's right.
And in Massachusetts right now, I mean, unfortunately, he was buried Saturday. We're sitting here on Thursday, in the mainstream media in Boston, in the news, nothing. It's crickets.
Yep.
We have no idea What's going on? Worcester County DA hired an independent retired DA from another county to investigate, and we literally know nothing. And it's almost like they want this to die on the vine and that the public forgets about it and everything goes on as normal. No problem.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, I am absolutely freaking exhausted, and everyone's sitting here going, "Oh my God, you're still here." And I don't want to interrupt another one of Sean's live streams, so you all should go over there and check out a Shawnee live stream. I am fucking exhausted. How are you feeling, Scott? You've been hanging on to that mobile for a bit.
No, I'm on a different time zone than you are.
All right. What time is it there now? It must be like
It's almost 7 p.m. Eastern.
7 p.m. Oh my God. It was called a marathon. It was called
on Thursday, though.
Marathon.
You live in the future. You're in Friday somewhere.
Yeah, I'm at 9 a.m. Friday morning.
Oh, there you go.
So we did it. What a great marathon that was. Phelpsy marathon. Now, what I will do for people who don't want to watch a freaking 8-hour live stream is I'll try to just go through.
Who the hell's gonna watch us talk on the phone for 8 hours?
Well, I don't know. At least 120 did tonight for a good. Well, we're only down to 86.
It's not exactly like a YouTube like thing that you put out there.
I didn't give any notice.
Yeah, I mean, some people watch it. That's cool.
It was very last minute about the Phelpsy thing. More like he just really riled me up when I did the TV thing. So that was the main thing I wanted to do it for. And I didn't feel like I vented enough in, just the short segment that I did reacting to TB's thing. So this was good because we've both got it all off our chests for a bit. We don't have to bitch about Phelps for at least another week, right?
No, I think the way I want to explain it to people that have been watching this, me and you, Aussie, could just be having this conversation privately between ourselves.
Right.
We just allowed people to see or hear our conversation. That's how I look at this.
Right. And I think people have enjoyed eavesdropping on our conversation because they're still here. Like,
It's not like I'm sitting here trying to be like a show. I don't think you are either. Just me and you talking to each other, which is what I enjoy about this channel.
Well, no, actually, I tell a lie. If the chatters weren't here, I would have hung up 5 hours ago. It's because they won't go. It's the chatters' fault. If they go, I'll go. How's that?
I would have kept you on the phone. You would have kept talking to me.
Right. Well, sometimes we hang up and still talk for another 3 hours afterwards, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
So it's interesting. It's interesting, guys. And yeah, got to be flies on the wall while we vented about Phelpsy. So his next live is tomorrow. Oh, Shari D doesn't want us to hang up.
No, it's true. I've been live before and I go off stage and we keep talking for like an hour.
We do. We're not going to do that because I so need some sleep. I don't even know how I'm getting words out right now. My tongue feels, mouth feels like it's full of cotton. It's time to go to bed.
I would think.
All right. So
All right.
it's been great. Sorry, guys. We got to hang up.
We'll end this marathon to nowhere.
The marathon to nowhere.
I'll let you go. It was a good time.
Us and sharing all of your thoughts with us. Oh, are you serious? I got cut off.
Yeah, I heard thoughts with us. That was it.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. And good night, everybody. All right, I'm going now. Bye.
All right. Bedtime.
Bedtime.
Bye, everybody.